Chapter 464. The next morning, when Danny met the old man in the lab, he was observing the grayscale disease virus under the liquid of the dragon excrement. Kuei Shi and Larissa were brewing potions on the other side. President Bu Tian, you came to the lab so early. Danny walked with vigorous steps to the side of the old man. She was wearing an exquisite dark purple skin-tight leather armor that outlined her youthful body. The old man was called Bu Tian, the brother of the current king of barbarians and the president of the Necromancer Association. Kuei Shi was not the only mage who sealed the underground palace of Thunder Island. Bu Tian was also one of the people in charge. Knowing that Kuei Shi was going to leave Thunder Island for Slave Bay, Bu Tian was interested. First, he wanted to meet the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Hatcher Queen. Second, he was very interested in the legendary Witch Lens. Third, there was an outbreak of the grayscale disease in barbarians. After receiving Kuei Shi's request, Danny immediately agreed. Other than the old president who could help her research the antidote, she also encountered many problems in necromancy in the process of creating the ghost meditation technique. She also wanted to ask for his advice. Bu Tian stared at Danny for a while and sighed. Your Majesty, you are so young. Haha. You are still hale and hearty despite your age. You didn't sleep last night, but you are still hale and hearty. I heard that you asked for some dragon excrement as soon as you came. Danny was also observing him. From Bu Tian's eyes, she saw a vast silver-grey sea of fog. His magic power was stronger than Kuei Shi's. Dragon excrement can suppress the grayscale disease, Bu Tian said. Danny was surprised, but soon she thought of something and said, You already know? I once saw a message in a book. Valeglia can obtain dragon excrement to cure the plague by feeding Megalosaurus magic herbs. Bu Tian said. I see. Then, do you know hum? Danny, who was inquiring curiously, suddenly stopped. Her purple eyes, which were shining with divine light, suddenly became blank. She was like a robot who had been pressed to pause. She was forced to enter the dragon spirit state. Her soul entered Blackie's body. The Heavenly Father's face is firm and resolute, adjudicating error and upholding justice. The Holy Mother brings the blessings of life, guarding and looking after every woman. The Song of the Seven Gods, sung by thousands of people, appeared in Danny's ears, and an image appeared in front of her eyes. It seemed to be the great cathedral of Baylor that was filled with candles. On the day of Circe's parade, the Black Dragon's words had already shocked the world. The contents of his words announcing the prophecy of the seven gods about the long night, and acknowledging the great sparrow as the son of light spread like a whirlwind. The Iron Throne was extremely wary of the church as the seven kingdoms stirred up a tidal wave of fanatical faith. In theory, the rebellion of the four princes had ended long ago. Once Qiamin's rebellion was quelled, the seven kingdoms would regain their superficial unity. Thus, appeasing and roping in Crozai Yulun became the Iron Throne's top priority. Of course, if Crozai dared to rebel, Regent Kevin wouldn't mind killing him. Because the Green Pavilion Island fleet had already crossed the Summer Sea in the south of Dawn and returned to Green Pavilion Island, the Iron Throne had the ability to say to Yulun, if you don't agree, then kill me. If the negotiations between the two sides failed, Qiamin wouldn't return the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mandaya River and wouldn't give up on the river bend. The Green Pavilion Island fleet would immediately head north and cooperate with Haitink's Mandaya River fleet to attack Qiamin on the Shield Islands. To a certain extent, the Lion family's old dog Kevin had already cleaned up the mess left by Circe. He appointed Mester as the Hand of the King, the famous naval general Pixter Redwin as the Minister of Marine Affairs, and the famous Land General Randolph Tarley as the Minister of Law. At this moment, the Lion and Rose, the Western Region and River Bend, were unprecedentedly close to each other. Today, when Riverside, the Stormlands, and the Northern Region were crippled, this alliance was the strongest force in the Seven Kingdoms. The Arin Valley was gradually controlled by Littlefinger, but Littlefinger was never a threat, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms thought. Dawn was still stable, and there were no signs of rebellion. Prince Dalang also promised to send his niece to the Imperial Conference. In this way, as long as the marriage between Circe and Yulun was successful, the court of the Tommen dynasty would be stable. At that time, the Iron Throne would attack the church. The Great Sparrow put Margery and Circe on trial, trampling the glory of the two top families into the mud. He also usurped the power of the king. No matter who sat on the Iron Throne, they would be in conflict with the church and the Great Sparrow. And what Kevin and the others couldn't stand was that the Great Sparrow and Targaryen had joined forces. As long as the Iron Throne and Tyrmine's negotiations were successful, as long as Circe married Yulun, as long as Tyrmine swore loyalty to the Iron Throne again, the Iron Throne would immediately attack the church. The Great Sparrow wasn't stupid. He knew this. He also knew that as long as the church's armed forces were rebuilt, there would sooner or later be a conflict between theocracy and royalty. No matter what, he couldn't bridge the conflict between the church and Lannister and Tyrell. So, the Great Sparrow acted viciously and showed no mercy to Circe. So, when the Keisha member proposed the bad idea of mortgaging the church's bank, he accepted it without much consideration. He needed money to arm the church. If he didn't strengthen the church's power as soon as possible, when the King's Landing regained stability, the poor gathering and the children of war who lacked weapons and food would sooner or later be killed by the Iron Throne. Just like what Targaryen did to the church. So, the Great Sparrow attached great importance to the holy Megalosaurus becoming the Great Guardian of Light. He needed to use the influence of Megalosaurus to develop the church's power. That was obvious. Ever since the Black Dragon announced that he would accept the Great Sparrow's baptism and join the church, countless knights flocked to him, taking the initiative to convert to the seven gods and become the children of war. There were also countless nobles and good men and women who donated money and goods to the church. The Great Sparrow deeply felt the significance of Megalosaurus in West Eros. The true dragon was equivalent to the imperial seal of the country. So, the Great Sparrow urged the craftsmen to work day and night to build a black dragon statue next to the statue of the maiden inside the Holy Church and under the lectern outside the Holy Church. This evening, the statue was finally completed. The Great Sparrow led thousands of monks and nuns to kneel in front of the Great Guardian of Light and pray. The Great Sparrow was the spokesperson of the seven gods in the human world, so he didn't kneel. But the other monks and nuns were obviously lower in status than the seven gods' great guardian. Even the king had to kneel to the archbishop, so it was natural for ordinary monks to kneel to the great guardian. Thousands of people prayed, praying for the great guardian of light, the black dragon, to bless the church and make it prosperous. Attention! They were praying to Big Black, not the seven gods. The problem was, Big Black was a demigod. A demigod could perceive and absorb the power of faith. If an ordinary demigod established a small church, even if 2,000 people prayed to him at the same time, it wouldn't increase the demigod's power of faith. Because the number of people was too small, and because the prayer time was too short. In this time of low magic and low martial arts, the power of faith, like magic, was extremely scarce. But the Church of the Seven Gods was a little special. It had existed for at least 8,000 years. First, it was the Andals on the Andaros Plains. Then, 6,000 years later, all of West Eros, except for the northern border, believed in the seven gods. Other things aside, 10 million people had believed in the seven gods for 6,000 years. The accumulated power of faith was even more terrifying than Christianity on Earth. Even in this magical world of ice and fire, it was the first in the world. That's right, the accumulated power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods surpassed that of the Red Gods. At this moment, the believers of the Red Gods naturally surpassed the Church of the Seven Gods. But 400 years ago, when Valeglia ruled the world, the Red Gods had been limited to the continents around the eastern Jade Sea. What was worse was that the Red God Lalo was crippled by the people of Valeglia and went into hiding for thousands of years. It was only in the last few hundred years that he became active. Therefore, the faith of the seven gods was the first in the world. The problem was that the seven gods were only the seven spirits, the seven forms of humans, and the seven forms corresponded to the seven virtues. But in the material world, the seven gods were nothing but 7 pieces of wood. The seven gods didn't even exist. The power of faith was nowhere to be used, until today. At this moment, Big Sparrow erected a statue of the Great Guardian of Light in the church, acknowledging Big Black's identity as the Great Guardian of Light below the seven gods. Big Black became the only god of the Church of the Seven Gods, and also the only master. Even if Big Sparrow and the church didn't think so, they thought that the Great Guardian of Light was just the Seven Gods' mount, fighter, pet. Previously, Big Black had divinity and magic, but it didn't have the power of faith, so it couldn't be considered a real demigod. At this moment, the power of faith was surging towards it. Subconsciously, it operated the nine-colored vortex, intending to digest this sudden natural magic. It was just like how it absorbed the free magic factors from heaven and earth during its daily cultivation. Then, Big Black realized that with its retarded intelligence, it wasn't enough to deal with this extraordinary power. Well, it was too young, and it was still a baby dragon. So, it found its mother. Big Black took the initiative to talk to Danny. The next moment, Danny's soul entered Big Black's spirit ocean, and she became the pilot of the Black Dragon Great Guardian of Light Gundam. The souls of a human and a dragon merged into one, and the human soul was the dragon soul. Danny replaced Big Black to deal with the complicated information and huge power. The maiden dances in the air, existing in the sadness of lovers, holding the torch high against the sun, bringing freedom and igniting heaven. The seven gods created us, listening to our prayers all the time. Close your eyes, no more troubles, the gods take care of you, little child. Then, Danny heard the thousands of priests led by Big Sparrow singing devoutly. They used the song of the seven gods to praise the new great guardian of light. She even vaguely saw the figures of Big Sparrow and the cultivators. It was very blurry, like a TV with bad signal, and the screen was full of snowflakes. Even if she increased her power and increased the consumption of the power of faith, she couldn't see the scene on the other side clearly. She couldn't even see it clearly, let alone contact Big Sparrow. So, she couldn't respond to the prayers of the believers. This made Danny, who was in the god state, feel inexplicably irritated. She wanted to change this situation. Just like humans needed to breathe and fish needed water, the gods also needed believers and needed to establish a connection with their believers. This sudden feeling of need was very strange, like an instinct. The gods instinctively thirsted for believers. At this time, Danny entered the body of a god, and she had the instincts of a god. If John entered the body of a dog and saw the steaming hot fresh poop, he would definitely drool. This was a dog's instinct. Danny didn't understand this. She was still trying to do something that only a true god could barely do with a mortal body. Yes, a demigod couldn't directly respond to believers. The consumption was too great, and the power of faith alone wasn't enough. They often used the extra power obtained from the sacrifices of believers to give believers prophecies, divine power, and spells. If a true god was in the material world, they could easily communicate with their believers. Unfortunately, they were in the astral world. The astral world was in a high-energy dimension. To cross the energy level difference between the astral world and the material world, a true god needed to consume a lot of divine power. Megalosaurus could be used as a bridge to build a springboard between the two energy levels, thus reducing the consumption of power. Therefore, in the age of chaos when Megalosaurus was extinct, true gods hardly responded to ordinary believers. When Danny hatched a dragon, not only Lalo immediately became active, but Inami and the storm god also began to show their miracles. Well, I digressed. Under normal circumstances, Danny and Blackie weren't true gods. She couldn't contact the Big Sparrow, and it was very rare to see a vague phantom, mainly because the power of faith accumulated by the Church of Seven Gods was too strong. She should give up trying, and then work hard to study the knowledge of the gods. Maybe she could create a blood sacrifice technique. Let the Big Sparrow sacrifice to the Great Guardian of Light. Using the power of blood sacrifice, Blackie, like the demigods like the Black Goat, crossed the true god barrier and established a temporary connection with the Big Sparrow. Well, 99% of the demigods used blood sacrifice. This was also the reason why the blood sacrifice technique was popular in the world. Other than blood sacrifice, other sacrifices could also be used. For example, Reese's goddess of lust could offer sacrifices to the goddess by lying down in the garden of lust. Danny could end this believer response, then find Kuei-shi and ask her to help Blackie compile a sacrifice to burn sacrifices. Then, she would teach the Big Sparrow the sacrifice that was exclusive to Blackie. The next time she prayed, The big sparrow would burn a few people and be able to contact Blackie. But the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. She had heard the song of wind of the Door God. The Door God didn't give a man a fish, but taught a man how to fish. He didn't give his song of wind to Dani, but taught her how to sing her own song of wind. In a hurry, Dani unconsciously entered the state of epiphany of the song of wind, integrating her thoughts into the wind. The next moment, her eyes and ears followed the wind, crossed thousands of miles, saw, heard, and came to the great cathedral of Bela. Chapter 465. Your Majesty is wise. Bu Tian had a look of appreciation on his face as he stroked his beard. There are many types of spirituality. There are yin and yang, which are different from the living and the dead. There are also type A, B, and C spirituality, which are different from the various functions of the human body. If genes are the appearance of various bloodlines, then spirituality is the appearance of various soul laws. Yes, it can be said that spirituality is the genes of the soul. Unfortunately, the barren lens function is not as strong as yours. Over the years, the Undead Association has only analyzed type A and B spirituality, and type B spirituality represents the vitality of the organs. Type A, which represents the will of the spirit, is currently the main research project, and type B spirituality is the future direction. Type B spirituality, what does it mean? Black girl Larissa asked. Little girl, do you understand? Bu Tian asked curiously. More or less. Larissa's face was slightly red. Dragon Queen, Kue Shi, Bu Tian, and Yimont were all looking at her. She was a little nervous as she licked her thick lips and said, I've recently observed spirituality. Although the theory of comparing spirituality to the genes of the soul is strange, it seems to be quite logical. At least, that's what I think. Even a knowledgeable old scholar like Yimont was confused. Black girl, an apprentice, actually said more or less. The Baron Elder was very surprised. Little girl, you are very talented, he praised. Larissa's talent is not bad. She accidentally lit a glass candle. After that, she caught up and became the fire wizard who has the most grand wizard inheritances in the wizard group. Dani nodded. You taught the grand wizard inheritances to others? Bu Cheng was shocked. Dani shook her head and said, the requirements for the grand wizard inheritances are too high. I taught the most talented Larissa step by step, but she could only condense a single color vortex. The other wizards could only condense flames. They couldn't even condense a vortex. The perfect Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation was a 9-color vortex. Larissa's Meditation Foundation was a blue flame vortex, which only had one color. She was indeed outstanding among ordinary people, but in Valeglia's Wizard Council, Black Girl was barely qualified. This is also very rare. As my understanding of spells increases, my meditation technique can also evolve. Bo Cheng looked at Blackie and said, you have received the most orthodox inheritance of fire witchcraft. If you work hard, your future will be limitless. The old man wasn't being polite. In terms of potential, his own meditation technique was not as good as Blackie's. In other words, if Haimai diligently and painstakingly cultivated for a few decades, she would most likely surpass him. He was the president of the Undead Association. Wasn't surpassing him a great future? Thank you for your encouragement, Master. I will work harder. Blackie clenched her fist. Bu Tian nodded and began to answer Haimai's previous question, regarding activity, the two simplest examples. If a gecko's tail is broken, it can grow back. If a human's hand is broken, it can never grow back. Some flesh wounds would not leave any scars after they were healed, but some flesh wounds would leave large and obvious scars. After hundreds of years of research, we discovered that a certain type of yang-type spirit substance can affect the activity of limbs. In other words, it was a type B spiritual quality. After a gecko's tail is broken, the type B spiritual quality in the amputated limb is abnormally active. If this type of spiritual quality is taken away every day, the gecko will not be able to regrow its tail. In humans, when there are no injuries, the type B spiritual quality is almost undetectable. When there are injuries, a large amount of type B spiritual quality will appear out of thin air. Of course, The large amount here is only compared to normal humans. It is completely incomparable to geckos. Similarly, if the type B spiritual quality is taken away, the healing speed of the wound will not only slow down, but it will also leave a terrible scar like a mouth. If we replenish the type B spiritual quality in the injured area, can humans regrow their limbs? Danny asked. Yimont frowned and said, Your Majesty, I have never heard of any magic that can regrow limbs. Sigh, Lalo can even resurrect the dead. Regrowing limbs is nothing. Moreover, there was no healing magic before. Can't we create it now? Danny waved her hand. Master Bu Tian, can you give the type B spiritual quality to the amputated limb? Yimont turned his gaze to the old man. We can't. If necromancers can extract the type B spiritual quality, why can't they give it to patients? Extract the spiritual quality from geckos and give it to humans? Larissa asked. Bu Tian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black eyes were filled with helplessness. The Necromancer Association has existed for more than 10,000 years. We have been trying, but we have never found a magic that can give spiritual quality. Extracting the young spirit is like killing people. Killing people is already difficult, but creating people out of thin air is almost impossible. Of course, we have not given up hope. We have not stopped trying. The path of truth has always been difficult. If this generation can't do it, then the next generation will. If 10,000 years can't do it, then 100,000 years. Gradually, the old man's expression returned to calmness with a hint of determination. Danny looked at the old man with admiration and sighed. The Necromancer Association of Wasteland has been improving and developing. Compared to it, the City of Knowledge of the Westeros is too useless. For thousands of years, it has been mediocre and has been walking on the same spot. City of Knowledge? Bu Tian was stunned and shook his head. Our goal is different from the City of Knowledge. Scholars want to change the world. Our goal has always been simple. Longevity. It would be best if we could live for 10,000 years like the Celestial Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Ah! Danny's mouth twitched. This Master of Wasteland was really honest. Bu Tian continued, Scholars study everything. Even the Necromancer Association has caught a few scholar spies. For thousands of years, we have only studied yin and yang spirits. Scholars are knowledgeable but not proficient. Every scholar has a long chain and can do almost anything. We specialize in necromancy. Many people can't even tell us the history of the Wasteland dynasty. They know nothing about astrology. We can't say that the City of Knowledge is useless. It's just that everyone has their own strength. Your Majesty, the key now is to research a cure for the grayscale disease, Yimont reminded. Danny was stunned and laughed. Master Bu Tian's theory of spiritual quality fascinated me. I almost forgot about the important matter. Can we repeat the experiment from before? What experiment? Yimont asked. Danny pointed at the Wasteland Wizard's right hand that was hanging by his side. The pale index finger of the dead had returned to normal. Shouldn't the important matter be researching the grayscale disease? Yimont sighed helplessly. Let's figure out the human young spirit and the heavenly young spirit first. Otherwise, how can we research the grayscale disease? Danny said with conviction. Sure. Bu Tian nodded nonchalantly. After Bu Tian's guidance, Danny finally found the so-called A-type spiritual quality. It was very unscientific and very magical. When the blood was still in the human body, a type spiritual quality was one attribute. Once the blood left the body, a type spiritual quality would immediately change into another attribute. If we use scientific methods to research magic, it seems to be very promising. Danny felt very novel. At the same time, she was also inspired. In the past, when she used the spiritual bestowment skill, she did not even differentiate between yin and yang spirits. She directly transformed them into the most primitive spiritual quality. If she could subdivide the spiritual quality, or if she could transform the most primitive spiritual quality into a special spiritual quality. If she did not need to enter the sea of consciousness of others, she could bestow a spiritual quality to them. Then, Would her spiritual bestowment become a brainwashing technique that could erase a person's willpower, a steadfast will spell, a type, a healing spell, B-type, or even thousands of other magical techniques? Maybe, the spiritual bestowment skill can evolve into a type of magic, just like the fire mags who practice fire witchcraft. In the next few days, Danny's work suddenly became unusually busy. First, with the daily epidemic inspection in Astapor and Myrene, the grayscale disease was discovered one after another. Astapor was slightly better. 7 more cases were discovered. Those who were infected were all brothel patrons, and almost all of them were sea merchants. In the whole of Astapor, there were no civilians who were infected. To put it bluntly, the Passion Garden was like a banquet. Even if one did not eat or drink, and only looked for the most inferior red saintess to hold hands with, one would still have to spend at least 2 silver coins. How could ordinary people be qualified to go? Myrene found 39 cases, and the total number of infected people was slightly more than 100. If the grayscale disease was thrown into a well, as long as it did not cause the grayscale disease, the harm was actually not great. In other words, if one did not have direct contact with the affected area, the grayscale disease would not spread easily. At this time, there were thousands of grayscale disease patients in the Sad Hill. In the past 2,000 years, the Rhone River that flowed through the Sad Hill had sunk more than 100,000 stone people. There were so many villages on both sides of the river downstream that drank water from the river, and not many people were infected with the grayscale disease. The grayscale disease was similar to AIDS. It was terrible, but it did not spread without contact. The grey blight was similar to the influenza that had the effect of AIDS. It was terrible, but very easily spread. The main reason to prevent the grayscale disease was to prevent it from developing into a grey blight. In addition to patrolling the 3 cities and supervising the residents to check on the grayscale disease patients, Danny also went to the laboratory to research medicine to cure the grayscale disease with Kuei Shi and Bu Tian. Yes, special dragon excrement. Danny did not understand that dragon excrement could cure the grayscale disease. Bu Tian, on the other hand, explained. You can see the grayscale disease as a curse, similar to the extraordinary power of the sorcerers that radiates on ordinary people. If the radiation is classified, the grayscale disease comes from the residual power of the battle between the true god and the 300 Megalosaurus. Its radiation level must be at the highest level. Therefore, the medicine to cure the grayscale disease must also have the highest level of magic. The Megalosaurus is immune to the grayscale disease. The skin, flesh, bones, and blood of the Megalosaurus must be materials of the highest level. In the beginning, someone tried to bathe in dragon's blood to cure the grayscale disease. Now we know that even if he was not scalded to death by the dragon's blood, he would definitely fail. The type A yang spirit in the dragon's blood changed the dragon's blood from an antibody to a breeding ground for the virus. Since the flesh and blood of the Megalosaurus won't work, then, can we try dragon excrement? Dragon excrement is also a material of the highest level. Dragon excrement alone can only prevent the disease from worsening, but it cannot effectively kill the virus. Then, can we let the Megalosaurus swallow special herbs and poop out special, high-energy excrement, which can be taken orally and used externally to cure the grayscale disease? The Necromancy Association had been researching the grey blight for many years and had come up with a relatively mature theory. In summary, it could be summed up in 2 words: eating excrement. When he came over from Thunder Island, Bu Tian specially prepared a few £100 of precious magic materials to feed Big Black and poop out special dragon excrement. Won't your herbs spoil my dragon? Danny was somewhat unwilling. No, these herbs can even be eaten by humans. If you are worried, I will take a bite before feeding the dragon every time. Bu Tian promised solemnly. Danny reluctantly agreed and instructed Yimont to supervise. Bu Tian must take a bite and wait for an hour. If he didn't die and didn't have diarrhea, then the magic medicine could be mixed into the roasted meat and let Big Black swallow it. Since then, a strange cycle had been created. Bu Tian took a bite, Big Black ate a meal, Big Black ate a meal, pooped once, and then Tyrion ate a meal. The little devil was a volunteer for the medicine experiment. Chapter 466. Tyrion was really a volunteer. No one forced him. He had seen Shireen Byra and Theon before. Half of the little girl's face was covered with a layer of blue-grey grouper. It looked abnormally terrifying. If it only looked terrifying, Tyrion could barely accept it with his pants covering his thighs. However, the grayscale scar on Shireen's face also blocked his sense of touch. Simply put, although Shireen's grayscale disease was no longer spreading, half of her face was as numb as stone and had lost its sense of touch. Tyrion's infected part was more special. His inner thigh was pinched by Clinton, and then he was infected with the grayscale disease. Now, the grayscale disease was spreading upward. This, if the virus was not contained immediately, he would end up like little Aegon. Little Aegon was extremely miserable. That part of his body was infected directly. If the grayscale disease's treatment was the same as Shireen's, and the disease was cured but left with a blue-grey stone scar that lost its sense of touch, then Aegon, recently, little Aegon had been wetting his pillow with tears at night and drowning his sorrows in alcohol during the day. So bitter. However, little Aegon was not alone. Other than Tyrion, all the infected sea merchants and the Red Saintess of the Passion Garden shared his bitter fate. As Tyrion and his guests lived on the top 2 floors of the pyramid, and 3 infected people suddenly appeared on this floor, Dany quarantined them and made a laboratory. At this moment, in the laboratory, Bu Tien and Larissa were busy in front of the witch lens. Kuei was guarding the other end of the experiment table, watching over the steaming pot of blue-brown boiling liquid on the stove. Between the laboratory and the stairs outside the pyramid, there was a spacious hall. Little Aegon, Tyrion, and Ymont sat on a soft couch, waiting for Master Kuei's medicine. Could it be that the dwarf's penis is really magical? He was the one who used that method to pass the virus to us. Why is his penis fine, but we? Aegon stared at Tyrion's crotch with an unfriendly gaze. Tyrion clamped his legs and retracted his butt, shouting, "What are you looking at me for? Even if my second brother really has magical powers, you can't be envious." In fact, the little devil also suspected that his dick had magical powers. He was the general of Wildfire, the immediate superior of more than 50 fire mags. He had asked his subordinates, and all of them claimed that the gnome's lifeblood had a strange magic power and was most welcomed by the evil god. It was the best sacrifice for the evil god. Just 3 days ago, the skinny Pogba had secretly approached him and asked if the dwarf was selling his penis. Pogba wanted a magic amulet similar to Lisbon's. "The virus is spreading upwards and will reach you soon. Why don't you cut it off and sell it to me before it turns into stone?" This suggestion was not too rude. Patients with grayscale disease who felt that there was no hope of saving them would often cut off an intact part of their body as a souvenir. Illyrio, for instance, had sawed off the hands of his wife, Syrah, who was a sufferer of the Grey Plague. Tyrion told Pogba to get lost. "Even if I become a stone man, a male stone sculpture is still more powerful than a eunuch stone sculpture." Also, Tyrion remembered clearly that during the wildfire bomb incident, Clinton had touched him there a few times. It just so happened that the infected part was the inner thigh that he had pinched at the end. The Dragon Queen's magic research also proved that wizards with magic power had a stronger immunity. Ymont shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with magic. After one part of the body is infected, it will spread around that part and not give birth to another part of the body." Thinking about it carefully, his worries a few days ago were really laughable. He didn't know if Aegon and Tyrion could survive, and even if they did, they might not be able to preserve their male dignity. How could they fight among the true dragons and fight for the Iron Throne like that? Hearing the conversation outside the house, Kuei stuck her head out and glanced at Tyrion. As she stirred the soup ladle, a pinch of powder silently slipped from her sleeve. Then, the tall barbarian woman took the pot off the stove and poured the medicine into a bowl. Without blowing on it to cool it, she directly carried the steaming bowl of soup to 3-inch Nail and said calmly, "Tyrion, it's time to drink your medicine." "Ouch, it's so hot." Tyrion grimaced in pain. His hands and feet shrunk, and the blue-brown liquid in the bowl almost spilled out. "Drink it quickly. It won't have any effect if it cools," Kuei reminded. "This medicine is for treating illnesses. If it burns me to death, there's no need to treat the illness." Huff huff huff. The dwarf blew on the bowl for a while before raising his neck and downing half the bowl of bitter fecal juice. 3-inch nail burped a mixture of rotten eggs, rotten cabbage leaves, rotten organs, and other flavors. Tyrion rubbed his violently churning stomach and said doubtfully, "The dragon essence soup today seems to be a little strong. It was Master Bu Tian's medicine a few days ago. The effect is average." The medicine this time was prepared by Master Kuei Shi based on the 5 elements mutual restraint principle. "It's normal for it to feel different," old Ymont explained. Kuei Shi really took the 5 elements theory to heart. She believed that dragon feces belonged to the earth attribute and contained the fire attribute, which happened to counter the water attribute of the grayscale disease. After that, she also tested the medicine according to the 5 elements theory. It was an experiment anyway, and she was not the volunteer. Take it orally and apply it externally. With that, Kuei Shi left. Tyrion had already tried the medicine several times and was familiar with the process. He immediately turned around and hid behind the high-back chair. He spread his legs, took off his pants, and applied the remaining juice on the affected area. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, Tyrion's stomach made a series of muffled sounds, as if a volcano was erupting in his stomach. Ymont quickly stepped forward and took the bowl from Tyrion's hands. He helped him apply the inconvenient areas and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" "I don't know. Ouch, ouch, it's so hot, it hurts." Tyrion cried out with a grimace. Seeing his ferocious expression, Ymont stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you feel a lot of pain?" "I feel like I'm burning." "Don't stop. The pain makes me feel very comfortable," Tyrion urged. "Comfortable?" Ymont was stunned at first, then became extremely excited. He said, "Yes, this is a good thing. If you feel pain, it means that the medicine is effective. Master Kuei Shi really lives up to her reputation." In just a few days, she applied the 5 elements theory to the preparation of the dragon crystal soup. The key is that it's really effective. Tyrion felt the burning pain in his thigh and almost burst into tears. He rubbed his churning stomach and said emotionally, "I finally feel it again. The medicine this time is more effective than the ones Master Butian prepared before. I thought Master Kuei Shi was the same as Lisbon, who was stabbed to death by the mercenaries. I didn't expect her to be so good. The medicine she prepared is even better than the old wizard. Sigh, she really lives up to her title as the best of the younger generation." Clang! The sound of a jar breaking came from the laboratory. Ymont stretched his neck and poked his head towards the door. He saw that Kuei Shi was also looking at him. Her body was motionless, and her wooden mask was facing Tyrion. She did not even care about the broken jar at her feet. "Master Kuei Shi, Tyrion feels it. Your medicine is effective." Ymont thought that Kuei Shi was concerned about the effects of the medicine and reported happily, "Feel it." Kuei Shi's tone was strange, as if she was in disbelief, surprised. "Awoo!" Suddenly, Tyrion, who was sticking up his buttocks and applying medicine, howled. Without another word, he scrambled towards his bedroom. Gurgle! His stomach was rumbling like an ocean being overturned. "Awoo!" No. After running 7 or 8 steps, when he was still a few meters away from his bedroom door, Tyrion clamped his legs together and howled. He fell to the ground. Splash! It was like a sink that had its valve pulled out. Golden liquid flowed, and a foul smell filled the air. Ymont and Aegon covered their noses and wanted to vomit. "What's the matter?" Hearing Tyrion's howl, Clinton, Ashala, and the night duck came out of the room. 7 levels of hell. "Little devil, what are you doing?" Everyone's faces contorted as they cried out in shock. Then, they collectively vomited. Tyrion crawled on the ground and let the warm liquid slide out from between his legs. Woo woo woo. He did not dare to raise his head, and could only press his face to the ground and cry. "Tsk tsk splash." The smoky sound was still ringing out. "That's more like it." Kuei Shi muttered softly, walked lightly to the door of the laboratory and closed it tightly. "Mitch, I told you, don't call me number 1 of the younger generation." At noon, Dragon Queen rode her dragon back from the ironworks outside the city and heard the news that Tyrion had fainted. "Is he still breathing?" Even Danny was shocked when she saw the little demon lying on the bed with his skin so pale that it was almost transparent. Maybe. Old Yamont's expression was very uncertain. Soon, he said excitedly and nervously, but, Master Kuei, she seems to have developed an antidote for the grayscale disease. The little devil really felt it after using it. But, the side effects are a little scary. Effective? Since it's effective, then a small matter like diarrhea is not a problem, Danny said happily. That's not a problem. Tyrion fainted in a pile of feces. He fainted, but he's still having diarrhea. He's even bleeding. Aegon said in horror. That bad? Danny turned her gaze to Kuei. He's not dead yet. This is detoxification, very reasonable. The Shadowbind said calmly. Since the expert said so, Aegon and Clinton could not refute. After leaving Tyrion's bedroom, Danny also faintly smelled a strange smell in the hall. She quickly walked up the stone steps, and the air became fresh and cheerful again. The ironworks are built. Tobu Mart promised me that the new ironworks can forge steel of the same grade as Korha's fine iron. Danny did not look very happy. As she walked, she said to Kuei, but I don't only need ordinary steel. I want to smelt tile steel, or at least recast it. The problem now is that in the incantation Tobu gave me, a very important step is the blood sacrifice of the demon god. And the demon god in the incantation is the Korha black goat. I can't accept this. Korha is also known as the City of Magicians. Blood magic and necromancy are very popular there. Blood sacrifice of the demon god is natural. Kuei, she said matter-of-factly. I don't want blood sacrifice. Danny said. You kill people too, don't you? Since you can kill people, why are you so against blood sacrifice? You should give as much as you get. You want to use the demon god's power, so you should sacrifice yourself to the demon god. Kuei, she explained. No, killing people is law enforcement, upholding justice. Blood sacrifice of humans is blasphemy to humans. It's the greatest evil in the world. Danny said. Ha ha, upholding justice. Kuei, she laughed mockingly. Danny smiled proudly. At this moment, she had the calmness and pride of Hong Qigong when he faced Qiu Qianren. So far, I haven't killed a person unjustly. But your Count Shattered Shackles has bones under his feet, and blood flows like a river. He's also doing it for justice, but his methods are a bit harsh. Dragon Queen's tone was not so confident. Kuei, she laughed lightly and skipped over the matter. Actually, you're riding a donkey looking for a donkey. Sacrificing the demon god is to borrow the demon god's power. When you're a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the demon god? Chapter 467. If you are a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the evil god? Kuei, she looked at Dragon Queen meaningfully. Danny immediately understood what she meant. She muttered, Blackie can be considered a demigod. I have some understanding of the path of gods recently. Priesthoods cannot be easily promised. Most of the gods who accept sacrifices are of the dark attribute, including Lalo, who is known as the King of Light. I don't want Blackie to become the evil dragon god. Ever since she accidentally connected to the faith pool of the seven gods, Danny tried to enter the dragon spirit state almost every day to communicate with the believers who prayed to the seven gods. But she was not as reckless as the first time and called out the other party's name. She just maintained a superior attitude, observed the believers, and tried to listen to the hearts of the believers. At this time, she gave herself a very clear position as a god trainee. Danny was not illiterate. She knew the principle of read more if you don't know. She knew nothing about the path of gods before, so she would naturally look for information related to gods. In terms of dealing with believers, gods must be reserved, must be superior, and must have the dignity of a god. Otherwise, if the believers saw a sloppy god, their faith would collapse. In other words, gods were like idols. They must have the burden of being an idol, so that the believers would be like brainless fans and give you rockets. If a fan finally saw their idol, but saw a Princess Xiao Biluo picking her nose, it would be strange if they did not lose their fans. After a few days of personal experimentation and research, Danny was sure that she understood most of the secrets of gods. Gods equals idols, believers equals fans, faith power equals fan economy, gods power equals total amount of money contributed by fans, gods responding to believers equals interaction between idols and fans, church equals fan organization, church name equals fan organization's name, pope equals fan organization's number, 1 fan organization, believers praying equals fan support, church recruiting believers equals fan recruitment, church armed equals fan control group on the internet, enemies of religion such as Stannis in the Seven Gods, equals unscrupulous anti-fans, religious war equals 2 idol fan groups fighting each other. The most important thing was god priesthoods equals idols, personas set up by fans and financial companies. In modern Earth, personas were almost useless except for attracting fans. However, in this fantasy world where there were gods, the character settings, clergy, could bestow the gods with special faith skills. There was something wrong with Dahei's persona at this time. He was the great guardian of light. To the 7 gods, the great guardian was like to Bao Qingtian in Duke Bao's temple. It was equivalent to the 7 gods' church's red flower double rod. Even though Big Black could freely use all the power of faith that belonged to the 7 gods, the abilities that his guardhood granted him were only spitting fire and biting. Well, Dany had tried it before. After Dahei absorbed the power of faith, the magic power in the Megalosaurus could combine with the power of faith to form divine power, demigod divine power. The divine power would increase the power level of the dragon flame. First, the temperature rose. After using divine power, Blackie could almost do what Balerion could only do when he was an adult, melt steel with dragon flames. Secondly, the durability of the dragon flame had almost doubled. In the end, the color of the dragon flames changed from the blood-red color that was emitting black smoke and the smell of sulfur to a golden-red color that was suffused with golden light. The smell of sulfur was strangely gone. Now Dahei really did look a little like the holy Megalosaurus. Simply put, the Great Sparrow and the 7 gods gave Dahei the persona of the Megalosaurus guardian who could spit fire and bite people, and then Dahei had such a guardhood. Then, the divine power under this guardhood strengthened Dahei's ability to spit fire and bite people. If the power of faith was not extracted, Dahei's combat power would immediately be reduced to its original level. The dragon flames were blood-red, emitted black smoke, and had a choking smell of sulfur. In the end, power could not appear out of thin air. The power of faith was also a kind of extraordinary energy. Using this energy, the gods could transcend the mortal world. For example, the red-robed Melisandre, she had been a demigod for a long time, but she had no power of faith at all. On the contrary, she had to provide faith to Lalo. Therefore, she was a demigod in name only. Another example was the immortals in the Temple of Immortality. Once upon a time when the magic tide was strong and vigorous, the male sorcerers had real power. They were famous in queers, feared by everyone, and the power of faith was like a tide. Therefore, the immortals were extremely powerful. They imprisoned the fragments of time and created a fake divine realm, the Temple of Immortality. In the Age of Chaos, the male sorcerers lost their power. The immortals became liars in the hearts of the people of queers, and the Temple of Immortality became the Temple of Dust in people's mouth. Without faith, the immortals lost their divine power and were tragically burned to death by the 4-month-old Dahei's dragon flames. Dahei got lucky and suddenly became the only successor of the 7 gods, inheriting the faith pool that the 7 gods' church had accumulated for thousands of years. Because of this, Dany did not want Dahei's persona to collapse. Dahei could inherit the billions of assets of the 7 gods' church because he had the persona of the great guardian of light given to him by the believers of the 7 gods. If Dahei accepted the blood sacrifice and became an evil god, the collapse of his persona was comparable to that of Edison Ge and Marta Lowe. The Dragon Queen came from the modern world. She was like the agent of the idle trainee Dahei and could not destroy his excellent persona. The persona of the Great Guardian was not very outstanding, but it was better than the persona of a foodie. Well, the gods of this world were foodies. They ate human flesh, drank human blood, and absorbed human souls, which was the evil god's blood sacrifice. After lunch, the queen studied on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. She put down the scroll in her hand and shook her head. No, without the blood sacrifice, there is no way to recast steel. According to this blood witchcraft spell, I am 100% sure that the blood sacrifice is not only in exchange for the power of the black goat, but also a necessary condition for smelting steel. For a simple example, when the people of Koa smelt steel from iron ore, they need charcoal and blood sacrifice for the black goat. When you smelt primary steel in Slave Bay, you don't need a blood sacrifice, but you still need charcoal. Charcoal is a necessary condition for forging steel. The people of Valeglia were originally proficient in blood witchcraft. When they invented the steel forging technology, blood was a necessary condition. The scroll in Kuei-shi's hand was given to her by Danny. On it was the steel smelting spell written by the blacksmith, Butto. The shadow-binding knight first confirmed the authenticity of the spell. Originally, Danny planned to use this spell to try to recast a steel sword. However, the process of forging required a blood sacrifice for the black goat. She came up with a plan. After melting the steel statue and dealing with the first wave of the Allies' attack, she would raid the Koa Black Goat Temple and feed Little White with the evil black goat. Why would she offer a blood sacrifice to him now? The process of testing the spell was not carried out. Until now, she was not sure if the blacksmith was lying. Can it be improved? Danny asked. Of course. Kuei-shi nodded without hesitation. Do you know about dragon steel? She asked. It seems that in the legend of the Long Night, dragon steel is a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts, Danny said thoughtfully. 8,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia were still herding goats in some mountain village, there was already a magical steel similar to steel in the world, which is dragon steel, Kuei-shi said. I doubt that. Danny shook her head. Maybe dragon steel can kill deviant ghosts. Maybe dragon steel has the same anti-magic effect as steel. However, dragon steel is definitely not as immortal as steel. Otherwise, it would not be so hard to find even a single piece of dragon steel today. With Danny's identity and status, if she had never seen a dragon steel weapon, it was likely that it did not exist in the world. It was rotten. Maybe. Kuei-shi did not refute. She only emphasized, dragon steel and steel have similar functions, but different forging methods. This means that different forging methods can create the same steel. Maybe it's the same for steel. You can find a way that does not require a blood sacrifice. Me. Danny was speechless. I'm counting on you. I can help you change the spell from sacrificing the black goat to sacrificing Black Diamond. Black Diamond is the real name of your black dragon, right? Now that I think about it, Black Diamond seems a bit low, Danny said awkwardly. Kuei-shi did not comment and continued, the black goat is called Death. Its divine power is not compatible with blacksmithing. Your black dragon is the opposite. The fire magic of Megalosaurus is almost tailor-made for forging. Danny said thoughtfully, when the people of Valeglia forged steel, they probably sacrificed Belerion. Kuei-shi said, do you want to change it? I'm very busy. I still have to make medicine for General Wildfire. Drink medicine? Didn't you see? He didn't even feel anything. He fainted from exhaustion. Danny widened her eyes. I know in my heart that he won't die. Maybe he'll get used to it after a while. Kuei-shi's voice was emotionless. Danny scratched the back of her head and sighed. I'll change the blood sacrifice spell you taught me. It's very complicated. There was obvious reluctance in Kuei-shi's voice. I'm very smart. I have time to learn slowly. In general, there were 3 parts to the reforging steel spell. First, summon the dark evil god Black Goat to obtain a high level of divine power. Second, use the witchcraft to make the divine power work. Third, use the blacksmith skills passed down by Valeglia to blood forge the steel. Danny now needed to change 2 parts. Replace the black goat with Blackie, which was the easiest. Remove the blood forge or change it to animal blood, so that Blackie's image as the holy Megalosaurus would not be tarnished. A few days later, Kuei-shi and Bo Tian continued to improve the dragon soup. Blackie had to eat a lot of roast beef mixed with strange magic herbs every day. Tyrion drank medicine when he woke up, pooped when he finished, pooped when he fainted, and continued to drink when he woke up. The dwarf's eyes began to lose their light. His weight decreased day by day. Visible to the naked eye, the dwarf lost his shape and became a skeletal dwarf. For this, Fenny even asked for leave from the art troupe. She waited on the bed every day, fed the dwarf medicine, helped him wipe his body, changed his clothes. She had almost become Lady Caesar. Although the side effects were a little severe, the antidote for the grayscale disease was finally produced. Dragon Queen was relieved. After announcing the good news to the people of Slave Bay, she put all her energy into the descent of the 7 gods, which was related to Blackie's future. She wanted to help Blackie become a god. First, she had to help Blackie change from a temporary member of the 7 gods to a permanent member of the 7 gods. Well, if one day Sparrow and Danny had a falling out, or if Blackie's image collapsed. If Blackie's statue was smashed and the believers stopped praying to Blackie, then Blackie would be laid off. But no matter what, the Holy Mother would not be laid off, the Heavenly Father would not be laid off, and the girl would not be laid off. The 7 gods would never be laid off. Since Blackie could inherit the faith accumulated by the 7 gods for thousands of years, then could he also inherit the image and position of the 7 gods? This was not a fantasy. Chapter 468. It was Danny's hope to let Blackie take over and replace the 7 gods as the faith of the Church of the 7 gods. The hope was not slim. The 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Even if Blackie offended his superiors, there was no real power to punish him. Secondly, there was also the Church of the 7 gods in Slavers Bay. It was just that the time was too short. The quality and number of believers were far inferior to the West Eros, and there was almost no accumulation of faith. If Archbishop Danny found a way to let Blackie replace the 7 gods, she could immediately raise Blackie's position in the Church of the 7 gods in Slavers Bay. Finally, Blackie was not alone. A dragon was fighting, and he had a very powerful mother. If Mother Dragon wanted, she could easily take down the Church of the 7 gods in the West Eros. This was different from the Red God Church. Even the powerful red-robed witch could not control the Red God Church. Because Lalo was real, and the real boss of the church was always Lalo. As for the Great Sparrow, when there was no conflict of interest, he was a good friend of the Dragon Queen, and could help her torment Circe and the others. If there was a conflict between the two of them, the Dragon Queen would not hesitate to kill him. She would not feel the slightest bit of psychological burden. In the end, the Dragon Queen was never a true friend of the Great Sparrow. She was not even a believer of the 7 gods. Developing the Church of the 7 gods and taking up the position of Archbishop were purely political considerations. She needed the church to serve her Targaryen dynasty. So, when it came to her core interest, Blackie's future path to godhood, she could be ruthless to the Great Sparrow. If Danny declared that she did not want the Iron Throne and only wanted to enter the great cathedral of Baelor, even Lannister would sincerely applaud her. The believers of the 7 gods would not have any objections. They would even like the pious and merciful Pope of the Dragon King more. If she controlled the Church of the 7 gods, and there were no real 7 gods above her, then she could do whatever she wanted. The crux of the problem was that she did not know how to do it. How could she let her good son Blackie get the persona, clergy, of the 7 gods? Could she just announce to people that Blackie was the reincarnation of the 7 gods? Just like Jesus to God, the son of the 7 gods. This was too ridiculous. Even Danny herself couldn't believe it. How could she make the believers sincerely accept it? On this day, Whitey brought 2 people from the west, the big crab Eris Setiga and the 4th White Knight Garth Hyder. The Dragon Queen held an exceptionally grand banquet for them. Everyone with status in Astapor was invited. Even Kai Yuan's fat eunuch Beworth was dragged over by Blackie. In front of everyone, Danny gave a steel sword named Wave Cutter to Garth. Then Big Bear put on the white robe for him, and Bevis helped the new brother put on the white glazed armor. The initiation ceremony was officially completed. Big Crab did not receive the tile steel sword. He was only given the title of knight by the Queen and the position of Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet. This could be considered a high position and authority. But when he saw the 3 white knights standing side by side behind the Queen, he actually had the urge to join them. At least he could always be by the Queen's side. Little Aegon held a cup of orange wine and walked to Big Crab in high spirits. He introduced himself, Sir Setiga, I am Aegon, Aegon Targaryen, Thunder Lizard. Tyrion had diarrhea every day, but the grey spots on his legs were disappearing day by day. It was obvious that a mature antidote for the grayscale disease would be developed soon. Aegon saw hope again. Tonight, his clothes were especially luxurious. He wore a grass-green velvet jacket, a wide dragon head belt inlaid with amethyst scales around his waist, shiny slim leather pants, soft deerskin high boots, and a three-headed dragon hairband forged in gold on his forehead, which complemented his silver hair. He was almost the most eye-catching young man at the banquet. "Greetings, Your Highness." Big Crab looked at the young man in front of him suspiciously. He indeed had the Targaryen's trademark silver hair and purple eyes, and his temperament was not bad. However, everyone knew that Aegon had been thrown to death by Tywin long ago. Was this kid really not a liar? I heard that he was rebellious and wanted to marry my aunt. Even with the endorsements of Clinton, Ashara, and the Dragon Queen, Big Crab still felt that little Aegon was worthy of suspicion. In fact, eight-clawed spiders are not to be trusted had almost become a proverb among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Aegon gently swirled the light yellow brandy in his cup and said meaningfully, "My aunt Dany Rise promised that she would help me fight for the Iron Throne. I know. She also told me that she would leave the opportunity to kill the King of Strange Ghosts to you." Big Crab's attitude was polite, but he did not give a special response. This was not what Aegon expected. He felt that the meaning of his words was already very clear. Settiger should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne, and he was the first heir to the Iron Throne. Should the eldest son of the Count not show his loyalty to him? He could not help but frown. "My aunt has 5 dragons, and she also promised to let me tame Blackie. Not to mention, she will soon be able to forge thousands of tile swords. With dragons and tile swords, killing the King of Strange Ghosts will not be difficult." Aegon twisted his neck that was tightly gripped by his collar and emphasized, "I will be the king of the Andals, Loinar, and the First Folk. Sir, I need the loyalty of Settiger and Crab Island. Tame the Black Dragon?" Big Crab looked at Aegon with a strange gaze. "My father, brother, and I have already pledged our loyalty to the Targaryens." "I said, Settiger should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne," Aegon whispered. "What do you want? For Settiger's fleet to escort you to the Great Wall?" "Why would I go to the Great Wall?" Aegon was puzzled. "If you do not kill the King of Strange Ghosts, how will you ascend to the Iron Throne?" Big Crab retorted. Aegon choked and said somewhat angrily, "The oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king was made by my aunt. It has nothing to do with me. You want the Queen to break the oath? I'm afraid that's impossible." Suddenly, Big Crab looked at Aegon with a gaze that was 3 parts suspicion turned into 4 parts contempt. Aegon looked around in annoyance. There were indeed many people looking over, but they all politely kept a distance to give them space to talk. "Sir, I'll be frank. My aunt owns Slave Bay, but I'm not stupid. I know that she is young and will have children in the future. Slave Bay will not belong to me. Because of the oath, she can't even help me. So, I need strength to fight for the Iron Throne myself. Besides, my right of inheritance is before Dany Rise, and she has also acknowledged this. Why don't the Targaryen forces of the 7 Kingdoms pledge their loyalty to me? Help me restore my kingdom? Your Highness, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." Big Crab rejected him directly. "Why? I'm now the Commander-in-Chief of Slave Bay's First Fleet. I've already pledged my loyalty to the Queen." Aegon glared at Big Crab and left unwillingly. After the White Knight's coronation ceremony was completed, Aegon pulled the excited Grey Iron Garth to the side. "Your Highness, why are you looking for me?" Garth Hyder was still immersed in the great glory of being crowned a White Knight by the Queen. He had the happiness of walking the path of his granduncle, White Bull Geralt, and was very excited. "Sir Garth, one day I will return to the Westeros. Can the Hyder family provide me with some help?" Aegon asked directly. "No." The excitement on Garth's face gradually disappeared, and he said directly, "Your Highness, you should understand that even Targaryens are divided into factions. It's obvious that Hyder already belongs to the Queen's faction. Instead of looking for me, a White Knight who has left the Hyder family, why don't you ask Her Majesty the Queen? Her will is the direction of the Hyder family's actions. She asked us to help you. Even if you don't come to me, we will do our best and sacrifice our lives. You. Aegon's face was red with anger. Garth should not have said it so clearly, but his identity had changed. He had changed from the second son of the Hyder family to a white knight who was only loyal to the queen. He had to be loyal to the members of the royal family. He could not lie, and he could not be perfunctory like Big Crab. After Garth left, the little demon staggered to Aegon, who was sulking alone, and said in a low voice, "What are you thinking about? Now you're eating your aunt's food, drinking her wine, wearing her beautiful clothes, and secretly stealing from her." The little demon's cheeks were sunken, and his sallow skin was almost sticking to his skull. His eye sockets were deep and large, like two dim candles in his skull. His body was also very thin. The yellow mandarin jacket that had been perfectly ironed a few days ago was now like a sack on a wooden stake. Tyrion did not want to come out and join the party. He had not recovered from his illness and only wanted to rest in bed. But the Dragon Queen wanted him to come out and be an example to prove that the antidote for the grayscale disease had been developed, so that the people of the city could be completely at ease. So Tyrion wore a yellow mandarin jacket and short boxers. He could roll up his trousers and let everyone see his thighs that were gradually disappearing. Yes, he had already displayed his thighs to many guests like an exhibit. "I'm not stealing from her. She promised to support me in my ascension to the Iron Throne. Hyder and Settiga will have to pledge their loyalty to me sooner or later. Moreover, I know my aunt's character. She's amiable and magnanimous. She's strict with me but not harsh. If she was a suspicious ruler like my grandfather, I promise that I'll be more obedient than a quail right now." Aegon said. "Perhaps." Tyrion shrugged. "But she also said that no matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Dragonstone Island will be her fief." Aegon nodded. "Of course. The Stormlands, Hadjen, and the Northern Territory no longer have a master. Hyting, Tyrell, and Lannister in the Western Territory may fall, or even two. In the future, the Seven Kingdoms will have a lot of empty territories. As long as her descendants swear eternal loyalty to me, not to mention Dragonstone Island, even one or two territories won't be much." "You're generous." Tyrion stared at him and mocked. Aegon raised his head and looked down at the dwarf proudly. "Little devil, if you can show enough talent, perhaps I can also generously give Casterly Rock City to you. Sorry, I'm now a subject of the Dragon Queen, although I don't like the position of Wildfire General." Tyrion shook his head and refused. Seeing that Aegon was about to get angry, he immediately added, "Little prince, you don't understand what I mean. A vassal's vassal is not a king's vassal. Even if the Dragon Queen's descendants swear loyalty to you, we're still her subjects." "I know, but I can't do anything about it. I need my own power. I can't always freeload at my aunt's house." Aegon suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "Your aunt is too strong. At most, she can be your partner. She can't be your subordinate. Her vassals are naturally not your subordinates. But you still have a relative. He has power, but he's not strong. Especially if you have an auntie who can suppress the world. Using your aunt's power to intimidate and subdue him." Tyrion shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "Who is it?" Aegon asked anxiously. At this moment, an Unsullied quickly walked into the garden and knelt down on one knee in front of Dany. "Your Majesty, there's a ship that didn't listen to advice and broke into the dock. The leader calls himself Sir Quentyn Martell." "Ah, he came before I even said anything." Tyrion was stunned. Chapter 469. "Sir Martell?" The Dragon Queen was stunned and said uncertainly, "Dawn Martell? He's a Westerner, but I'm not sure if he's from the Dawn Martell family." The Unsullied replied, "It's most likely him. How did he find Slaver's Bay?" Old Ymont asked. Beside the old man, Larissa's eyes flashed. Her thick lips moved a few times as she whispered, "No matter what the reason is, you should bring him here immediately." Ymont nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty, you can bring him here first." The Unsullied interrupted him. "Scholar, the ship is infected with a disease, the Grey Plague." "Ah!" Silence filled the room. Everyone exclaimed, "Grey Plague!" Larissa's face turned pale. "Has it been quarantined?" Dany's expression turned serious. How far is the ship from the dock? At least 5 kilometers. Danny let out a sigh of relief. The Unsullied continued. The ship was discovered by a patrol 3 kilometers away. Sir Martell didn't wait for us to board the ship and warned us. Then the patrol began to force the ship away from the dock. Is Sir Martell infected? Larissa asked anxiously. The Unsullied looked strangely at the wizard apprentice who kept interrupting and nodded. He's infected. No one on the ship escaped. 7 gods above. There was another exclamation in the garden. Everyone, please continue. I'll go to the beach to take a look. Danny didn't dismiss the guests and didn't even go back to her room to change her clothes. She found Blackie, who was napping on the wall, and flew towards the dock. Tyrion and Aegon looked at each other and said, "Your relatives seem to be more unlucky than us." "No, they're very lucky." Aegon didn't agree. He shook his head and said, "Master Kuei, she just happened to develop an antidote for the grayscale disease. The Grey Plague isn't the same as the grayscale disease. Once discovered, they'll be killed and burned. Even the prince is no exception, let alone Sir Dawn. Now that the antidote for grayscale disease has been developed, it can be considered as saving their lives." Tyrion glanced at the young prince in surprise. As long as the Iron Throne was not involved, this young man was rather intelligent and rational. Aegon's voice was not soft, and the people who heard it calmed down from their panic. Even Kuei Shi, who was sitting under the persimmon tree in the corner, looked over when she heard her name. Tyrion noticed her and smiled flatteringly at the shadow-binding knight's red mask. He praised loudly, "Yes, Master Kuei Shi is the #1 among the younger generation." "What first person?" a customer asked curiously. As they asked, they stole glances at the blue-robed, wooden-masked mage in the corner. Kuei Shi, however, took a step back. From the light, she disappeared into the shadows of the branches. When Tyrion saw this, he thought that the reticent and solitary Asher witches were being shy again. Truly capable masters were always so humble and low-key. The dwarf could not help but sigh in his heart. He also made a decision. In order to repay the witch for saving his life, he had to do his best to help her become famous. Previously, only the Transcendents knew that Kuei Shi was the #1 shadow-binding knight among the younger generation. After tonight, he would let the whole of Astapor know of Master Kuei Shi's status in the Transcendents world, the #1 among the younger generation in the East. There is a legend in the Transcendents world, Fire Mage Lisbon of the West, shadow-binding knight Kuei Shi of the East. Lisbon is famous in Volantis and is recognized as the #1 in the Transcendents younger generation in the Western continent. Although Master Kuei Shi and Lisbon are both #1 in the East and West, I swear that her strength is a notch above Lisbon's. How eloquent was the little demon's mouth. She was eloquent and eloquent. She explained Kuei Shi's identity as the #1 in the Transcendents younger generation in a reasonable and detailed manner. Hearing this, the crowd let out exclamations of "ah" and "oh" from time to time. They even forgot about the grayscale disease ship outside the dock. Finally, Kuei Shi could not take it anymore. She took a few steps forward and said emotionlessly, "General Wildfire, it's time to drink your medicine." "It's time to drink my medicine?" Tyrion was stunned. He stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said to the crowd, Look, Master Kuei Shi is so dedicated. She remembers my illness every moment. She's indeed the #1 among the younger generation." Yes, Master Kuei Shi is the #1 among the younger generation." Thinking about the grayscale disease ship floating on the sea and the possibility of an epidemic in Astapor, and thinking about Master Kuei Shi's antidote for the grayscale disease, everyone praised her sincerely. The sea breeze brushed past the garden and tugged at everyone's robes. Tyrion rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see Master Kuei Shi's body trembling slightly. Could she be too excited? I'm helping her advertise. She'll definitely be more attentive in brewing my medicine, right? Tyrion followed Kuei Shi down the stairs with anticipation. It was a 30-meter-long sailboat. The bow of the ship was a mermaid with milky white paint peeling off. The mermaid. 4 longships with true dragon banners stood around it. Ballistas with lit arrowheads were set up on the deck of the longships, forcing the mermaid to sail away from the pier. It was very slow. There were only 2 yellowish oil lamps on the deck, illuminating 4 or 5 sailors who were staggering. The sailors tugged at the ropes with difficulty and adjusted the direction of the sails. They had no choice. If they did not leave the pier immediately, or if they were too slow, the ballistas on the surrounding longships would immediately fire and burn the ship into a torch. Just like everyone who encountered the grayscale disease ship would do. Now, the only hope for the crew was the black-haired young man who was shouting at the longships by the side of the ship. In the past, they hated him as much as they hoped for him now. They hoped that his name and family background would move the Dragon Queen. I am Quentin Martel, the son of Dawn and Prince Dowlang Martel. I brought a letter from my father to meet Her Majesty Dany Lissa. The black-haired young man repeated with a hoarse voice. Even if the 4 longships around him were silent and no one responded to him, he could not stop. He did not dare to stop. Even he, a greenhorn, knew how dangerous the situation was for him and the others. In fact, if it was young Halberd City instead of Slave Bay, he was not sure if his father would save them or eliminate the hidden danger. A fire to end everything. Hiss! A majestic dragon's roar came from the southern sky. The young man had never heard of it before, but his whole body trembled as he understood. The Megalosaurus was here. The Dragon Queen was here. Was she here to save them? Or was it a dragon flame that came from the sky? The young man raised the oil lamp high and gathered his strength. Queen, I am Quentin Martel, the son of Dawn and Prince Dowlang. Boom. Dragon flame, scarlet dragon flame. The sulphurous dragon flame was like a flaming sword, stabbing into the deck of the ship from above. It's over. Feeling the heat wave, Quentin closed his eyes in despair. That's right, the Grey Plague was incurable, and the Dragon Queen did not even know him. Why would she take the risk and do something useless? Ah! Long live the Queen, long live the Dragon Queen, long live the Queen of Flames. Suddenly, there was a huge uproar. Hundreds and thousands of people were shouting loudly. The fanaticism and excitement in their voices could not be concealed. What was going on? Were the soldiers of Slave Bay so cruel that when they saw the Dragon Queen riding on a dragon and burning them, they actually cheered happily? RRR, Dragon Queen, Lord of Flames. This shout came from beside him. Gareth and Archibald's voices were also among them. Quentin opened his eyes and saw an unforgettable scene. The bright red dragon flame twisted into a 40-meter-long fire staircase in the sky, and a tall lady walked down the fire staircase step by step, barefooted like the goddess of flames. Her skirt fluttered as she gracefully walked down the fire staircase step by step. The flames licked at her jade-white soles, and the heat wave caused her light golden dress to sparkle, tumbling and fluttering. She rode the flames in the air and walked down gracefully. 7 gods above. This is the goddess of flames. Quentin could not help but exclaim. The beautiful lady on the fire staircase seemed to have heard his exclamation, and the faint smile on her red lips deepened. Ah, it's you. Quentin exclaimed again. The dragon flame fire staircase was overflowing with heat, distorting the air. From afar, one could feel that the beauty on the fire staircase was graceful, but one could not see her face clearly. When 3/4 of the fire staircase was gone, the Queen's face was gradually seen by the crew of the Mermaid. The Dragon Queen was indeed a Targaryen, her face was indeed exquisite. This was what the ordinary crew thought. But Quentin and his 2 companions were stunned on the spot. Under the long silver hair that fluttered in the wind, that beautiful face with a smile on her lips was so familiar. Wasn't this the Lady Layla that they met a few months ago at the merchant's house in Volantis? The son of a wine merchant from Dawn, hehe. The Dragon Queen took a step forward and landed on the deck 2 meters away from Quentin. With another wave of her hand, the long fire staircase in the night sky suddenly floated into the Dragon Queen's palm like smoke from a vacuum cleaner, and exploded with a bang, forming a 2-meter-tall circle of fire mist around her. It was as bright as the sunset, making the Queen inside look like a deity. Even though experiments had proven that she was effectively immune to the grayscale disease, the grayscale disease was still different. Not only was Dany 2 meters away from Quentin, she had also covered herself with a layer of flame film that burned the germs. As for the fire staircase just now, with a large group of fire witchcraft here, could she not learn a few more fire witchcraft? This fire staircase technique was based on the witchcraft of the skinny Pogba and a few other masters of the fire staircase technique. To be honest, this fire control plus fire staircase technique was very pretentious, but it was not very useful. It had too high a weight limit, and the heavier it was, the more magic it consumed, and the harder it was to control it. Even if she wore leather armor and light chainmail, Dani could still fall down the fire staircase, much less metal armor, just like the tragic Pogba that day. It was impossible for Dani to lose weight like Pogba and become skinny like a skinny woman. Other than being a fire wizard, she was also a night king. She could not throw away the strong and healthy body that she had painstakingly cultivated. Today was a special day. The Dragon Queen attended the banquet in a thin gown without any armor, and could walk down safely without falling into the water. The pool that she had dug in the 5-Dragon Cave was specially used to practice the fire staircase technique. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know your identity last time. Quentin turned around and glanced at the crew behind him. My companions and I have offended you, please forgive us. As he spoke, he gave a standard knight salute. The last time in Volantis, Quentin had even asked Layla if the Dragon Queen was especially ugly. She was 10 feet tall, and her waist was also 10 feet wide. How did you get infected with the grayscale disease? Dani asked directly. Your Majesty, this is a spy ship transporting the grayscale disease stone men. Chapter 470. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. There are 3 ships with 10 stone men infected with the grayscale disease in their cargo hold. The stone men were transported from the Lawn River. The Allied spies wanted to smuggle the stone men to the 3 cities of Slavers Bay with the intention of triggering the grayscale disease, which is 100 times more terrifying. The Mermaid is only one of them. Please seal off the docks of Myrine and Astapor immediately. Do not let any foreign ships enter the ports. The sturdy black-haired youth had been tortured by the disease until he was deformed. His eyes were no longer black and bright. His black hair with a few strands of silver had become dry and grey. His once short and strong body was thin and stooped. His bright and lively skin was sallow with small grey spots. Moreover, even though they were 2 meters apart, Dani could smell the rancid vomit on his body and the rancid smell of feces on his clothes. However, the Dragon Queen only increased the density of the fire mist around her, isolating the air and the virus from her body. Her expression was still as kind and amiable. Even if the Dragon Queen did not show any signs of discrimination, Quentin still felt a sense of inferiority when she saw such a dazzling Dani. He had come to propose marriage, but now he was in such a sorry state where he didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Not only was the other party not the 10 feet tall monster with a 10 feet waist that the slave master had described, but she was exquisite and charming, completely in line with all the legends and fantasies of a beautiful princess and queen. The youth's expression darkened. He quietly took a few steps back, distancing himself from the queen. The oil lamp in his hand hung down, hiding his face and the disappointed expression on his face in the darkness. Your Majesty, please be careful and keep a distance from us. I and the people on the ship are infected with the grayscale disease. Please don't get too close, he said in a dry voice. When Dan and I saw this, she had a good impression of this young man. Well, it was not a romantic feeling, but she felt that this honest-looking Quentin's personality was not bad. In terms of first impressions, he was much better than her eldest nephew who always had his eyes glued to the Iron Throne thousands of miles away. The Dragon Queen comforted him. Don't worry, the 2 barbarian wizards have already developed an antidote for the grayscale disease. You will be fine. What? There's an antidote for the grayscale disease? Quentin was surprised. His 2 companions and a few sailors also had looks of disbelief on their faces. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. The extinguished light in his eyes was once again as bright as the stars, flashing with the extreme longing and desire for life. Dani nodded and said with certainty, the 2 ships that were transporting Astapor have been seized. Through interrogating the spies, I found out about the Alliance's evil plan. Meanwhile, the spies who went to Myrine had already completed their mission. They had placed the stone men in the well of the commercial street and caused a small outbreak of the grayscale disease. So, since half a month ago, I've been leading people to research and develop an antidote for grayscale disease. Now, the antidote is almost complete. Your Majesty, are you sure? A tall, golden-haired young man stumbled out from behind Quentin. The Queen took a closer look at him and recognized that he was a half-acquaintance she had met once before. What's there to be sure about? Your ship should be heading to Kayuan City, right? My royal fleet has been searching the outer seas of Kayuan all this time. I didn't expect you to come to Astapor. Plop. The tall, yellow-haired youth fell to his knees. That's great, we're saved. He covered his face and wept. What's wrong with you? How did you become spies transporting the stone men? Danny asked curiously. Sigh. Quentin sighed and said, Do you still remember the meeting at the merchant's house in Volantis? We were sitting in the courtyard waiting for the widow by the waterside to summon us. Oh, the widow by the waterside is very resourceful. You asked her about the merchant ships heading to Slave Bay? Danny understood. Yes, we asked her for help and even brought her a sapphire hairpin. However, she accepted the gift but refused to help us, said the burly, barrel-bellied, tree-legged bald man. The burly bald man was also present at the merchant's house that day. Why? Other than you and me, Tyrion was also there that day. In fact, Tyrion was ranked before me. Tyrion? Which Tyrion? Quentin and the others were confused. Little Devil, Tywin's dwarf son, Danny said. He's also in Volantis. Ah, the yellow-haired youth exclaimed. I remember now, the one who fought with the female dwarf in the hall, the noseless male dwarf. I didn't expect him to be Tyrion. He's uglier than a devil. Damn it, we didn't recognize him that day. He punched the deck and cursed in frustration. Tyrion's goal is the same as yours. The widow by the waterside did not hesitate and quickly arranged a ship for them, Danny said. This. Quentin thought for a moment and said hesitantly, the widow said that we hid our goal and were not sincere and respectful to her. What happened after that? I seem to have seen you join the mercenary group, the Ragged Prince's wind-blowing team. Ah, you saw it. Quentin was shocked and nodded with a bitter smile. That's right, we signed a contract with the wind-blowing team. In fact, there are more than 10 wind-blowing team mercenaries on this mermaid. We originally planned to follow the mercenary group to Slavers Bay and find a chance to slip away halfway. But half a month after you burned the Black Wall, Danzo, the wind-blowing team's vice-leader Danzo came to me with a few Volantis nobles. They asked me if I was willing to be a spy for the Alliance and disguise myself as a Dornish wine merchant to enter Kayuan. I told everyone that I was the son of a Dornish wine merchant. When I heard that they would arrange a ship to send me to Slavers Bay before the war broke out, I was more than happy to do so. Then, I became the owner of the Mermaid and led a group of sailors arranged by the Alliance to Slavers Bay. Danny's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, Does the wind-blowing team know the secret of the stone men? The yellow-haired youth sitting on the floor smiled bitterly. Then you'll have to ask who it is. We are also from the wind-blowing team, but we didn't know that there were stone men on the ship. If we knew, we would have thrown them into the sea long ago. How would we have ended up in this mess? That old turtle Danzo only told us to find out about Kayuan's military situation and secretly set fire to the wheat fields outside the city when it was ripe. Yes, the Alliance knows that you're doing the Great Leap Forward, and they want to destroy your grain production. They're dreaming. Not to mention the fact that there are farmers guarding the wheat fields. Under the strict household registration system, it's impossible for foreign merchants to leave the city silently. Danny sneered. Under the Queen's rule, there were village elders, village chiefs, and centaur patrols who were also postal workers. As mentioned before, in the early days of taking down Astapor, in order to avoid conflict between the nomadic centaurs and the farming villagers, even the centaur patrols were not allowed to enter the village without the village chief's permission. This system continued to this day, and the 3 cities of Slavers Bay were all like this. Each manor chose a village elder, and several manors combined to form a village. The village elder took turns as the village chief. There were militia within the village, and centaur light cavalry outside the village. The village was connected to the city by relay stations. Not to mention spies, Even the Myrine farmers who wanted to visit their relatives in Kaiyuan had to obtain identification from the village elder. Quentin shook her head. We don't know about the household registration system. The Volantis told me that I'm a Dornishman, and that I might receive preferential treatment. To match my identity, the Windblown group even prepared a dozen Westeros mercenaries to be my subordinates. At this point, Quentin turned to look at the sailors on the deck, and said with a complicated tone, "It's fortunate that they're here." "How did you get infected?" Dany asked. "When we went around the Valeglia Peninsula, we encountered a fast-moving wall of storm. The ship in the storm was like a rattle in the hands of a naughty child, and most of the cargo in the hold fell over. Then, a sailor found a stone man in the oil blanket. The stone man is alive, and it's still moving," Quentin emphasized with a pale face. Of course, the stone man had to be alive, and living stone men were the source of infection. The dead stone man would slowly become a real stone man, and the grayscale disease virus could not survive on stone. "And then, you threw the stone man into the sea?" "Of course we wanted to, but Captain Jack didn't allow it. He's a Volantis officer, and most of the sailors on the ship are his men. By the way, there were 2 ships that set off from the port of Volantis that day, the Mermaid and the Sparrow. The Sparrow's mast was broken in the storm, and the surviving sailors were transferred to the Mermaid. Because there were too many people, it was too crowded, and the cabin became wet with water. Not long after, there were sailors who were infected with the grayscale disease. At that time, I had asked Captain Jack to immediately abandon the stone man, but he sternly rejected me, and only killed the grayscale disease patients and threw them into the sea. At its peak, there were 550 crew members on the Mermaid. Quentin pointed at the sparse number of sailors and gestured to the size of the ship. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, take a look. There are so many people on such a ship. How can the infection be stopped?" As more and more people were infected and thrown into the sea, the sailors who were once loyal to Captain Jack began to be recruited by me. Yes, the Westeros mercenaries had long since joined me. When we first entered the Bay of Sorrows, I finally gathered enough sailors to revolt. It was a bloody battle that lasted for 3 days, and more than 200 people died. Captain Jack finally compromised, and agreed to abandon the stone man. Perhaps the 7 gods were cursing us, or perhaps too many people died, and there was no time to clean up the corpses. Finally, the grayscale disease evolved into the terrifying grayscale disease. Needless to say, everyone was affected, and everyone was infected. Then, Captain Jack persuaded more than half of the people around me. He convinced everyone that since we are going to die anyway, we might as well sail the ship to Kaiyuan, and complete the mission given by the Alliance. As if worried that the Dragon Queen would not understand, Quentin explained, the spies were very determined, and very loyal to the Alliance. In fact, other than us mercenaries on the surface, the other sailors were all carefully selected loyalists. Dany nodded, and sighed, "I know. Last time at the Astapor Pier, the spies sacrificed their own lives to protect their companions on the other ship, and to not expose the Stone Man plan." Quentin revealed a look of relief, and said, Captain Jack's reputation was very high, and he had a lot of charisma. He once again took control of the ship. However, he did not know my identity, and did not know that I did not want the Alliance's evil plan to succeed. He only thought that we mercenaries were afraid of death, and that was why we revolted. In order to appease the people, he did not kill the mercenaries who revolted. Even more fortunately, he was over 60 years old, and his body was weak. Not long after he entered Slave Bay, he could not hold on and died of the disease. Then, my companions and I once again seized control of the Mermaid. We killed a group of loyalists who revolted, and revealed our identities to the remaining people, promising that you would save me, save us. They had hope of survival even if the rational people knew how slim the hope was. They still changed the course and sailed the ship here. Chapter 471. You've been infected with the Grey Plague, and the Grey Plague is different from the grayscale disease. You can't go to the docks or enter the city. I'll arrange for a paddle boat to tow your boat to the quarantine center. Yes, I've built a manor 50 kilometers west of the city, specially prepared for the grayscale disease patients. Is there an antidote there? Yellow Hair asked anxiously. The antidote is still in the clinical testing stage. The little devil is testing the antidote. He's worried about the spread of the grayscale disease. We can't wait for the antidote to be perfected. Are you willing to wait? I have to remind you that the current antidote can cure the disease, but the side effects are rather severe, diarrhea. Danny said. Diarrhea? Quentin laughed bitterly. When have we ever not had diarrhea? The Grey Plague is far more severe than the grayscale disease, the infection rate is faster, and the symptoms are more severe after the outbreak. Vomiting and diarrhea are common. All right, I'll go get the medicine for you now. Understanding their choice, Dragon Queen waved towards the sky. Hiss Blackie roared, its devilish black shadow blocking the thin starlight in the night sky. Suddenly, a dark red fireball the size of an egg appeared out of thin air, illuminating the black dragon's ferocious teeth and jaws. The magma-like fireball gradually expanded, illuminating the surrounding space. While Quentin and the rest were in a daze, the fireball that had expanded to the size of a washbasin fell. Like a flame fairy, it floated from the sky to the front of Dragon Queen. I'll be leaving first. She waved her hand and took a step forward. The fireball in front of her suddenly extended, pulling up a level 3 bright red fire platform. The Queen's jade feet stepped on it, and the fire platform extended another level. With every step she took, the fire platform extended another level diagonally upwards, one step after another. Dragon Queen was like a cheerful fire fairy, running on the fire ladder that appeared out of thin air, her skirt fluttering, her long silver hair swaying in the red sparks, her figure graceful. Hiss the black dragon was flying past the fire ladder, and the Dragon Queen stepped on his back as steadily as if she was stepping on a fixed stone step. When the black dragon disappeared with the beauty, Quentin retracted her gaze in disappointment, and saw the fire ladder floating on the sea slowly turning into a cloud of golden red mist, disappearing into the night sky. It's over, Quentin. The yellow-haired Gareth leaned over and hugged his companion, wailing, I've let you down. The Queen took away my heart. I think I've also fallen in love with her. Sigh. Wake up. Why would a godlike queen like you? The bald man, Archibald, said mockingly. Blondie shrugged and said indifferently, I love many people, and I don't need all of them to love me. The key was Quentin. Was he happy and worried now? He should be happy that the Queen was not the monster the Gith people claimed she was. But the Queen is as beautiful as a deity, as dignified as a deity, and as powerful as a deity in magic. Quentin, on the other hand, is a mere mortal. He's in trouble. I have. Quentin quietly moved a few steps, feeling the hard craft paper bag in the gap of her leather boots. I have an engagement. But would she marry him as her father wished? He looked at the sparsely lit city in the southeast with a disappointed expression, feeling a little uncertain. When the Queen returned to the Great Pyramid, the banquet was not over yet, and everyone was indeed waiting for news from the plague ship. When they heard that it was the ship used by the Allied spies to transport the stone men, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, we want revenge. The slave owners are heartless, Grey Worm said angrily. Your Majesty, immediately launch an expedition to the south. At least teach the Allied fleet of New Gith a lesson, Kola said. The crowd shouted angrily for a while before the Megalosaurus guard, Quero, said coldly, Your Majesty, why don't you let your dragon throw the corpses of the Grey Plague to New Gith, to Queers, to Volantis, and to the Mataris Allied army? Without spending a single soldier, the Allied army would be wiped out. As soon as he said this, the chaotic garden immediately fell silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at the centaur youth with fear and excitement. In just a moment, this handsome centaur seemed to have suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying demon from hell. Even Danny was very surprised by Quero's viciousness and his shrewdness. Your Majesty, you are the savior of the suffering slaves. The purpose of your war is not to fight for territory, nor to conquer the world. If the slaves who are waiting for you to save them are all dead, even if you win the war, what's the point? Yimont reminded solemnly. Yes, we are the rebels. The shamelessness and viciousness of the enemy is not an example for us to learn from. Their crimes will eventually become the support of our glorious throne, the Dragon Queen declared firmly. Quero is still not smart enough. Even if he really wants to throw the corpses, He can't say it in front of everyone. He can't even say it, he can't even think about it. At most, he can do it secretly. No, I can't do it. I am the righteous Night King. I am the liberator. I am the hope of millions of slaves. As soon as this dark thought appeared in Dany's mind, she immediately began to self-reflect and brainwash herself. Suddenly, Dany came to her senses. She felt a little strange. Was Liu Bei the same as me back then? He wanted to do bad things in his heart, but his character and reputation restrained his will. No, I am different from Liu Bei. I have a dragon. I know magic. I have a solid base. I have countless knights who trust me and are willing to fight for glory for me. Since I can win this war under the sun, with flowers and cheers above my head, why should I kneel at the edge of hell and turn myself into a ghost? With this thought, Dany's thoughts became clear. I swear that one day, I will put those shameless slave owners on trial. But spreading the plague is a devil's action. We are born as humans. We can't turn into devils just because we want to fight against devils, she said to her vassals. Do you still remember the great plague of Old Town that I told you about? After the banquet, on the way down from the garden to the palace, Ymont asked in a faint voice. The time when the City of Knowledge was almost wiped out? Dany asked. Yes. Hearing the word City of Knowledge, Ymont thought of Dany's criticism of the City of Knowledge's incompetence. Compared to her efficiency in developing the antidote in half a month, the old man's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. Count Quinton Hyder didn't have a dragon. He couldn't use it to chase away the rats like you did. He could only order all the ships in the port to be burned, including his huge caravan. He even closed the city gates and sealed off the old town. He ordered everyone to be killed if they tried to escape. Men, women, old, young, and even babies were no exception. The old man asked, "Do you think he did the right thing?" Although his methods were a little extreme, the City of Knowledge was incompetent and couldn't develop the antidote. This measure could effectively stop the spread of the plague and indirectly save more people. River Bend and even the Seven Kingdoms had to be safe because of this, Dany said. But after the plague subsided, the survivors started a riot and tore Count Hyder and his son to pieces. You should know that the Count had scholars, the vassals and knights of the Hyder family, and a huge number of city guards. But things happened in front of those people. It could even be said that those people tacitly approved of the mob's actions. Because everyone who experienced the plague had hatred and sorrow in their hearts. They needed a channel to vent. Dany, do you understand what I mean? Old Ymont looked at the Dragon Queen beside him and warned her earnestly, as a ruler, you must always remember, don't let your hands be stained with the blood and hatred of your people. The basis of the ruler of a country is the millions of people. I advise you not to throw corpses at New Gith, Queers, Volantis, and other cities, not just out of benevolence, nor because of your liberator of the slave's title. I am not pedantic. If killing millions of people could ensure that Targaryen's empire would last forever, I would encourage you to do it even if you didn't. But it is obvious that you can win the war without using such vicious methods. We all know that the night is coming, and the granaries of Slavers Bay are full. You will definitely win. You will definitely surpass our ancestors and be crowned the queen of the world. The enemy cities now will be your land in the future. The enemy today will be your people in the future. Don't let your hands be stained with the blood of your people. Not only is there the example of Quinton Hyder, but your father is also a bloody lesson. Dany listened until the old scholar finished speaking. Then she said with a strange expression, I thought you would always advise me to be righteous, kind, and just, and pursue honor like Beristan. The old man sighed. Of course I hope that you are like that, but there is a prerequisite. Your actions will not harm your rule. You are not only a knight, but also a queen. I have lived for more than 100 years, and have experienced too much glory and suffering. But the destruction of the Targaryen family is still the most painful moment for me. At that time, I would rather use all the glory of my life to change the situation at Ruby Beach. Actually, you worry too much. I will never become Quinton Hyder. Dany thought hard so that her next words would not provoke old Ymont. If I were in his position, I would pretend to be dead, she said. Pretend to be dead? Ymont was confused. There is a great plague in the territory. What is the use of pretending to be dead? If you do not work hard to provide relief, when the plague spreads, pretending to be dead may become real death. There must be people in the Hyder family who died in the plague. Yes. I can deny it to the outside world. It is unbearable for a loved one to die. Then, I will arrange for a person of low status but very capable to take care of the plague in my place. Then, it will be simple. If his measures are beneficial to the epidemic, I will continue to pretend to be dead. If he does something wrong, I will quietly correct him. When he has killed most of the people and the plague has stabilized, I will come out to reap the benefits. Let him retire to the front line, and I will lead the people of Old Town to complete the final task of fighting the plague. In this way, no matter how much the people are angry, they will not vent it on me. Similarly, I will not be accused of doing nothing in the midst of the plague as a lord. Danny's expression was very calm. There was not a hint of smugness or showing off. She spoke in a casual tone and spoke in a flat and straightforward manner. Old Aemon, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock. I never realized that the Targaryen queen of this generation is so crafty. Then he was worried for nothing. However, the world is difficult now, and the vassals are becoming more and more cunning. As a queen, she should be more cunning. Ymont was completely relieved. Thinking of Martell who had suddenly arrived, he asked curiously, "What is Prince Daelord's son doing at Slavers Bay?" Dany shook her head and said calmly, "There must be a secret, but there are too many people here. It is not convenient for me to ask. Actually, Dawn does not have the power to change my plans and thoughts. No matter what they plan, it will not affect me." Then, Dany recounted Quentin Martell's experience in detail. "So, the Blowing Wind group betrayed you? Mercenaries are fickle. You should not have any expectations." Old Ymont said with a frown. "I did not have any expectations for them in the past, and I did not care about the alliance at all. But now, old master, don't you think this is a signal?" "What signal?" A glint flashed in Dany's eyes. She said faintly, "Mercenaries will always stand on the side of the victor. I am very curious. What trump card does the alliance have to give the Ragged Prince so much confidence? When news of the discovery of the Stoneman ship in Slavers Bay spreads, and when news of the cure of the grayscale disease spreads, if the Blowing Wind group does not give me an explanation, it means that the alliance has other means. When that time comes, I should strike first and disrupt their rhythm." Chapter 472. Slave Bay began to enter the season of great harvest, and agricultural production took a huge leap forward. The first batch of wheat was already golden and ready to be harvested. From now on, every day would be a day of harvest. At the same time, Slave Bay officially entered a state of war readiness. After more than half a month of running, the 1,000 men under Jogo had already crossed Meereen and began to disperse between the Sea of Grass and Borish. After the epidemic in Astapor had stabilized, the 5,000 Unsullied also set off, transported to Meereen by hundreds of ships. With the witch lens to examine the well water, all the public wells in Meereen that had been thrown into the stone men were found. Then they salvaged, burned the stone men, and buried the wells. Without the source of infection, all the patients in the city were checked, and Dany announced that Meereen was unsealed. Thus, John Bolton could lead the 15,000 guards east against the river to the intersection of the White Dragon River and Black Dragon River to build the future Shepherd Town. The task of commanding the soldiers to build the city and farm was given to a few deputy commanders. John Bolton would continue east on a ship to the stronghold of the Raza Shepherds, and help the Dragon Queen recruit less than 200,000 Raza Shepherds. Kayuan had not had a single infected, and the unsealing of the north and south cities had not affected it much. Of course, with the discovery of the mermaid, the second shoe had finally dropped. The trauma in the hearts of the people was completely gone, and the hundreds of patrol boats in the outer seas of Kayuan no longer had to search for the stone men ships day and night. Then there was Astapor, the capital of Slave Bay, which began to be filled with smoke. The Dragon Queen did not start a general mobilization for war. On the contrary, agricultural production had always been her core policy. In order to free up more labor, she did her best to reduce the number of regular troops. Even the regular troops had to farm. Apart from the Unsullied, The guards and the Wings of Liberty all had to farm. It did not matter how much land they could farm, at least the army could grow enough food for themselves to eat. But the war would eventually come, and Dany did not dare to look down on the allies. Especially when he was sure that the wind was once again swaying in the wind and changing direction. Since she could not recruit too many regular soldiers, Dany had to consider special operations. She had dragons. If the Megalosaurus could ignore the arrows and spit fire without restraint, then no matter how many regular soldiers the enemy had, it would not be enough. Thus, an idea that she had had a long time ago became a reality. After becoming the Great Guardian and inheriting the Great Guardian's guardhood, Blackie's body size did not change much, but the weight it could carry suddenly increased by half, almost 1,500 pounds. In this way, Dahe was qualified to wear the armor. Well, not everyone could become a knight. If one could not walk after putting on the armor, then they would definitely not be able to become an Iron Knight. Dany cooperated with blacksmith Grandmaster Tobu to design a set of removable fish-scale dragon armor 1.0-inch forged from stainless steel. The sheep and cows had already been moved to the nearby arena. In the arena behind the Great Pyramid, a strange two-story oak frame was built on the spacious sandy ground. Big Black lay on the support like a car on a maintenance platform, allowing more than a dozen Unsullied to install pieces of grey steel on his body. The palm-sized steel plate had holes for steel wires and iron nails to be inserted. Multiple steel plates combined to form the fish-scale armor of the Megalosaurus. Tobu pointed to the dragon armor that was gradually taking shape on Big Black's body and said proudly, from the jaw to the chest, it is a breastplate, a helmet to protect the eyes, a gauntlet on the claws, a wing guard, a meteor cone at the tail, a total of 5 large parts. Each large part can be disassembled into a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of small parts. All of them weigh 404 pounds. The vital parts of the body must be able to defend against the dragon-slaying crossbow. Unlike the knight's armor that covered the whole body, Big Black flew in the sky and did not need to protect his back. He only needed to protect his vital parts and movements. Vital parts of life, the eyes, throat, and chest. These 3 vulnerable parts of the body may lead to the death of the Megalosaurus after being attacked. Vital parts of movement, the wing root and wing bone will affect flight after being broken. In fact, the 2 flesh wings of the Megalosaurus were also easily pierced and torn, but the area of the flesh wings was too large. After being completely covered with iron armor, Big Black may not even be able to flap his wings. When the full set of armor was put on, Dany took a look and couldn't help but sigh, it's too ugly. It's like a big lizard wearing a bellyband, and it's a cheap one that only covers a quarter of its belly. Blacksmith Tobu frowned and nodded, it's a bit ugly, but it really works. I swear, even if the dragon-slaying crossbow hits the head at close range, it will only make your Big Black dizzy for a moment. The waist is exposed, Dany said. Tobu shook his head and said, there is no other way. To defend, it must be thickened. Thickening it will inevitably increase the weight. The black dragon has limited weight, and 404 pounds is already the upper limit. Any more and it will affect the flexibility of the Megalosaurus. It seems that we have to figure out a way to melt the steel as soon as possible. Dany sighed. Squeak Big Black flapped his wings and jumped. His iron claws pinched a scratch on the wooden bracket of the beam and jumped into the sky. Squeak suddenly, Big Black swung the meteor cone at the tail hard and fell down uncontrollably. Like a stalled plane. Boom. Dust flew, and Big Black fell down. Immediately, a group of Unsullied swarmed to help Big Black dismantle the iron armor. Dragon Armor 1.0 failed. The chain of the meteor cone is too long, and Big Black's tail is too strong, which affects the flight movement. Dany covered her face and sighed at such a horrible scene. It doesn't make sense. The addition of the meteor cone is to maintain balance. There are more than 100 pounds of iron armor on the head and neck. Of course, the tail must be hung with an iron chain to maintain the center of gravity. I calculated it. Tobu was puzzled. Dany thought for a moment and said, remove the chain and directly put a layer of iron armor on the tail. Megalosaurus can automatically adjust the center of gravity through the movement of the tail. This Bella-type dragon armor looked a bit low, But it also had an advantage that other armors did not have. It was made of connected iron pieces, which was easy to disassemble and could be freely adjusted in shape and size. To give an inappropriate example, this armor was a bit like a bellyband made of mahjong mats. Even if Big Black kept growing, in the future, it could continue to add mahjong bamboo pieces to expand the armor model. Of course, this was not really like mahjong mats, one piece next to another. There was a gap in the middle, which was easy for arrows to penetrate. The iron pieces combined into the armor were similar to fish scales, layer upon layer, leaving no space for arrows. Sure enough, after removing the tail chain, Big Black could still adjust the center of gravity by swinging its tail. Although it was not as light as before, it still flew smoothly. And when Big Black flew into the sky, the low bellyband armor suddenly changed its style and became majestic. Because looking up from below, only the area covered by the armor could be seen, as if the Megalosaurus was wearing a full body armor. Very good. Danny's eyes lit up and she happily said, "Not only is it not ugly, it seems that there are no obvious flaws." Iron gloves were put on the claws of the Megalosaurus, mainly to block the crossbow bolts. The two iron claws waved to block, which could protect a large area of the abdomen, and those parts no longer needed to be covered with armor. After that, Danny announced the start of the armor test. Above the arena, a total of 300 ballistae were placed in a circle. The fine steel arrows were loaded, and the unsullied acted as crossbowmen, adjusting the crosshairs and aiming at the target. Big Black roared down, only 15 meters away from the ground, the best killing range of the dragon flame. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crossbow shot out a dense forest of arrows, and the sky was covered with a layer of shadow. Ding 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 kai kai kai. Most of the arrows hit Big Black. Like a paper boat in a stream, it swayed and swayed, its flight was very unstable. In just one round, there were many blue dots on its body. Well, the arrowheads were removed and the front of the arrows was smeared with blue paint. In addition to the arrows that were dodged, 2/5 of the arrows that hit Big Black made a string of yellow sparks on the iron armor, and the other 3/5 hit the broad flesh wings with the hard sound of a wooden stick whipping the old leather. "One more time, Big Black, you have to be careful to retract your wings," Danny shouted. 2 minutes later, Big Black retracted its wings as much as possible. But after being hit, its movements became more and more unstable, and the number of wings that were hit only decreased by half. Danny frowned and said, "It still won't work. If the wings are broken, Big Black can't pull itself up, and it may plunge into the enemy's camp." "Your Majesty, you can't say that." Jorah pointed at the crossbows that were neatly arranged together. "Look, 300 ballistae are so densely arranged together. If anyone dares to do this on the battlefield, can't you let Little Green throw wildfire bombs?" "Ah!" Danny slapped her forehead and laughed involuntarily. "Yes, I will never allow 300 ballistae to attack Big Black at the same time on the battlefield." In order to deal with the possible sea and land battles that might occur in the future, Danny had already preliminarily designed the tactics of multi-troop joint operations. Big Black was the strongest and took on the dangerous task of diving to the ground. It was an attack aircraft. Little White was the second strongest and went to the bottom of the sea to attack the enemy's fleet. It was, a diving aircraft. The mission of throwing bombs was the safest. Little Green could do it with Little Gold and Little Red. They were bombers. Well, although Little Red was small, it could also do some soy sauce. The soy sauce bottle that contained wildfire. If the enemy dared to set up a dense crossbow formation, Danny would arrange for the bombers to wipe the ground with wildfire. If the enemy's crossbows were scattered, she would send out the attack aircraft and set the dragon flames to wipe the ground. Perhaps, when she reached the level 5 dragon spirit, she would let the half-grown Little Gold act as a reconnaissance aircraft and show her brothers the map of the battlefield. Continue to maintain this intensity. Endure more hardships during training and less bloodshed during wartime. Leaving Big Black to dive and take the arrows again and again, Danny went down to the arena and began to put on Little White's armor. As a diving aircraft, the biggest problem it encountered was definitely not the dragon-slaying crossbow. In the water that was 1 meter deep, handguns would be ineffective. In the water that was 3 meters deep, crossbow arrows could not even kill people. Not to mention the Megalosaurus. Fishing nets. Fishing nets were the diving aircraft's biggest enemy. Danny personally tested it in the sea. When the strong Big Black was tied up by 3 layers of ropes that were as thick as chopsticks, it could not break free with the strength of its body. Well, spitting fire did not count. In the deep sea, the power of the dragon flames was weakened, but the movement was very big. If it was discovered by the other party and then continuously cast fishing nets while the Megalosaurus was struggling in the sea while spitting fire, then Little White might be really weak. In short, Little White needed a fast but low-key way to break the net. Then Danny found that the Megalosaurus wings were extraordinarily strong. This was natural. If the Megalosaurus wings were not strong enough, it would not be able to fly. Danny thought of a movie that she saw in her previous life, The Legend of Shoe Mountain. In it, Dan Chun's weapon, the Sky Dragon Slash, inspired her. Well, let Little White cosplay as Dan Chunzi and make a set of flying sword wings for him. However, the function of shooting feather darts was definitely gone. The main reason was that when Little White was entangled in fishing nets, it could use the blades on its wings to cut the ropes. Little White, with a sharp blade fixed on its wings, looked very handsome, much better than Big Black's bellowband. After that, Little White flew to the bay, where the fleet of Garth and the big crab were. Danny wanted to test the effect of the imitation Sky Dragon Slash. If it was really effective, she had to let Little White strengthen its training. Just like Big Black, it had to undergo targeted training. Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red also had weight training. Slave Bay had really entered a state of combat readiness. Chapter 473. Gyokuin was very unlucky. Perhaps the discovery of Fire Demon Hade's magic pot exhausted all his luck. The next few months were not smooth sailing for him. First of all, his hidden identity was discovered. There were more than tens of thousands of books in the bookcellar, and he only stole a dozen. In theory, even if a doctor went down to the cellar to borrow books, he would not be able to find the books he stole. But the old man in the old town asked for the books he stole. Then, he was discovered in a very sudden situation. Not only was the book theft discovered, even the mask of Pater was exposed. It was very rare for the identity of a faceless to be exposed in broad daylight. This was a big blow to the Black and White House. And his mission, after easily killing a few apprentice assistants who arrested him, Gyokuin began to flee. Well, he was a faceless. Being discovered would only make him annoyed, but it would not cause any threat to his life. But under the strict search of the old town's guards, he did not have time to deal with the books he stole from the bookseller. Most of the books were large and could not be carried away. Otherwise, he would not have to steal the books in batches. At that time, he only had one choice: hurry back to his residence, choose 1 or 2 of the most important books, and immediately escape. Without a doubt, the smart and far-sighted Gyokuin chose the magic pot. If the books were gone, he could steal more. The City of Knowledge was there, the bookseller was there, and the doctors were there. As long as a faceless wanted to, he could always replace 1 or 2 doctors, and then, but the magic pot was unique. Throwing it away meant saying goodbye to Fire Demon Hade's Death God's forbidden magic. Not to mention the Death God's forbidden magic that all faceless coveted, even the knowledge that Hades grasped, the secrets of the City of Knowledge, the profound magic, and even the incomplete inheritance of the Great Wizard of Valeglia, were all priceless things. So, he only took the magic pot. Gyokuin came to the old town empty-handed, and when he left, he only took the magic pot. But his heart was satisfied, proud, happy, and full of expectations for the future. Every day, he had to caress the pot. Every day, he had to kneel in front of the magic pot and recite the incantation Mother, Son is filial. With the magic pot and his identity discovered, Gyokuin of course had to immediately return to the Black and White House. He easily found a ship heading to Bravos, and just when he thought he would be able to return home smoothly, he was unexpectedly found again. Dragon Queen has subdued the Pirate Water King and recruited the pirates of the nearby islands, becoming the most powerful force on the Stone Steps archipelago. The Dragon Queen's royal fleet captain, the Honorable White Knight Beristan, had robbed Hyda's grain transport fleet. The above 2 pieces of news only surprised Gyokuin. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen's royal fleet had taken a fancy to the fledgling that he was on. He, the number one assassin in the world, the faceless one Jiaokuan, who was enough to make countless people tremble in fear, was actually captured. Okay, temporary employment. The glorious Beristan did not become a shameful pirate. He paid the fledgling ship to help transport food and hired the sailors on the fledgling ship to help build the camp. Pay up. They were paid. So Sailor Fall had to do carpentry for a month or more on the farm at Queen's Corner. Well, Sailor Fall was Jiaokuan's disguise at this time. Generally, if his identity was not discovered, the faceless one would not abandon his current identity and take the risk to escape. Just like in King's Landing, Jiaokuan also lived in the Black Prison as a dangerous prisoner for half a year. Queen's Corner, a peninsula that extended to the narrow sea in the Land of Dispute, located between Terosi and Reese, was very close to the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy station, the Torture Abyss. This place originally had no name, but after the Dragon Queen's navy occupied the land, they named it Queen's Corner. Jiaokuan could not guess the Dragon Queen's plan, but he did not care about it. The Dragon Queen deliberately let Beristan rob the fledgling ship. She knew that Jiaokuan was on the ship, so she deliberately delayed Jiaokuan's return. Her ghost meditation technique had not yet been developed and needed time. The Royal Navy's sailors did not make things difficult for him. He could build houses during the day and play with the magic pot at night. Aegon 299, December 15th, the last full moon night before winter. Land of Dispute, Queen's Corner, a wooden house behind the hills. The moon was like a silver plate, and the broken waves in the distance hummed with the wind. Under the moonlight, a man with long hair sat cross-legged on the roof, hugging a smooth and glossy clay pot. More, 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 more. He kissed the clay pot 7 times. Well, other than his own saliva from not brushing his teeth for a few months, there was no other smell. Well, even if there was a smell, it was suppressed by his bad breath. Then, the man hugged the clay pot and rubbed it 7 times. Other than the sweat on his palm, there was no other stain. Finally, with a solemn expression, Sailor Ford placed the clay pot on the wooden platform. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed with his head on the ground. Using Chinese with a slight accent, he recited skillfully, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Just like that, he kowtowed 7 times and shouted 7 times. The sailor slowly raised his head and looked at the mouth of the pot, which did not have any abnormalities, and the anticipation in his eyes quickly disappeared. "Sigh, I have absorbed the essence of the moon for a few months. Why is it still not repaired?" Or, that night, I had a dream. After being hit too many times, the strong-willed Faceless was somewhat depressed. He lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, and his heart was filled with doubts and uncertainty. "Jiaokuan." Suddenly, a voice came from the opposite side. The sailor who was kneeling on the ground trembled. He first closed his eyes tightly, then raised his head, pushed away the messy hair in front of his eyes, and slowly, cautiously opened his eyes. The clay pot was dotted with red clouds, like a cloud. A white-haired, grey-robed old scholar with white hair and a white beard was standing on top, looking down at him. It was that familiar pale face, as if it was covered with a thick layer of powder. He had a pair of reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the longest necklace he had ever seen hung around his neck. He was hunched over, and in his hand was a walking stick. He looked as old as a dead man, but his whole body emitted a powerful aura that made people feel like they were in the abyss. The real magic pot sprite, the fire demon Hades. "Woo, I finally see you again." Tears could not help but seep out, blurring the sailor's vision. "You changed your face again. Where are you now?" The magic pot sprite Danny looked around and began to show off his acting skills. South of the continent of Ursos, near the entrance of the narrow sea. Jiaokuan wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said with a nasal voice, "How long has it been?" The sprite Danny nodded and asked again. "More than 3 months, almost 4 months. I have been chanting spells every day, and praying every night of the full moon." Jiaokuan said, "Only 3 months." The magic pot sprite was a little surprised, and said with a sharp voice, "Now that we have entered the period of the demon wave, I thought it would not appear again for 30 or 40 years. 30 or 40 years? Jiaokuan shouted with his eyes wide open. "What do you think?" The pot is broken. Is it repaired now? Jokuan quickly asked. What repair? You just asked the masons to fill up the hole. What repair is that? The magic pot sprite shook his head. Then how long can you last? Will you appear again in the future? Jokuan asked nervously. Let fate decide. The genie of the magic urn sighed, and a bleak and lonely aura surrounded him. The power of the moon and the power of faith can help me recover, but I do not want to live like this anymore. The sprite's voice was cold and sad. Aren't you a demigod sorcerer? You are still a scholar. You can continue to study magic and knowledge. Jokuan was really anxious. This old sorcerer seemed to have taken things too hard and wanted to kill himself. I've lived for far too long, sealed in a jar all by myself. The magic pot sprite suddenly flicked his sleeves and said helplessly, Forget it, even if I tell you that even the Grim Reaper desires death, you probably won't understand. Even the Grim Reaper desires death. Jokuan repeated this sentence, and he seemed to be in a daze. Isn't this the ultimate version of the theory that all mortals have to die? Although he really couldn't understand it now, this kind of theory sounded high and mighty, and it made him feel very moved. It seemed that the fire demon Hades had really studied the forbidden spell of the Grim Reaper to an extremely high level. There is no point in saying more. Once we end our fate, I will try to break through to the astral plane. The magic pot sprite said. Break through to the astral plane, what do you mean? Jokuan came back to his senses and asked curiously. I want to become a demon. The sprite looked up at the moon and said in a bleak voice. How do you become a demon? Jokuan asked. You faceless people believe in the Grim Reaper. The sprite looked down at Jokuan and asked instead of answering. Yes, we believe in the god of thousand faces, the Grim Reaper. Then do you know who the Grim Reaper is? Jokuan said, the god of thousand faces has different names in different places. In Koa, it is the black goat, in the barren land, it is the night lion, in the Westeros, it is the stranger. Haha, the name of a god is unique, and the spirit is unique. This is why you faceless people have never received a response from the Grim Reaper. It is simple, if you shout hey, answer me on the street, the people on the street will think you are an idiot. The sprite sneered. Jokuan's expression did not change, and he emphasized, the faceless people believe in the god of thousand faces, and with the will of the god of thousand faces, to bring relief to anyone who believes in the whirl. Danny understood what he meant. The faceless people could not clearly believe in a particular Grim Reaper, otherwise it would conflict with their fundamental doctrine. For example, if the faceless people only believed in the stranger, then they could not kill the people of Koa. This was because Koa believed in the black goat, but the core doctrine of the faceless people was, the faceless people did not kill, it was a gift to the Grim Reaper. The sprite looked up at the full moon in the sky again and said in a faint voice, Jokuan, the Grim Reaper is a clergy, a profession, and there is not only one employee. Night Lion, Black Goat, Lalo, Frost God, and other Grim Reapers, all have this clergy. Even I am a demigod, and I have mastered the forbidden technique of the Grim Reaper. I cannot be compared to Lalo, he is a true god. But if the Black Goat is only a demigod, then I am also a Grim Reaper. Jokuan's pupils shrank, but he quickly regained his composure and said slowly, if someone believes in you, the school of black and white can establish a position for you. No, I said it the first time we met. It was because I did not want to be an evil god that I sealed myself in the magic jar. Black Goat. Trash. It is better to end one's life than to be associated with him. The sprite said arrogantly. This time, Jokuan was deeply shocked. He could not hide the horror on his face. What do you want to do? Jokuan's voice was trembling, and his face was filled with reverence. I want to take a gamble and break into the astral world, which is to become a true god. If I can become a god in the astral world, I will become the only Grim Reaper in the world. Chapter 474. Ascend to the astral world and ascend to the throne? Jokuan was shocked. What kind of arrogant ambition was this? At most, the faceless one would use the banner of the death god to send gifts, but you, old scholar, actually want to be our faceless one's immediate superior? It may not succeed. But even if I die, dying on the way to ascend to the throne is 1,000,000 times more glorious than living like this. What do you think? That's true. Jiao nodded slowly. Becoming the death god, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, Jiao was willing to give it a try. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up and stared at the magic jar sprite. Scholar Hades, why can you ascend to the throne of the death god? Your question is strange. I am a demigod, and I have the title of death god. If I don't ascend to the throne of the death god, should I become the light god? The sprite said strangely. No. I am asking, why can you become a demigod? Why can you have the title of death god? Jiao voice trembled, his eyes shining. The magic jar sprite shouted impatiently, this is even more strange. I am a mage, I know the death god's forbidden technique, I worked hard to cultivate, and then naturally became a demigod of the death attribute. Didn't I say it? I didn't want to become an evil demon like the black goat, so I sealed myself. Don't you know the black goat's death attribute? I heard that there is a black goat statue in the black and white house. Ah. His guess was confirmed. Jiao couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Many people in the world were deceived, many of them were intellectuals with high IQ. But they were not stupid. How could they be deceived? Because people, not gods, had weaknesses. Especially the greed in human nature, it was the main reason why people were deceived. The faceless were not greedy for money, power, food, sex, no, the faceless had almost no desires, and almost never were deceived. Only the faceless could deceive others, no one could deceive the professionally trained faceless. But the faceless were also people, and the faceless were also firm believers. Indifference to ordinary desires would make the believers go crazy in the face of the arrival of faith. The fact that Jiao hadn't gone crazy was already a sign that he had great willpower and cultivation. Well, under the guidance of Danny's mother, he was about to go crazy from excitement. Fire Demon Hades had cultivated part of the Grand Wizard's meditation techniques and the Death God's forbidden technique. He could become a demigod death god and even have the chance to become the god of death. In that case, the School of Black and White had Hades's meditation technique and the Death God's forbidden technique. Ayo, my god of 1,000 faces, why do you still need a dragon? He had already become a Grim Reaper, so why would the mortal Megalosaurus come here? Oh, he could be a mount for the god of death. Scholar Hades, what are your chances of becoming a divine throne? Jiao asked with anticipation and nervousness. Not even half a cent, the elf said casually. Half a point, count it as 0. 5%. Jiao muttered a few words and suddenly raised his voice. He shouted in disbelief, God of 1,000 faces, a 0. 5% chance is not small. In theory, as long as 200 people attack the god of death, a true god will be born. Are you deaf? I said not even half a point. It's not even half a point. The genie in the magic pot scoffed. It's enough, Jiao said with a satisfied face. What's enough? How many people can your school of black and white have? The elf said with disdain. A lot, it's enough. How much is a lot? Danny was very anxious. But she was also very calm. Can there be 10? Humph, we have thousands of scholars in the City of Knowledge, but only 10 people have magic talent. The elf raised the corner of his eyes and said contemptuously. The excitement on Jiao face gradually disappeared. He shook his head and sighed. You're right, I was too optimistic. The School of Black and White has less than 100 qualified faceless. It seems that we have to expand the number of apprentices in the future. Less than 100 people? Bastard, can't you give an accurate number? 99 is less than 100, 9 is less than 100. Well, it's definitely more than a single digit. Take the median, 50. It seems that 50 faceless is terrifying enough. Or, should I just arrest Jiao and let the Whip of Solitude Hattar try the whip technique? Scholar, you said last time that as long as I leave the Westeros and promise not to use the Death God's forbidden technique in the 7 countries, you will give me the forbidden technique. Jiao eyes became very eager, and the desire in his eyes almost overflowed. I did say that. But after coming in contact with you, I suddenly found that you're a good person, and now I don't want you to go astray. The elf hesitated. Jiao shook his head again and firmly said, No, I'm definitely not going astray. I really want to master the power of the Death God. Do you know the after-effects of practicing the death god's forbidden technique? The elf pointed to his pale cheeks that seemed to be covered with a thick layer of powder. Do you see? Neither dead nor alive, just like a devil. Scholar, this doesn't scare me. The school of black and white has thousands of death god statues. Which one of them looks like a normal living person? This is the characteristic of a death god. Jyokuin's expression became more and more firm. Ah, that's true. Even Oxhead and Horseface of the Celestial Empire and the 10 Kings of Hell didn't look human. Ugly, ferocious, and terrifying were the common standards of death gods of all races in the world. Other than the change in appearance, even the habits, the magic jar elf smiled bitterly and sighed. I think I have a strong will, but I still gradually lost my humanity after practicing the death god's forbidden technique. I'm no longer interested in human food, and I no longer have a reaction to women. Instead, I crave the blood and souls of living people. Jyokuin, becoming a death god means becoming an inhuman. Death gods must be different from normal people. Jyokuin said matter-of-factly. Death gods like the Black Mountain Goat liked blood sacrifices, and he knew that. Are you sure you want to learn? I'm sure, Jyokuin said with certainty. You won't regret it. I definitely won't. All right, I'll teach you next time. What? Jyokuin was stunned. Look. The magic jar elf pointed to the moon that was moving to the west. It's past midnight, and after talking with you for so long, my divine power is exhausted, and I'm about to fall asleep. Jyokuin was stunned. He looked up. Wasn't that right? They had been talking like this for an hour or two, no wonder the magic jar elf couldn't hold on. But wasn't this a little too much? Finally, after much effort, Jyokuin didn't have time to be depressed, and quickly said, Scholar, use this last bit of time to teach me the forbidden arts. I'll teach you as much as I can. All right, but you'll have to learn the meditation technique first. Teach me then, I'll listen. Jyokuin sat up straight. There's not much time left. If I explain it verbally, I won't be able to teach you much. The magic jar elf hesitated. I have a method, it's very dangerous, but it can teach you magic knowledge in the shortest time possible. What method? Jyokuin asked. Spiritual transmission. The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it at Jyokuin's forehead. I'll use my divine power to forcefully break open your sea of consciousness, convert information into runes, and inject it into your spiritual space. I don't really understand, but it sounds dangerous. Jyokuin frowned. The elf quickly explained, everyone's soul is like a mysterious and private castle, a sturdy fortress that naturally blocks outside invasions. The stronger your will, the harder it is for external spiritual power to affect you. Now, I want you to open the castle gates and let me send a trace of my will into the castle. The danger is that once you sense my spiritual power invading, your sea of consciousness will resist involuntarily, and then our spiritual power will collide and both of us will be injured. If I don't resist, will your spiritual transmission hurt me? Jyokuin asked solemnly. That depends on whether I have any ill intentions towards you. The magic jar elf said meaningfully. Jyokuin's eyes flashed, he understood what the fire demon meant. The castle had been opened, and the soldiers outside had already entered. Whether they were enemies or allies, it was up to the soldiers to decide. Very dangerous. Jyokuin sighed. Very dangerous. The elf admitted. How long will it be before you appear again? Jyokuin asked. The elf said uncertainly, well, maybe 3 or 4 months, like this time. Maybe a few years, after all, no one can be sure about the magic tide. Come. Jyokuin said in a low voice. What? The elf was confused. Transmit your spiritual power to me. Jyokuin smiled faintly. You're not afraid that I'll do something bad? This time, the elf was not faking his surprise. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. The most serious consequence is only death. Dying on the way to worship the god of 1,000 faces is the greatest glory for any faceless. A nameless person does not fear death. Jyokuin said calmly. No, child. You should be afraid, some things are scarier than death. Then I'll start. The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it directly between Jyokuin's eyebrows. Yes. Relax, it will hurt a little at first, don't resist, it will be fine after you go in. The elf reminded him. Okay. The Green Prophet's ring brought the second soul into the dragon spirit state. Blackie absorbed the power of faith, the holy megalosaurus transformed, the dragon spirit turned into the holy light, the second soul fused with the holy light, and the second soul entered the state of wind song. With all of the above added together, I'm coming. Jyokuin's vision turned black, and he entered a strange state of grey. Then, a majestic and sacred red meteor seemed to come from the sky, crashing down on his head. It's me, don't be afraid. The voice was somewhat familiar, but the terrifying pressure in the voice made him feel suffocated. It was like a lowly beggar on the streets being scolded by a king who commanded 1,000,000 troops. He was in fear and trepidation, he really wanted to shrink into his turtle shell and hide. But Jyokuin was not a mortal, after all, and in an instant, he got rid of this embarrassing feeling. He understood that the magic jar elf did not lie to him, he was really a god. This kind of pressure on the level of the soul meant that the other party's level was too high. This was how a mortal should face a god. So, Jyokuin did not reject the red meteor, instead, he tried to suppress the fear in his heart, opened his chest, and embraced the meteor. Boom! In an instant, he felt a pain in his head as if he was kicked by a donkey, and the pain stunned him. So painful. But in an instant, the piercing pain of his soul being torn apart disappeared, and then it was warm, and actually a little comfortable. It was not an illusion. At this moment, he was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. Of course, it was comfortable. Jyokuin opened the door to welcome the thief, and put the Dragon Queen's second soul into the spiritual space. She was now gathering spirit. That's right, the Dragon Queen activated the spirit concentration technique, gathering a sparse patch of spirit essence to heal Jyokuin's mental trauma, and slowly improve the quality of his soul. Just like what she did to the savage woman that day. Chapter 475. This world's laws were quite peculiar. On one hand, it allowed transfiguration users with powerful souls to exist, while on the other hand, it allowed ordinary people's souls to be so strong that even gods couldn't invade them. Even a transfiguration user who was on the verge of death could try to possess the body of a strong and healthy spearwoman. However, ordinary demigods couldn't distort ordinary people's wills. Dani couldn't enter other people's soul realms quietly like the three-eyed crow. She could only enter other people's soul realms while riding a megalosaurus through a different type of true dragon roar. The spearwoman was a special case, as her soul was already riddled with holes by the six forms man Valamir. It was just like how the castle walls had many holes, and Dani could enter through them. Jyokuin was different. He had a firm will, a healthy body, and a strong mental power. His castle was firmly sealed. Under normal circumstances, if Dani pressed him to the ground and used True Dragon Roar 100 times, she would only be able to shatter the castle and cause Jyokuin's mind to collapse, turning him into an idiot. Unless Jyokuin didn't resist and opened the gate to welcome her into the castle. Jyokuin wasn't a fool, so why wouldn't he resist? Actually, even if he was a fool, his soul realm would automatically counterattack according to this world's special soul laws. There was only one situation where the soul realm wouldn't counterattack, and that was when the intruder was the three-eyed crow. Now, due to Dani's coincidence, Jyokuin really didn't resist, and he even consciously opened the gate to allow Dani to enter his soul realm. This was the second time Dani entered another person's soul realm. Jyokuin's soul realm had a blue starry sky as its background, just like her and Larry. The spearwoman was possessed by the six forms man, and her soul core was shattered like glass. Every piece of glass contained a short memory. Dani's soul core was perfectly round, and it was hidden in a 9-colored whirlpool. It didn't leak any mental power, and anyone who entered her soul realm wouldn't be able to see any memory unless they broke the 9-colored whirlpool. Jyokuin's soul core was also very restrained, and it was like a polyhedral crystal hidden in a deep blue fog. From time to time, the fog would disperse, and Dani would catch a glimpse of a fleeting image on the crystal Jyokuin's memories. But most of the time, the crystal was wrapped in blue mist, and Dani couldn't see anything. Scholar Hades. A spirit wave came out of the blue mist. There was a strong sense of shock in his tone, which showed that Jyokuin was not calm at the moment. In fact, The magic jar sprite in his spiritual sea was like a blazing golden-red sun. It was majestic, domineering, and filled with power and oppression. With just a glance, it was as if he had become a beggar on the streets, ascending to the palace of the gods to meet the God King. This was not an illusion. The person in front of Gyokuin was not a human at all, but a powerful demigod. The black dragon and Danny's soul were one, and it was mixed with the waves of wind song and the great power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods. Even the coal-black goat didn't have this kind of power. "It's me." Hades's voice rumbled, and the entire soul space began to tremble. "This is the might of a demigod." "Too powerful," Gyokuin said in shock. "Heh, you're just an ordinary person without any extraordinary powers. It's only natural for you to have such thoughts when facing a demigod." With a chuckle, the sprite continued, "Let's cut to the chase. I'll show you the Death's 108 runes." With that, a ray of light shot out from the golden-red sun, and quickly sketched out mysterious runes in the space. At first, Gyokuin was still a little vigilant. His spirit was highly concentrated, and the blue mist was almost solid, firmly protecting the spirit core. But gradually, he realized that the magic jar sprite was really only focused on teaching, and the runes it taught were so profound. While he let down a little of his vigilance, he also had to divide a lot of his attention to study the knowledge of the Death's forbidden art. Just like that, the blue mist surged, and like a steamer that was just opened, the spirit core inside was exposed, and memories flashed on the surface of the crystal like a slide. Danny knew many secrets of the Faceless, such as the weekly gatherings of the Faceless, some of Gyokuin's assassination missions, and little Gyokuin's experience when he was a trainee, but it was too messy, and 99% of it was useless information. And Gyokuin did not completely let down his guard, so it was difficult for Danny to spy on the core secrets. For example, the total number of Faceless, the name list, and the technique of changing faces. But peeking at the memories was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to replenish the nutrition of her good boy. The Barren Land Undead Association had developed two types of spiritual qualities that were not yin and yang spirits, Type A will, Type B vitality. Dragon Queen gave up the rough seeding method of the past. This time, she specifically instilled Gyokuin with Type A yang spirit. When there were no corpses nearby to burn, the spiritual qualities that Danny extracted from nature were already scarce. Now that she eliminated the non-Type A spiritual qualities, the rain of spiritual qualities turned from a drizzle to a mist. This was because Gyokuin's soul was mature and full, and could not absorb too much spiritual qualities. Hardfoot Larry's soul was broken, so he could absorb a large amount of spiritual qualities given by Danny. Gyokuin's soul was complete, so giving a small amount of spiritual qualities would make his soul saturated, and he could not absorb any more spiritual qualities to grow. This was the same as Danny. She could not replenish spiritual qualities endlessly, so most of the time, she could only give spiritual qualities to the gluttonous Megalosaurus. The misty type of spiritual qualities entered Gyokuin's soul space, and then the second soul imprinted strange runes on it. After that, the type of spiritual qualities that had been roughly processed into a Trojan horse began to soak in the blue mist and was absorbed by the spirit core crystal. Almost visible to the naked eye, the blue mist became thicker, and Danny could no longer see the memories on the crystal. The crystal also became brighter and more transparent, as if the glass had been freshly scrubbed. Gyokuin also felt more and more spirited, more and more refreshed. Even his wisdom had inexplicably increased, and his understanding of the profound death meditation runes was getting faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Gyokuin's soul began to saturate, and could no longer absorb the type of spiritual qualities given by Danny. Dragon Queen no longer used the water plot, and quickly finished the final teaching process. "Well, the complete set of basic meditation techniques has been taught to you, and I will soon fall asleep. There is only a little time left. If you don't understand anything, you can ask. I feel that my spiritual power has become stronger. Is it an illusion?" As the most elite Faceless, Gyokuin immediately noticed the positive changes in his soul. "Your spiritual power has become more condensed. After I leave, you will have a period of exhaustion, so sleep well, and when you start to learn magic tomorrow, your spiritual power will gradually increase." The meditation technique you taught me doesn't seem to be the inheritance of the great wizard. Jiao asked again. The inheritance of the great wizard I received is not complete. There are number 108 runes. Alas, this kind of basic knowledge, you can find any wizard to ask about it. I can only tell you that this is the Sutra of Death that I created by nurturing hundreds of scriptures in a cauldron and combining all Taos into one. If you are afraid of becoming a ghost like me, you can only practice the first 1/3 of it, and inherit my fire demon name. Ouch, time's up, see you next time. Without waiting for Jiao to ask again, if he really asked her about the knowledge of condensing the foundation of meditation, she had never practiced it, so she couldn't give an accurate answer. The golden red sun suddenly disappeared. Jiao felt a burst of emptiness, and slowly opened his eyes. The magic jar sprite had disappeared. Looking up at the sky, Jiao was shocked to find that the position of the moon had almost not changed. In other words, the sprite didn't lie, the spiritual power transfer was only a few minutes, or 10 minutes, and she had completed such a complicated teaching? Jiao just stood up, and suddenly his body swayed. Tiredness came like a tide, and his eyes were in a trance. His legs were weak, and he was about to fall down. But in front of him was the magic jar, placed on the ridge of the roof. Plop. Jiao hurriedly tilted his body, avoided the magic jar, and rolled sideways on the wooden roof. Fortunately, no. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the magic jar shake a few times in the vibration of the roof, suddenly left the ridge of the roof, and rolled to the other side. Clang clang clang. Hearing the sound of the magic jar rolling on the roof faster and faster, Jiao eyes were about to burst, and he struggled more and more fiercely. When he propped himself up, lying on the ridge of the roof, he watched the magic jar fly in the air and fall to the ground. No, Jiao cry was like the cry of a hungry wolf, mournful and sad, and the construction workers in the nearby wooden houses were awakened from their sleep. Crash. The clear sound of the jar breaking, like thousands of ice swords, pierced Faceless One's heart, took away his vitality, and froze his soul. No, what are you howling for? It's so late, can't you let me sleep? A neighbor got out of bed, opened the door, and yelled at Faceless One's house. Well, they were all sailors who were forcibly hired by the Royal Navy to build wooden houses in Queen's Corner, level the land, and plant seasonal fruits and vegetables. They were mainly prepared for the coming barbarians. The house that Jiao was living in now was newly built, and there were many of them, enough for each person to have one. The magic jar spirit clearly warned me that after he left, there would be a period of exhaustion, but why didn't I care? Why did I worship the magic jar on the roof? Why did I? Looking at the broken tiles on the ground, Jiao expression was desperate, and his heart was filled with endless grief and self-blame. Actually, Jiao didn't need to blame himself. The jar was broken by Dragon Queen. It had been 4 months since the first time she disguised herself as the magic jar spirit. Especially after the success of the preliminary research on the antidote for the grayscale disease, Danny had a lot of time to sit and discuss with Bu Tian and Kue Shi. Finally, she roughly figured out the teach you to become undead ghost meditation technique. Well, roughly. Danny wasn't sure if this meditation technique could be cultivated, and if it would cause one to go crazy. But she could guarantee that this meditation technique was definitely not meant for normal people to cultivate. Since the meditation technique had been taught to Jiao, then the mission of the magic jar was almost complete. She didn't know the god of death's forbidden technique, so she couldn't teach it. Not only did the jar break, Danny also removed the soul imprint on Jiao, so she couldn't use her spiritual projection to track him anymore. Danny wasn't using her spiritual projection this time. She was hiding in the hills behind Jiao wooden house. Only within a short distance could the mental projection cast magic, enter Jiao soul space, endow him with a soul, remove the soul imprint on Jiao wrist, and leave the extremely complicated seals and sealing runes on the jar. Well, even if she decided to break the jar, she used fire magic to imprint many mysterious runes on the inner walls of the jar. This wasn't a world where the Dragon Queen ruled alone. Bravos was full of talents, so how could she not find a mage who could test whether the magic jar was magical? In fact, there was an island of gods in Bravos. There were many temples on it, such as the Moonsinger Temple, the God of 1,000 Faces Temple, the Red God Temple, and many other temples. There were many priests and transcendents. This was also the reason why Danny tied Jo Kuan up here. If she really went to Bravos, her trick would be exposed. Of course, removing the soul imprint didn't mean that Danny let Jo Kuan go. Instead, there was something 10 times more secretive and 100,000 times more terrifying left in his spirit sea. The evil god's whispers, mother of dragons, Danny's whispers. Chapter 476. Before this, the Dragon Queen had 4 mission objectives in Slaver's Bay. 1. Prepare for war. 2. Plant crops. 3. Epidemic prevention. 4. Magic research. As for Big Nephew Aegon, Prince Illyrio, and Prince Vari's plan to restore the country, sorry, she didn't care at all. She didn't care about their plans, nor did she care about their thoughts. Then, the magic research was divided into a few small projects: recasting tile steel without blood sacrifice, Jo Kuan's teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, usurping the position of the 7 gods, and researching the effects of different types of spirits. Before completing teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, Danny's main focus was on recasting tile steel. The night was coming, and the Alliance was surrounding them. Creating tile steel armor and forming the tile steel army was the top priority. Danny knew her priorities. The key to recasting tile steel was that the forging of the sword required a blood sacrifice, a sacrifice to the demon god, and a sacrifice to the sword itself. Danny didn't have homicidal phobia. Countless people had died directly or indirectly in her hands. But just like how she tried to help Megalosaurus get rid of its bad habit of eating people, she didn't want Megalosaurus to become an evil god that accepted blood sacrifice. She had an idea. The 7 gods were Holy Father, Holy Mother, Maiden, Old Woman, Warrior, Blacksmith, and Stranger. The 7 gods, the 7 virtues, and the different forms of humans. At the same time, the 7 gods combined into one, which was equivalent to the 7 gods having 7 clergy. Not mentioning the other 6, the meaning of the blacksmith was very obvious, and it was also very rare for Danny. She had an idea. After Dahe usurped the blacksmith's clergy, could he become a divine dragon blacksmith? Or, after Dahe put on the blacksmith persona, could his faith have the effect of a divine blacksmith, and could recast tile steel without blood sacrifice? Or even use his divine power to create weapons that were better than tile steel, such as the Dragonmother's version of the Light Emissary? This wasn't a delusion. The divine persona, clergy, had a real additional effect. Dahe's great guardian clergy obviously strengthened the power of his dragon flame, and changed the shape of the dragon flame. This was a real example. If Dahe got the blacksmith's clergy, it was very likely blacksmith's power of faith plus dragon flame equals forge god. The black goat of Koa and Balerion of Valeglia could reforge steel, but they did not have the divine title of god of forging. Dahe and the blacksmith would definitely surpass them. With this idea in mind, the plan to usurp the position of one of the 7 gods surpassed the reforging of the tiles and became the project that Danny was most concerned about. For this reason, Archbishop Danny once again changed the doctrine of the 7 gods. The great protector was to the 7 gods, just as the king's hand was to the king's hand was to the king. The great protector was the agent of the 7 gods' authority in the mortal world. This was an indirect method to make Big Black bind to the 7 gods. Even if Big Black was only the 7 gods' hand of the 7 gods, the 7 gods were fake, and the 7 gods' hand was the entire god spirit. In Westeros, the hand of the king could even sit on the Iron Throne. It was like an idol in the entertainment industry who had a powerful and influential godfather. In order to make this new starlet famous, the godfather used his connections to arrange for the starlet to act with the big shots of the entertainment industry, spread rumors with the top celebrities, and be bound to the heavenly king for promotion. Dahe did not have a godfather, but he had the strongest and most influential mother in the world. Mother Dragon Danny easily bound her son to the 7 gods, the brightest star. Today, Dahe was the underling of the 7 gods and acted with the 7 gods. Tomorrow, he would be able to call the 7 gods brothers and compete with them on the same stage. The day after tomorrow, he would be able to kick the has-been 7 gods away and Dahe would dominate the stage and become a heavenly king. The process seemed a little troublesome. Why not just tell the 7 gods to get lost and let Dahe take over? Of course, Danny wanted to tell everyone, My Dahe is one of the 7 gods, a top heavenly king. Come and worship him. Believe in Dahe and you will have eternal life. Worship Dahe and you will become a koi. But this was not realistic, at least not in the short term. Even in the real world, young men with godfathers and backgrounds could not be so reckless. The believers of the 7 gods were not stupid. They had worshipped the humanoid 7 gods for thousands of years. If you suddenly said that he was a dragon, and a young dragon that had just been born 3 years ago, wouldn't that be an insult to their intelligence? Who would believe that? If the believers did not believe it, no matter how much Dani said, even if she put a knife to the believers' necks, it would be useless. The key to the power of faith was the devout faith of the believers from the bottom of their hearts. It could not be forced. Of course, if Dani directly established a sect and created a divine dragon sect in Slave Bay among the Dothraki, dragon god sect would be better. She could casually announce the divine position of the dragon god Dahe, such as justice, freedom, blacksmithing, wisdom. After a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, it might really be possible to give Dahe the corresponding divinity and divine position. But Dani did not have a few hundred years to wait. Besides, the billions of assets of the 7 gods church were there. It would be a pity to give it up. So, the Dragon Queen revised the 7 holy scriptures of the 7 gods church in Slave Bay. She did not know how many times she had added private goods. If the 7 gods were really not weak, they would have sent down divine punishment long ago to teach Saint Dani how to behave. Not only did the doctrine change, but even the statues of the 7 gods in the sacred Grace Great Cathedral were changed. A black dragon was added under the buttocks of the 7 gods, and the statues of the 7 gods rode the dragon. There were also black dragon patterns on the uniforms of the 7 gods. Today, the 7 gods rode the dragon. In the future, when Dahe got the divine position of the 7 gods, the statues would immediately become human heads and dragon bodies. In this way, Dahe would completely replace the 7 gods and become the orderly dragon god with great potential. Well, if the gods were divided into camps, order and chaos, good and evil. There was no doubt that the 7 gods were the most orderly, and the only gods who only had good attributes. For example, Lalo was the good king of light, but also the evil shadow demon. He was not purely in the good camp. At most, he was like the door god of the old gods, a neutral camp. If good and evil had to reach a balance, in this world full of evil gods, the only good god was destined to be very powerful. Therefore, if one day, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire ascended, the 7 gods would have the brightest future. Unfortunately, the 7 gods were fake. Gods were real and not fake. Pure faith could not create gods out of thin air, at least not in this world and in this time period. P.S. The believers of Slave Bay easily accepted the changes in the doctrine of the 7 gods and the statues of the 7 gods. Well, they did not know how many times the Dragon Queen had changed the doctrine. They were used to it. Previously, the people of Slave Bay did not believe in the 7 gods. It was the Queen who led them to believe in the 7 gods. She was also the Archbishop. Of course, whatever she said was right. No one had any objections. Moreover, in the eyes of the believers of Slave Bay, the 7 gods and Megalosaurus were united, which was very suitable for the national situation. Wasn't their homeland guarded by Megalosaurus? Megalosaurus could guard Slave Bay, so of course it could guard the 7 gods. It was too reasonable. However, the Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay was not a big deal. Dani had to implement this kind of reform in the Westeros. It would be best to persuade the Big Sparrow to do this. Why? Because the Big Sparrow believed in the 7 gods wholeheartedly and was a saint of the 7 gods. In a way, he had part of the ability to confer the title of a god. This was confirmed by Dani after more than half a month of research. When she first learned that the Big Sparrow had built a statue for Dahe, Dani did not care too much. She did not know how this kind of behavior would affect Dahe. When the statue was built, the Big Sparrow led a group of believers and prayed to the newly appointed Great Guardian of Light according to the usual practice of treating the 7 gods. Dahe suddenly became the Great Guardian of Light. He had the divinity of a clergy and was connected to the faith pool of the 7 gods. At that time, although Dani was surprised, she did not think that the big sparrow was important. She felt that if she built a statue for Dahe, it would have the same effect. But she was wrong. When Dahe became the great guardian of light, he also became the only master of the faith pool of the 7 gods. Therefore, Dani in the dragon spirit state could see the faith of the believers of the 7 gods through the line of faith. That was to say, Dani could judge the level of piety of the believers through the power of faith they offered to the faith pool. If old Yamont's faith was used as a standard, the level of piety was scaled and named faith. Then the Dragon Queen was about 0.001. Note that it was approximately equal to 0.001. Dani could only observe the level of faith up to 3 decimal places at the moment. In other words, the Dragon Queen's faith was far less than 0.001. Even Tyrion, who was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, had a faith of 0.5 of the 7 gods. Saint Dani should be ashamed to death. Aegon was very reluctant, only 0.4 faith, which was not even as good as Tyrion. This was not to say that Aegon was not pious, but the reference standard was Ymont, which was a bit high. Clinton had 1.6, Sister Ashara 9.0, White Knight Beristan as high as 50, a true knight. Then, the one-armed hero, Lancel, 100, fanatic. Big Sparrow, 250, how terrifying. In her dragon spirit form, Dani roughly observed 1,000 beggars and 1,000 ordinary people who went to the church. She came up with a set of criteria: those who were lower than 0.1 were non-believers, ordinary people who were around 1.0 were shallow believers, 1.0 to 10.0 were true believers, 10 to 50 were devout believers, 50 to 100 were fanatics, 100 to 150 were petitioners, 150 to 200 were saints, 200 to 250 were saints. In fact, Lancel was far more pious than many sparrows, but his faith was not top-notch. There was a large group of small sparrows under the big sparrow. Among the thousands of sparrows, at least 500 were petitioners, terrifying, and there were more than 10 saints, terrifying. Under the natural and man-made disasters of chaos of the 4 kings and winter is coming, the faith of the 7 gods of King's Landing ushered in unprecedented prosperity. It seemed that faith was also related to the believer's understanding of the 7 gods doctrine. In other words, it was related to the compatibility of the 7 gods doctrine. Because of his personal experience, Lancel only wanted to be redeemed by the gods. At this time, he joined the Sparrow army to atone to the gods. But he could atone to the 7 gods, and he could atone to the Red God, so his behavior was very pious, but his spirit was not compatible with the 7 gods doctrine. The one-armed hero still had a lot of room for improvement. The big sparrow was different. He had almost reached the peak of the faith of mortals. Saint Baylor might also be a saint, but his faith was not as high as his. Dani gave him the title of Saint of Light, which was not an exaggeration. What was the use of faith other than providing faith for the faith pool? Conferring the title of a god. When the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to pray, all the faith lines of the small sparrows all gathered on the big sparrow, and then his 250 faith lines suddenly expanded, becoming the gate of faith. At that moment, the faith pool, which was located in the unknown void, was closest to the mortal world, almost reaching the great cathedral of Baylor. Dani tried it herself later. She led tens of thousands of people to pray in the great cathedral of Holy Grace in Astapor, and then the faith lines of the people directly merged into the void and entered the faith pool. Her delicate line could not bear the faith of the people at all. Chapter 477. The great sparrow could lead the believers to open the door to the pool of faith. The Dragon Queen could not even bear and gather the faith of the believers. This gap had nothing to do with the strength between the two, and also had nothing to do with their positions in the secular political system. When studying how Blackie suddenly became the great guardian of light, Dani also found that the clergy mark left by Blackie in the pool of faith was also sent in by the great sparrow. The great sparrow and his thousands of small sparrows recognized Blackie as the great guardian of light. They also deliberately sent messenger crows to inform the holy churches of this event that changed the history of the church in the 7 kingdoms. Undoubtedly, the Great Sparrow did this for political reasons, to use the power and reputation of the megalosaurus to expand the influence of the Church in the Seven Kingdoms, to enhance the sanctity of the Church in this period of turmoil. But he did recognize the fact that the black dragon became the great guardian of the seven gods. In this way, the preliminary great guardian clergy and faith began to form. But at that time, the power of faith was too little to affect Blackie, and he could not detect it. But on the day of the statue of Blackie, when the Great Sparrow led thousands of believers to pray to the statue, it was equivalent to officially conferring Blackie the position of the great guardian of the Church of the Seven Gods on behalf of all the believers. The Great Sparrow himself did not know anything about mysticism, so he did not know this at all. At that moment, the great guardian clergy was imprinted into the pool of faith through the door of faith opened by the Great Sparrow. Blackie's clergy was imprinted on the list of gods, and he was the only one. Dani could not suddenly become the Holy Son who believed in the seven gods, so she could not replace the Great Sparrow to do what he could do. Of course, this did not mean that the Great Sparrow was irreplaceable. Without the Great Sparrow, there were other holy disciples and even holy sons in the Seven Kingdoms. For example, in Hajian land, the monk Meribad who was promised by the Dragon Queen was also a high-ranking holy disciple. If the Great Sparrow was not honest, he would be killed, and then Meribad would be promoted. There was only one point. Meribad was a free man without any friends, and he did not study or know how to read. He did not have the Great Sparrow's solid knowledge of religious theory, and did not have his tactics and skills. He didn't have enough charisma to gather a large group of pious sparrows. Without a loyal follower, he could not represent all the believers of the seven gods in the seven kingdoms. He could not open the door of faith and could not give Blackie the priesthood. Therefore, even if Meribad was honest and obedient, his efficiency and ability were far inferior to Big Sparrow. This kind of thing was simply too common in the workplace. Those who were honest and obedient and knew how to flatter were incapable. Those who were capable were unruly and often dissed the boss. In this way, Dani's hand of the seven gods' religious reformation couldn't be done alone. She hoped to get the Big Sparrow's approval. He immediately had Dragonstone Island send a letter to Big Sparrow to inform him of this matter. Big Sparrow replied that he could consider letting the seven gods' statues ride dragons. However, Megalosaurus was one with the seven gods. Even if Megalosaurus was only the hand of the seven gods, it would still be tampering with too many doctrines. In theory, he did not agree. Out of respect for the Dragon Queen, and out of consideration for the special situation of Slave Bay, he agreed to abstain from food and pray to seek guidance from the old woman. Then, the Dragon Queen planned to observe through the thread of faith and guide Big Sparrow. Well, if the believers prayed to Blackie's statue, Dani could descend her consciousness to the black dragon statue in the great cathedral through the thread of faith and observe the scene of their prayers. It was very blurry. But she could indeed see the believers from the statue's perspective across thousands of miles, and even hear their thoughts at that time. However, this kind of descent of faith had great limitations. Outside the range of Blackie's statue, even if the believers chanted the name of the Great Guardian, it would lose its effect. Similarly, if they did not pray to Blackie, even if they stood under Blackie's statue, Dani could not see him without connecting the thread of faith to the Great Guardian. Dani maintained the state of Dragon Spirit and Song of Wind and waited for Big Sparrow to pray to Blackie. At that time, she would disguise herself as one of the seven gods and give him the guidance of old woman Dani. Just like the time when Big Sparrow set up Blackie's statue, she could talk to him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Big Sparrow, the devout holy son, did not pray to the Great Guardian even once. This was too much. He simply did not treat the Great Guardian as a god. Or was Big Sparrow lying, and he did not abstain from praying? Then, one day, Dani waited for another person, a person she would never have thought of. After admitting defeat, the people of Bravos were very active. Almost within a week, 80 ships with a capacity of more than 400 tons were prepared for Geraldine. The ships were not empty. They were loaded with 50,000 tons of supplies, such as grain, iron ingots, butter, cheese, cotton, wool, and so on. The Great Wall of the East Sea was about 2,000 kilometers away from Bravos. A single ship usually took about half a month to travel, A fleet, especially 80 giant ships, took even longer to travel in order not to fall behind. About 3 weeks later, the East Sea voyage blew the horn. Woo-1 sound meant that they were allies. The red three-headed dragon flag on the black background on the ship was so bright that it made the night watchers and savages in the post very excited. The Dragon Queen is here. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. The Queen kept her promise, and in just a month, she brought the fleet here. 7 gods above, the Queen is really generous. The sea is filled with ships. How many ships are there? The ships are so big, look at the one in the lead, it is 300 feet, 100 meters, long, even a giant would look small on it. Commander Carterpike, there are too many ships, our East Sea voyage pier is too narrow to fit them all. The East Sea voyage pier had never received such a huge fleet. Not only were there many ships, but the tonnage of each ship was also too big. The lowest load was 400 tons. In the end, only half of the ships were able to dock at the pier, the rest could only retract their sails, throw down their anchors, and let the ships hover in a sheltered bay. The Queen's fleet had already made the savages and night watchers very excited. When the supplies on the ships were transported down, countless savages were so happy that they cried, "We finally don't have to die. The free people won't starve anymore. The Queen didn't lie to us, she is now sending food to the 100,000 savages, she must have prepared land in the south with a safe temperature." The Dragon Queen's reputation and credibility had been completely solidified among the savages, as stable as Mount Tai. From now on, the Queen of the South in the hearts of the savages would be divided into two, the trustworthy Dragon Queen, and the vigilant other kings. The Night Watchers were also very grateful to the Dragon Queen for keeping her promise. Not only were the savages running out of food, the Night Watchers were also running out of supplies. As the Queen's representative, the preparatory White Knight, Giro Dane received an unprecedented grand reception from the Night Watchers. The reception even exceeded that of Stannis and the Dragon Queen who came to the Great Wall that day. Even the Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, who could not be seen, brought a group of high-ranking Night Watchers to the East Sea voyage pier on the third day. The moment the savages got their first piece of cheese and first bag of wheat flour from the Dragon Queen, their reverence for the Dragon Queen was almost equivalent to worshipping an old god for thousands of years. Other than a small number of elites from the mountain tribe who stayed in Dark Castle, most of the tribe members came to the East Sea voyage pier, including the tribe leader's wife, Larry, her mother and daughter. The Dragon Queen miraculously saved her from death, and Larry was already very grateful. This time, when she was given the Queen's food again, she hugged her daughter and sat by the bonfire, sincerely praying for the Queen. Her mother was a witch in the tribe, and she even lent a bronze book that recorded the ritual of the Green Prophet to the Dragon Queen, so Larry also knew some of the prayers and rituals. In fact, when her mother died in the future, she would change from a spearwoman to a witch. If there were no accidents, her daughter would repeat this path in the future. That was not the point. The point was that when Larry used the Green Prophet prayer to express her gratitude to the Dragon Queen was also in the state of windsong, and she was waiting for the Great Sparrow. The Great Sparrow did not come, but the follower Larry did. What was even more ridiculous was that the Hardfoot did not believe in Dany, she still believed in the old gods, but her power of faith all went to Dany. Dany was not a demigod, she could not absorb the power of faith, but now Dany and the great black dragon spirit, Blackie was a demigod, she was a demigod, she could absorb the power of faith. Then, the second soul ring absorbed the power of faith, she had a trace of divine power. This trace of divine power did not have much power, but it allowed Dany to locate the Hardfoot in the East Sea voyage pier, just like how Blackie could locate the followers of the 7 gods who prayed to the statue of the Great Guardian. Dany was shocked to find that there was her spiritual imprint hidden in the depths of the Hardfoot's soul. It was exactly the same as the Three-Eyed Crow's method of hiding the imprint in her soul space. When the Dragon Queen herself did not know, she left a baton in the Hardfoot's mind. At this time, Dany realized how reckless she was to use spiritual bestowment to repair the spearwoman's soul that day. The spiritual substance she summoned contained traces of her spirit. There was even an A-type spiritual substance that controlled the will, but those spiritual substances all became part of the spearwoman's soul. The human soul space was like a fortress, and the control of the fortress originally belonged to the person. But at this time, more than half of the buildings in Larry's fortress belonged to Danny, and Danny could partially control this fortress. She tried. Hardfoot's camp, by the bonfire. After reciting a blessing for the Dragon Queen, Larry put the washed iron pot on the bonfire to roast. Then, she cut a piece of butter, took the butter, and wiped the bottom of the pot, adding a layer of oil to the hot grey iron pot. After that, it was time to pour the prepared batter into the pot. After distributing the flour and butter, Hardfoot's Larry prepared to make some scallion pancakes for her daughter and old mother. Danny said to the spearwoman, "Don't make pancakes tonight, eat dough balls." Dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls. The spear-wielding woman's movements paused as she hugged the pot of flour paste. Her eyes were blank and her expression was dull as she muttered, dough balls, no pancakes tonight. Let's eat dough balls, let's eat dough balls. Larry, what's wrong? The old witch felt that something was wrong, and put down her granddaughter in her arms. She walked over and touched her daughter's forehead, and said nervously, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Seeing that the effect was so obvious, Danny was shocked and happy, and she could not help but lower her power, and her tone became gentle. "Larry, don't eat pancakes tonight, eat dough balls. The pancakes are too dry, and dough balls can help digestion and warm the body." "What?" The blankness in Larry's eyes disappeared, and she turned to ask her mother, "What did you say? Why were you in a daze just now?" The old witch saw that her daughter was fine, and she was relieved, but her tone had a hint of reproach. "Nothing, I think the pancakes are too dry, and it's better to eat dough balls for digestion and warm the body," Larry smiled and said. "The pot is hot," the witch mumbled. "It's okay, add water and boil it, and I'll dry the dough a little more." Larry's tone was natural, and her movements were smooth. She scooped water into the pot, and then went to the tent to take out the flour bag, and carefully threw a handful into the batter pot. The evil god's whisper, it worked. Chapter 478. When she was waiting for the big sparrow, she accidentally sensed Larry's prayer, and she also verified the secret of the god's whispers from the spear-wielding woman. It was really unexpected, and Danny was pleasantly surprised. After that, she tried a few more times, and she discovered that the willpower distortion was only related to the wind song and spiritual bestowment. Even if she cancelled the dragon spirit state with Blackie, and even if she didn't have any god power or faith power, as long as she entered the wind song state, Danny could still locate Larry from tens of thousands of miles away. She could pass her instructions to the spear-wielding woman through the wind. However, the consumption of her magic power and mind power was 10 times higher, and the effect was 10 times lower. Larry's prayer was just a signal, and it reminded Danny that she still had a human puppet outside. If she had activated the mind imprint hidden in Larry's soul when spiritual bestowment repaired it, she wouldn't have had to wait until today. As long as she entered the wind song state, she would be able to affect Larry's willpower. At first, Danny was pleasantly surprised that she learned the three-eyed crow's evil god's whispers, but she didn't understand the principle behind it. Well, her evil god's whispers was obviously different from the three-eyed crow's. At least, the three-eyed crow didn't know how to bestow a spirit, and it didn't need to bestow a spirit. After that, Danny conducted a few more experiments, and she used the spies of the allied army who threw the stone men. The true dragon's roar would enter the spy's soul space and forcefully bestow a spirit. Then, she would enter the wind song state and give the willpower distortion command. How should she put it? It was effective, but it wasn't as effective as Larry's. Almost all of the spies whose soul space was forcefully invaded could detect Danny's voice, and they even hugged their heads and wailed, "Witch, get out, demon, I won't listen to you, no, Dragon Queen, let me go," and other similar words. Under normal circumstances, the spies shouldn't be able to detect her voice, and they shouldn't know the contents of her commands. For example, Danny, who wasn't in the dragon spirit state, couldn't detect the three-eyed crow's voice, Larry couldn't detect Danny's voice, and she couldn't detect the underground palace's evil god's voice. Because of this, Danny understood that forcefully entering the spy's consciousness wouldn't work. Then, she looked for volunteers of the unsullied people. When they willingly cooperated, Danny entered the spy's soul space. The effect wasn't good either. The unsullied indeed could not detect Dragon Queen's voice, but the Dragon Queen's orders were almost useless. For example, during lunch, there were 3 choices: noodles, bread, and rice. Danny asked those who didn't like to eat noodles to choose noodles, but she almost never succeeded. As such, Danny was certain that a small amount of spiritual bestowments would not have any effect. The problem was that almost every normal adult's soul was in a saturated state. Otherwise, the Dragon Queen would have been able to continuously nourish him until now. Even if he couldn't become a true god, he would still be a humanoid megalosaurus with unlimited magic power. Then, Dragon Queen suddenly thought of the Barren Land Undead Society's classification of spiritual quality: Type A willpower spiritual quality, Type B active spiritual quality. When Danny bestowed a spirit, no matter whose imprint the spirit essence carried, it would be formatted and turned into a new, completely blank spirit essence without an owner. The blank here meant that the imprint on the spirit essence would be erased, but the original characteristics would still be retained. For example, after the three-eyed crow's soul was burned and Danny used the spiritual bestowment skill to absorb the spirit essence, the new spirit essence would lose the three-eyed crow's traces, but it would still retain the green prophet's characteristics. For example, if it was originally Type A spirit essence, after being bestowed a spirit, it would only become a clean Type A spirit essence. Well, the clean here was for Danny. In theory, she couldn't directly bestow a spirit essence to other humans. She could only pull the spirit essence into her own soul. So, when she bestowed a spirit on others, she used a trick. Her soul stayed in the other person's consciousness space, and when the spirit essence entered the consciousness space, her soul would not absorb it. In this way, the foreign spirit essence would stay in the other person's consciousness space and be absorbed by the other person's soul as nourishment. In other words, when entering the consciousness space, the spirit essence would already have Danny's imprint, and would not be so clean. Because of this, it was possible to carry out the Dragon Queen's whisper. In summary, Danny's whisper had two conditions: the other person would accept her willpower, and she would try her best to bestow Type A spirit essence, which represented willpower. The more Type A spirit essence was given to the other person, the better the effects of the whisper would be. She could make Larry change his recipes in a short time, but it would be difficult for her to make Jiokun fall in love with the leek and sausages that he didn't like to eat in a month. The restrictions were great, and it couldn't be compared to the three-eyed crow's aura, which was completely devoid of smoke and fire. But Danny's whisper also had an advantage: it wasn't limited to the West Eros. After she perfected this skill, her obedient Jiokun became her first victim. Danny could only choose something that was beneficial to Jiokun among the options that made him hesitate. She couldn't let him do anything that went against his heart, as that would make him realize that something was wrong. For example, she couldn't let him surrender to her, and she couldn't let him eat shit. The three-eyed crow had such restrictions as well. He wanted Danny's dragon, but he advised her not to leave the West Eros. He used indirect means to let Danny hatch the dragon in the West Eros, and then control the young dragon. He couldn't directly say, "Give Blackie to John." The soul projection could only cast magic when it was close to the main body. The closer it was, the better the effect. Hence, in order to bestow a spirit on Jiokun, Danny rode her dragon to the narrow sea queen's corner. However, this trip wasn't just about sending warmth to her obedient son. She also needed to make a trip to Dragonstone Island. Hyder used 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of food from Mill and Pentus. He spent a month to transport 100,000 tons of food to Dragonstone Island and Crab Island. Crab Boss went to Slavers Bay to become the captain of the ship, while Crab Boss II accepted the mission of delivering food to Nuquin City. Yes, this was Danny's promise to Monk Merrybad. Since she said that she would deliver food to the refugees in Hajian County, she had to do it. Year 299 of Aegon's era, 16th of December, morning. Thick greyish-white fog shrouded the dark Dragonstone Island and the surrounding deep blue sea like a giant marshmallow. Hiss suddenly, a loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the island. The black dragon's giant wings flapped violently, and the fog above the flying dragon tower scattered like frightened deer, revealing the wide face of the black stone platform. "The Dragon Queen has arrived," the guard on duty at the top of the tower shouted. On the second morning after giving her obedient son Jiokun the Dragonmother's operation guide, Danny arrived at Dragonstone Island. Soon, Bronn and the old crab arrived together. You flew here in the middle of the night. Do you want to rest? The old crab asked. No need. Call Scholar Marwin over. We'll have breakfast together, Danny said. On the way down, Danny asked anxiously, how did the big sparrow reply? He didn't reply, the old crab said. Is he still fasting and praying? No, he didn't even go into seclusion. In the past week, the big sparrow has been giving speeches on the podium every day. He's very active and busy, Bron said. You mean, he's trying to trick me? Danny said with a dark face. It's more like a tactful rejection, the old crab said. Then, he slowly explained, with Sir Kevin's efforts, the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms has been quelled, and the Lion Army in Hadjian County has been mobilized back to King's Landing in batches. The big sparrow is under more and more pressure, and he has no time to think about changing the doctrine. Changing the doctrine is very important to the church, and he has to think about it carefully. However, changing the doctrine is of no benefit to the church's current predicament. Instead, it gives the archbishops of the other parishes an excuse to denounce the big sparrow. After entering the hall, Danny sat in the main seat, and Bron and the old crab sat on her left and right sides. After a while, Bullneck Dr. Marwin and Scholar Pylos also arrived. Scholar Pylos was the original scholar assigned to Dragonstone Island. He was a young man of 26 years old, polite and conscientious. In Westeros, every noble's castle had a scholar to serve the noble family. The higher the noble's rank, the better the scholar assigned to the city of learning. There was no doubt that Pylos was one of the most outstanding scholars of his generation to serve Dragonstone Island. He originally served Stannis, and when Allu went beyond the Great Wall, he served Lannister. In just a month, he became the Dragon Queen's scholar again. Danny did not make things difficult for the young man, and let him continue his work of sending and receiving messenger crows. Breakfast was rich wheat toast, boiled goose eggs, fried ribbonfish with onion and bacon, grilled sausages, oatmeal, boiled plums, and sour wine. It was very simple. Is the church under a lot of pressure? Danny swallowed half of the goose egg yolk and asked dryly. Bron and the old crab looked at each other, and finally, the old crab, who knew more about politics, explained. Your Majesty, other than Cersei, no one is an idiot. Any noble or royal family with a brain would not be happy with the expansion of the church's authority. Otherwise, they would not have disarmed the church. At that time, King Meg I had died, but the church still had not won. Because the nobles, whether in the open or in the dark, were all on the Iron Throne's side. The king is the king of King's Landing, the 7 dukes are the kings of the 7 territories, and the counts and marquises are the kings of their own territories. The church's encroachment on the Iron Throne's authority would naturally endanger the dukes, marquises, and counts' sovereignty. The Dark Dragon announced himself as the guardian of the 7 gods, and the Great Sparrow as the Holy Son of Light. This had indeed increased the church's influence among the commoners and lower nobles. But the nobles were more and more afraid of the Great Sparrow. In Westeros, the true power and authority are still in the hands of the nobles. Sigh, how can I help him? Danny bit into a sausage and sighed. The old crab's face twisted. He had already made it clear. Other than that idiot Cersei, all the nobles should know that the church's authority could not be expanded. How could Her Majesty? Have you forgotten King Meg I, or have you been possessed by Saint Bailey? But Saint Bailey does not support the church's armed forces. You may not like the Iron Throne, but your descendants will have the chance to sit on it. No matter what, Targaryen is the top nobles of Westeros. The church's rule will not be good for your family. The old crab advised. Danny shrugged and said, the Great Sparrow is already in his 60s. How many more years can he live? When he dies, the church's anger will be vented. Even if it doesn't vent, I can make it vent. She had never really thought of establishing a theocracy, unless the king of that country was her enemy. It was best to leave the worst to the enemy. Your Majesty, don't help the church. That would be the greatest help to the church. Pylos said with a serious expression. What do you mean? The person the Iron Throne fears the most will always be you. If you help the church, the Prince Regent will think that you are using the church to interfere with the Iron Throne's rule. But the Prince Regent does not dare to make a move on Dragonstone Island, so he can only transfer his fear and resentment to the church and suppress the church even more. Ah! Danny was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the case? Chapter 479. Dragonstone Island was formed by the eruption of a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Magma condensed into rocks and gradually formed. Targaryen's castle was built on top of the volcanic rock known as Dragon Mountain. To this day, 99% of the volcano had died. Only the hot spring between the castle's back garden and the Dragon's Cave continued to release white steam every day, proving that the volcano was not completely dead. By comparing the temperature of various parts of the castle, I'm guessing that this hot spring is closest to the volcano's entrance. Marvin opened his mouth that was dyed red by the sourgrass leaves, his expression nervous and excited. Glug. Glug. The hot spring was 30 square meters, located at the bottom of the hill. It was shaped like a leaf, and the grayish-green spring water released steam at every moment, bringing heat to the glass garden. Even though it was winter, the garden was still filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. The trees were full of fruits, and the ground was full of flowers. Careful, it's hot. The old crab suddenly cried out. The Dragon Queen had squatted down beside the hot spring, rolled up her sleeves, and dipped her snow-white arm into the boiling water. Splash! Her small hand stirred the water, but she did not hear the queen's cries of pain. The old crab was shocked. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The queen's right arm was only slightly redder than before, and it did not look like it was cooked at all. Ah, what's going on? Bronn asked in surprise. The old crab seemed to have realized something and became extremely excited. True dragon bloodline. This is the purest true dragon bloodline. Marvin was also shocked, but he knew that the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. He did not care about her right arm that was immune to heat, and instead paid attention to the Queen's expression. Seeing her frown in deep thought, he asked anxiously, "How is it? Is the underground fire magic enough?" "It's enough." Danny nodded. "That's great." Marvin twisted his bull neck in excitement. The old crab observed her expression and asked curiously, "You don't seem satisfied. I thought that the bottom of Dragon Mountain was just an extinct volcano, but I was wrong. The volcano is not dead, it's just asleep. 300 meters below the surface, there's a powerful fire elemental that can blow Dragonstone Island away," Danny said in a deep voice. She dipped her hand into the hot spring not to show off, but to feel the fire elements overflowing from the water. Blackie's demigod dragon soul entered its body, and its powerful spiritual power followed the fire element down. It went all the way down and found the volcano below the hot spring. This was also considered a type of witchcraft. In the book Magic Net Construction that Marvin had taken from the library in the City of Knowledge, there was a complete set of techniques for creating magic crystal balls. It included tracking fire elements, exploring volcanoes, drawing lava from volcanoes, extracting fire elemental magic from the lava, and so on. All of the spells mentioned above could only be cast by someone who had grasped the perfect Grand Adept meditation technique, and that person had to have sufficient mana. Simply put, only Great Wizard Valeglia could forge the weave. Because of this, the people of Valeglia didn't mind the leaking of this technology that could determine the fate of a country. Even if others obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it. Earlier, Danny had used the fire elemental tracking spell to understand the structure of the volcano beneath Dragonstone Island. According to the standards in Magic Net Construction, she judged that Dragonstone was a miniature active volcano by comparing the abundance of fire elemental on the surface of the lava at the bottom of the hot spring. A volcano that could blow up Dragonstone Island was only a miniature volcano in the eyes of the people of Valeglia. However, when she thought about Valeglia's 14 fire peaks, 14 volcanoes had blown up a continent that spanned 1,000 miles into pieces. It seemed that Dragonstone was indeed a miniature volcano. Then do we still need to build a magic net? Apart from being convenient for communication, the magic net doesn't seem to be of much use. The tragedy of Valeglia is still fresh in our minds. Dragonstone Island can't repeat the same mistake. The old crab was worried. Marvin hurriedly said, "It's not just convenient for communication. The magic crystal can amplify the user's mana tenfold, or even 100-fold. Anything that a glass candle can do, it can be done 100-fold more efficiently. Of course, the magic net did not only have the fantasy internet function. The internet transmitted digital signals, but the magic power network transmitted real magic power. The magic net could also draw endless mana from the lava veins. This mana could be used for large-scale magic activities, such as the construction of the Blackstone Castle and the construction of the Valeglia Avenue. Think about it, the Celestial Empire on Earth, a country that was obsessed with infrastructure, had an average cost of 30 million to build a 1-kilometer highway. The price could not be compared, so it was not very meaningful, but at least it showed how expensive it was to build a 1-kilometer highway. However, in this world where the average productivity was close to that of the Western Middle Ages, the people of Valeglia had built more than 30,000 kilometers of undying stone avenue. If they wanted, they could build more. More importantly, 30,000 kilometers was enough to connect several inland cities in the continent of Ursos. Well, the coastal cities such as Race, Myr, and Terosi all took the sea route and did not need stone roads. The people of Valeglia could build roads, but they could not build cars that could travel at high speed on them. The sea route was more time-saving. It was no exaggeration to say that even the most advanced highway on Earth was not worthy of carrying the shoes of Valyria Avenue. It had been in use for more than 6,000 years, and had never been maintained. Not even a corner had fallen off, and it was still so angular. This kind of large-scale infrastructure project consumed a lot of magic. Even 300 Megalosaurus could not withstand it. They could only extract endless magic from the magma underground. At this time, the Dragon Queen also planned to build a magic crystal tower on Dragonstone Island and extract magic from the volcano for communication. She still did not know how to forge the black undying stone of Valeglia. In theory, the volcano will not erupt without warning. Danny said in a deep voice, "I have seriously studied the content of the monitoring of volcanoes in the magic net structure. Under the nodes of the magic crystal tower, there is an extremely tight sealing array. The magma fluctuations in the volcano are also displayed in the magic net at all times. I know what you said, but Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, that is also a fact." The old crab said. Danny's eyes flashed and she said in a deep voice, "I am now more and more certain that the Great Cataclysm is not a natural disaster." The old crab saw the determination on the Queen's face and sighed, "Whether it is a natural disaster or not, if it can happen once, it can happen again. Don't be agitated, I will not extract large amounts of magic from the magma. Look, the hot spring is constantly releasing fire elemental particles. I will also reduce the power of the magic crystal tower and only absorb the magic that escapes, barely maintaining the magic net." Danny comforted him with a smile. "Oh, it's good that you know." The old crab let out a sigh of relief. "Of course I know, I do not live on Dragonstone Island. If the volcano really erupts, how can it not affect Slave Bay that is thousands of miles away? All of you, back off." She turned around and said to Marvin, Bron, and the others. Danny also moved back 5 meters and took a deep breath. She began chanting Valeglia's witchcraft incantation. Her spiritual energy entered the bottom of the volcano and attracted the fire elemental particles in the magma. It was as easy as eating and dressing an adult. Her spiritual energy easily controlled the fire elemental particles and quickly turned them into her fire elemental wizard power. At this moment, Danny felt like she had become a god. She could open the Earth's crust, she could lift this island, she could, phew. The fervor in her eyes faded as Danny let out a long breath. She expelled all the distracting thoughts from her sudden increase in power and returned to her cold as ice state. Rumble. The ground began to tremble as the rocks on the Dragon Cave hill began to roll. "Ah, it's an earthquake." The old crab held onto the pine tree beside him and cried out in fear. Gurgle, gurgle. Kai, 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 kai. The water in the hot spring exploded as the white steam increased by 10 times, almost forming a pillar of air that pierced the sky. The water level began to decrease at a visible rate. The volcano is erupting. The underground volcano is about to erupt. Bron's face was pale as he trembled. Marvin was very excited as he comforted everyone. "Don't be nervous, this is the Queen's magic. She is drawing the magma from the volcano to build a magic channel. If the magic crystal tower wants to draw magic from the magma, it must be connected to the mouth of the volcano. This is the same logic as digging a well for water. That was the logic, but digging a well for water would not cause such a huge commotion. Kai, 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 Kai. In just a short 10 minutes, the water in the hot spring had completely evaporated. They could see that there was no water at the bottom, rather there was a light yellow flame that was 3 feet tall. Following this, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation and calmed the erupting magma. Finally she added a layer of seal on the surface of the magma to isolate the fire elemental particles before taking back her spiritual energy. All right. Bron, have someone pour in some cold seawater while it's still hot. Following this, Danny turned her head and said to Marvin, tell Bron how to dig the hole. It's best if the hole is around 250 meters. Find a 30-centimeter radius volcanic crater and start laying down the foundation of the magic crystal there. Volcanic crater? Shouldn't the Dragon Mountain's volcanic crater be there? The old crab pointed in the direction of the prison tower as he spoke. That was the highest mountain on Dragonstone Island, and it was also the place that connected to the Dragon Mountain mine. Danny followed the old crab's gaze and looked at the tall stone tower before saying, that's right. The volcanic crater is under the prison tower and it's already blocked by 400 meters of rock, so we thought that the Dragon Mountain volcano had already been extinguished. This hot spring only has a single crack that connects to the inside of the volcano. I'll widen the crack and block the crack that connects to the seawater, barely forming a small volcanic crater. A small crater is good, a small crater is safe. The old crab kept nodding. While Bron was digging the hole, Danny wasn't idle. The magic crystal tower was indeed like digging a well, but it wasn't a well that used buckets to draw water, rather it was the kind of pressure well that the families of the Celestial Dynasty used. The pressure well had a long pipe that went deep into the ground, and the magic crystal tower also had an energy pipe that went deep into the magma layer. The surface was 300 meters away from the magma layer and Bron was digging 250 meters, so Danny had to create a 50-meter-long energy pipe. The main material for the pipe was dragon crystals. Dragon crystals were perhaps one of the materials with the best magic conductivity in the world. Dragonstone Island had large amounts of dragon crystals, and adding in the magic materials that Marvin bought from Mill, in just an afternoon, Danny used a mold to create a 50-meter-long energy pipe that was as thick as a wrist. Just dragon crystals were too fragile. If it was 50 meters long, it wouldn't be able to support its own weight. But after adding in other materials and engraving magic runes, the energy pipe became much stronger. However, Bron's hole was only 5 meters deep. Chapter 480. It's all rocks underground, we can't dig. Bron complained during the banquet. Didn't I burn it all before? Danny was confused. She was not a fatuous ruler, so she knew how difficult it was to dig a 250-meter hole on the rocky Dragonstone Island. That was why she had deliberately used a magic flame to burn the rock from bottom to top for 10 minutes when she had triggered the magic power of the magma. She had also poured in a large amount of cold seawater. Even if the rocks did not turn into tofu, they should not be so difficult to dig, right? Only the rocks near the burned cracks are more brittle. The other places are still difficult to dig. After all, you have to dig a 40-square-meter hole, Bron said. We don't have to dig a 40-square-meter hole. We can only build a basement at the top 50 meters. It might be faster after that, Marwyn said. Then I'll go back to Slaver's Bay first. You guys take your time. There's no rush, Danny said. The old crab had a thought. He asked softly, Your Majesty, Prince Aegon, what's going on? Didn't I tell you in a letter? Danny glanced at him and said indifferently. He is real. The old crab's voice was even lower, but it was still loud in the silent hall. Because no one spoke or chewed their food, they all looked at the Dragon Queen who was sitting on the main seat. What do you think? Danny asked. I think it's useless. It depends on what you think. If you say he's real, then he's real. If you don't admit it, then he must be fake, the old crab said faintly. Did Varys send a letter to Dragonstone Island? Danny asked. No. Varys disappeared on the night Tywin died. There's been no news of him until now. Either he died in some dark corner, Or he's hiding in some dark corner and plotting something, the old crab said. That guy must be hiding something. Otherwise, he would have come to Dragonstone Island to look for you, Bronn said. Dany nodded. Keep an eye on Varys. I have some things to ask him in person. As for Aegon, he can't affect our plans. If we can't get through the long night, everything is just empty talk. The old crab reminded him meaningfully, if Prince Aegon appeared in the Westeros, I can guarantee that 90% of people would regard him as a liar. This matter was led by the eight-clawed spider. No one believed that he would be loyal to Prince Rhaegar. Those who are a little older, like me, know how Varys drove a wedge between your father and Prince Rhaegar. But if the little prince went to Slave Bay and was received by you, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will think that you have acknowledged his identity. I have to admit that Varys has always been very smart, and this time he did the right thing. He asked you to vouch for his identity as a prince. The nobles did not trust Varys, nor did they trust Prince Aegon, who appeared out of nowhere. However, they trusted you completely. You are a true dragon. Your Majesty, if you have any plans for the future, you should make preparations now, before Prince Aegon returns to the Westeros. Dany stared into the old crab's eyes for a full 10 seconds. How should I prepare? She asked. What do you want in the Westeros? The old crab asked. There are 7 kingdoms in the Westeros. At least one of them belongs to me, to my descendants and vassals. Dany said. The old crab thought for a bit and sighed. Your requirements are really low. The power players in the King's Landing will be happy to hear this. H. That's under the premise that I haven't ended the long night. Dany looked around the long table at the audience and sneered. I have made an oath, and I will stick to it until the end. After the long night, if the person on the Iron Throne is not the one who ended the long night, then he should be prepared to accept the punitive expedition of the nobles in the country. Then, she emphasized, even Aegon is no exception. No matter if his identity is real or fake, on this matter, my position will never change. As for you, Dany understood that Aegon's appearance and her inaction attitude made her subordinates panic. From the beginning to the end, you are all my vassals. I am the king of the Westeros, and you are the nobles of the Westeros. I am the king of the Essos continent, and you are the nobles of the Essos continent. Bronn was still thinking about what the queen meant when the old crab's eyes lit up and said excitedly, You mean, we can have a double title? What double title? Bronn was puzzled. Both Westeros and Slavers Bay titles. The old crab looked at the queen expectantly. Something like that, but not Slavers Bay. Sooner or later, I will take down Queers, Zingis, Volantis, Lies, and the other allied cities. My territory will be incomparably vast. As my vassals, don't be so narrow-minded and keep staring at the Westeros. Now, Sir Eris has both Slavers Bay and Westeros titles, right? The old crab nodded happily and said, Let Eris follow your majesty. Dragonstone Island has me and Rhaegar is enough. If the queen arranged it this way, having one of the 7 countries as a fief was indeed enough. After all, Essos was so vast and rich, and the Iron Throne's territory was only a narrow one. The old crab was very satisfied with the queen's promise. Bronn said anxiously, What about me? He also understood the Dragon Queen's plan. Of course, having a double title was a good thing. But he didn't even have a son. I am only 17 years old, and the future is still long. Your son will have a chance to serve me. Dany then announced to the knights and barons, It is the same for everyone. Your second and third sons will serve me and receive titles and fiefs according to their contributions. Remember, Essos is very big. Long live the queen, congratulations to the queen. The old crab was especially excited and stood up to toast Dany. Bronn immediately followed, and the knights at the long table stood up as well. The 2 scholars also stood up to toast. The banquet was once again joyous and glorious, and everyone was looking forward to the future promised by the queen. In the midst of the wine, the young scholar Pylos suddenly asked, Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, scholar. You have disbanded the City of Knowledge. Will there still be scholars in the future? Pylos asked solemnly. Dany had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Of course, the scholars cared about the future of the scholars. She smiled and nodded. Of course. Not only will I not stop the spread of knowledge, but the number and quality of the scholars in the future will only increase. But the training method and promotion system of the scholars will be changed. The stern-looking young scholar was obviously relieved and said helplessly, "Now the City of Knowledge is in a panic." Sigh, just a week ago, mercenary knights snuck into the City of Knowledge and secretly kidnapped, arrested a few scholars and are being escorted to the great cathedral of Baylor. Ha ha. Danny's eyes were full of joy. Wasn't this her goal? She didn't have time to torture the scholars, so she paid the mercenaries and the sparrows to torture them. Pylos continued, after the Black Dragon announced the crimes of the City of Knowledge and disbanded the City of Knowledge, more than 60% of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms followed in half a month to announce that if the City of Knowledge couldn't give a convincing explanation for this matter, they would stop sponsoring the City of Knowledge and no longer accept scholars to study in the City of Knowledge. There are also nobles who claim to train truly loyal scholars. Now, although the High Court and the Iron Throne provide enough operating funds for the City of Knowledge, the old structure of the City of Knowledge is collapsing. That's why I asked you about the arrangement of the scholars. I'm not the only one who wants to know. In fact, hundreds of scholars from various lords have sent messenger crows to ask me about this matter. Danny nodded and said, "What is the City of Knowledge doing? Did they send messenger crows to explain to the nobles?" They shrank back, Marvin said with a sneer. They didn't admit or refute the 7 deadly sins announced by the Black Dragon. They only spread the news that the Faceless Ones stole the dragon hatching books and that Bravos violated the rights of the guests. What is this operation? Danny was a little puzzled. Diverting attention, using another more sensational news to suppress the bad news. The City of Knowledge also knows about this. How effective is it? Danny was really surprised. The City of Knowledge has used this method many times. The news of the Faceless Ones is indeed sensational, but what shocked the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms even more is that the Faceless Ones are specifically stealing dragon hatching books. Obviously, the people of Bravos want to hatch dragons. There is also the matter of Bravos violating the rights of the guests. Bravos is the head of the 9 free trade city-states. The news is too sensational, and it has indeed effectively reduced the impact of the City of Knowledge scandal. The City of Knowledge really. I have a whole new level of respect for them. Danny said strangely. Marvin sighed helplessly and said, the scholars and professors of the City of Knowledge currently have 2 main jobs. During the day, they send messenger crows to every noble about the threat of the Faceless Ones and the shamelessness of the people of Bravos. They also encourage the nobles to refuse to pay the interest of the Iron Treasury. At night, they transform into warriors, wearing armor and holding swords, and strictly guard the City of Knowledge, preventing hired riders from hunting the professors and scholars on the list of criminals announced by the Black Dragon. The corner of Dragon Queen's mouth twitched, and she didn't know what to say. The City of Knowledge actually dared to bite the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury. This courage. In order to suppress the fake news, they really went all out. In fact, Danny was wrong about one thing. Long before Big Black announced the 7 deadly sins, the City of Knowledge was dead set against the Faceless Ones. It was natural for the scholars to disguise themselves and go to the free city-states to steal smelting, glassmaking, and other technologies. The scholars stealing knowledge was not considered stealing. But when someone really sneaked into their library and stole the city's secret books, the scholars felt seriously offended. They wanted revenge. How could they revenge? Fight. They definitely couldn't beat them. They could only use their best public opinion attack. They even learned the advanced experience of the Dragon Queen dealing with the slave masters, and the slave masters dealing with the Dragon Queen, and compiled dramas and stories based on the Faceless Ones. The old town was originally a world-class seaport, so how many foreign merchants and singers? The scholars' dark-style stories were very popular. Everyone was afraid of the Faceless Ones, but they were also curious about the stories of the Faceless Ones. When Big Black and the Big Sparrow got on the line and became the Great Guardian of Light, they announced the City of Knowledge's 7 deadly sins. The scholars began to promote the black material of the Faceless Ones and the shamelessness of the Bravosi people. With the same idea as Wade Fry, they let the bigger Bravosi on their heads, as a shield to attract everyone's attention. As for why the scholars were not afraid of the Faceless One's revenge, hey, we scholars, why should we be afraid of death? We scholars of the City of Knowledge even dared to do the dance of the blood dragon, and even dared to trick the Dragon Queen, so why should we be afraid of a little Faceless Ones? The scholars were not confident, but they had a strange backbone. They were not afraid of the Megalosaurus, not afraid of the ghosts, and dared to fight against the heavens, the earth, and the god. Chapter 481. Marvin asked curiously, Your Majesty, how do you plan to reform the City of Knowledge? Dani snapped out of her daze and shook her head. It's not the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge created the true world, instigated the dance of the blood dragon, violated the rights of the guests, broke the oath to participate in the power struggle of the 7 nations, lied many times, and seriously failed in their duties regarding the other ghosts. With so many mistakes, their reputation has been tarnished. However, I also admit that the scholars have selfish motives, but they have no self-interest. The idea of the true world is unrealistic, and the way it is done is against common sense, but the spirit of exploring the world is worthy of recognition. The institutions for the future scholars are divided into primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. Primary schools are for children, secondary school students are equivalent to scholars' apprentices, and those who enter universities are considered scholars. In the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros, each count has a number of primary schools. Yes, it's decided by the local finance and population. The capitals of the 7 nations each have a secondary school, and King's Landing, Old Town, and the Northern Territory each have a university. King's Landing University mainly studies the most practical knowledge, such as politics, economics, forging, and medicine. The scholars are trained to serve the nobles of the 7 nations. Old Town, on the other hand, trains dreamers. Topics such as true world, scientific world, and the necessity of magic can be freely discussed. Old Town University shoulders the responsibility of developing new art, new ideas, new technology, and new scientific theories. It is the domain of theorists and scientists. As for the Northern Territory University, at this point, Dani smiled strangely. No matter what, I will tear down the City of Knowledge in Old Town. The scholars and professors who are guilty will guard the Great Wall, and the innocent will build a university in the Northern Territory to be responsible for supervising dangerous matters that threaten the world. Consider it atonement. Of course, this is only a preliminary plan. In the future, I will definitely gather the scholars and lords to discuss a more detailed and practical plan. For example, I will also build a magic academy. Whether I ascend the Iron Throne or not, I believe that I still have the right to reform the City of Knowledge. After comforting her subordinates and assigning tasks to them, the Dragon Queen rode her dragon back that night, and returned to Astapor the next afternoon. She came and went in a hurry, and did not interfere with the 7 nations. However, her brief appearance on Dragonstone Island had caused a huge commotion in the already turbulent Westeros. The Eagle Nest. The Moon Tower was once the residence of Duke Aeron. The fireplace on the opposite side of the king-sized bed was burning brightly. More than half of the room was dyed red, and the shadow of the light was swaying in Littlefinger's dark eyes. His upper body was drenched in sweat as he lazily leaned against the headboard of the bed. His right hand was holding a bunch of red curly hair and unconsciously twirling it around his index finger. Her beautiful hair was tangled to the end, and Sansa, who was lying on the pillow and panting softly, could not help but feel the pain. "Ah, you're hurting me," she pouted. As soon as Littlefinger lowered his head, he saw a wisp of snow-white skin that moved his heart, and his heart couldn't help but shake as he teased. "Where did I hurt you?" Sansa turned away, embarrassed, and buried her face in the down pillow. Hee. Littlefinger's eyes flashed, and he smiled mysteriously. There was satisfaction, pride, carefreeness, and also a trace of inexplicable disappointment. Her end was not her. But it was enough. Hearing his laughter, Sansa turned around naturally. Blinking her misty blue eyes that were no longer pure and clear, she asked curiously, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking, what is Dani Rhys thinking?" Littlefinger spoke his mind without any hesitation. He rarely hid anything from Sansa. What did she do now? Suddenly, Sangza's rosy cheeks paled a bit. She said nervously, "Why don't we move down? The eagle nest is too high and too dangerous. It's easy to defend against air accidents. What if that black dragon who can only talk comes?" Littlefinger waved his hand and smiled. "I have no interest in her. The Dragon Queen will never attack me. In fact, if she's more aggressive and leads her army to attack the Westeros, I'll even surrender to her." "You want to surrender to Dany Rise?" Sangza's expression changed. She said anxiously, "What about me? She won't let Stark go, and Robert too." "Yes, this Robert's surname is Arryn. He's the only son of Robert's adoptive father, Jon Arryn. In theory, Robert Arryn and Sangza were the only children of their respective families. They should be the targets of the Dragon Queen revenge. Sigh, she has a dragon. I've taught you before, in a game of power, never side with the loser. Not only does she have a dragon, she also controls Slavers Bay. Just the regular army alone has 50,000. What's more, she has a very good reputation among the nobles. They won't treat her as an invader, so they won't work together against her," Littlefinger said helplessly as he stroked Sangza's hair. "Why? She didn't stay in the Westeros for long. She didn't do anything." Sangza was confused. Littlefinger smiled bitterly. "Did you forget? At the banquet tonight, that minstrel called Seven-String Tom sang Violet Night. You listened to him with great interest and even rewarded him with a silver deer." "Ah, the Violet Night is Dany Rise? I didn't recognize it." After a moment of realization, Sangza was very puzzled. She said, "I've heard many songs related to Daenerys, such as Night Layla, the Queen's Night, the princess who wore a garland, Dark Bat Night, and so on, but they were all about the tournament. Violet Night is a lady knight who fought the dragon and saved the prince. This. Listen to how Seven-String Tom sang it. Violet's beautiful eyes, a brave silver-haired princess who defeated the dragon, stole 3 dragon eggs and became a dragon knight in the end. Who else could it be other than Dany Rise? Seven-String Tom is from Hadjen and didn't participate in the tournament in the Old Town. He also knew that Dany Rise's story was the most popular recently, so he replaced the main character in the old story and made up his own story. Let's call it a spin-off of Dany Rise," Littlefinger explained. Sangza sighed and said, "Just because she won the martial arts competition, everyone likes her? Will you have a good impression of her after hearing this story?" Littlefinger asked in return. Sangza was silent. She had been listening to her story recently. If Targaryen wasn't Stark's enemy, she would have openly said, "I like her very much, just like how Bran likes Barristan." The Dragon Queen had done something she didn't even dare to dream of and received glory that she couldn't even dream of. She was really envious. She knew that she couldn't do it no matter what. She couldn't even be jealous. Littlefinger continued, "Every race has their own core culture. On the other side of the narrow sea, in lies, pleasure and indulgence in the Garden of Lust is their core culture. In Westeros, the tournament is the core culture of the Andals. I even suspect that she purposely used the tournament to make a name for herself. TSK, the one who served Knight Layla was Barristan, the most legendary and noble knight of the Seven Kingdoms, the role model of knights today." At the end, Littlefinger's face was filled with jealousy and resentment. She had a dragon, she had a bloodline, and she was so brave and strong. The gods were too unfair. Give him any of the above 3 points, and with his original wisdom, his life would be 100 times smoother. Soon, he laughed. Was he provoked by the Dragon Queen? He actually started to doubt the philosophy that he had persisted in all these years of using wisdom to make up for all disadvantages. As long as I can figure out her thoughts and behavior, I will always be invincible, and even, Littlefinger's lips curled into a smile that was 1 part confident, 2 parts calm, and 7 parts humble. The tournament is only one aspect. She once saved the wall, solved the barbarian crisis for the North, and even spared your bastard brother and Stannis for the sake of the big picture. At least the nobles of Bronze Yone thought that she was broad-minded and tolerant. Her father couldn't compare to her. Yes, there was also news from Seagulltown in the past 2 days. Dany Rise arranged for Crab Island's Sir Rhaegar to transport food to the Trident River. The food was handed over to an old monk named Meribad to help the disaster victims in Hajian County. It was said that the Dragon Queen once stayed in Hajian County for a few days and met a monk riding a donkey in Hajian County. Knowing that the people were suffering from war and were unable to produce, she took pity on them and promised to help the disaster victims in the future. Heh. I've been hearing the saying Targaryen is a man of his word recently. Who would believe that she didn't do it on purpose? Littlefinger had a hint of mockery on his face. But soon, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Unfortunately, the ordinary people like this kind of tone. There's also that ugly knight nicknamed Beauty Brain. Yes, Brain of the Star family suddenly became famous recently. Due to Barristan's solicitation, the Dragon Queen invited her to be her white knight, but Brain rejected. Brain, the female knight who found Erin Valley, found the eagle nest, and clamored to see me, to see Sansa Stark? Sansa was surprised. Yes, Brain is looking for you in Hajian County. Everyone knows that she's a red-haired virgin. Virgin, he, she won't be able to find you anymore. Sansa's face turned red and then white. A hint of disappointment flashed through her embarrassed and beautiful blue eyes. Littlefinger saw her expression and felt even more pleased with himself. However, he didn't take it too far and immediately changed the topic. She couldn't find you in Hajian County, so she ran to Erin Valley and found me. That's a persistent true knight. She once swore loyalty to your mother and has always upheld her oath. She held the Oathkeeper sword and swore to find you and your sister. That's why she rejected the Dragon Queen. The Queen admired her loyalty very much. Not only did she not blame her for rejecting the solicitation, she even gave the female knight the title of Roseless Ironguard and praised her as the last light of glory of the Westeros who broke etiquette. Now, no one calls her Beauty Brain anymore. They all call her Roseless Ironguard or Knight's Light. Countless young knights who heard this story felt their blood boil. They wished they could become the main character or marry the main character. TSK. Anyway, when that old John heard about this, he immediately sent someone to Taz Island to propose marriage for his eldest son to Sunset Heart, Brain's father. Earl Taz is probably in a confused state recently. Why are there suddenly so many young elites from noble families fighting over his daughter who no one wants? Sansa listened with fascination. She also wished she could become Brain and receive praise from the Dragon Queen. No, I'm no longer a little girl who doesn't understand the world and only likes to fantasize. The Dragon Queen hates Stark and is my enemy. I must remember this. Chapter 482. Do I need to see Brenny? She's still in the Moongate Castle and refuses to leave, Sansa asked. You can, but not now. The Roseless Ironguard certified by the Dragon Queen is certainly trustworthy, but that Knight's Light here is a little. Pinky tapped his temple a few times, the corner of his mouth twitching. If she knows your identity, it won't be long before the people of the Seven Kingdoms know that you're in Arryn Valley. But Lannister is still sitting on the Iron Throne. What will they think and do? Don't worry, the nobles of the valley are treating the Roseless Ironguard with the highest standard of etiquette. She's living very well now. Sansa nodded, relieved. Pinky sniffed the girl's red hair at the tip of his nose and sighed in satisfaction. Now, do you understand? The Dragon Queen may have only appeared in the Westeros for a short time, but the few actions she did made the nobles with honor have a good impression of her. But are there any honorable nobles in the Seven Kingdoms now? Sansa sneered. If they had honor, they wouldn't have watched her father die unjustly. If they had honor, they wouldn't have ignored the Fry family who violated the guests' rights. If they don't have honor, how can I keep the title of Guardian of the Valley? Pinky smiled proudly. These words came out of nowhere, and Sansa fell silent again. After pushing Lysa Tully off the Moongate because he was caught kissing Sansa, Pinky's rule in Arryn Valley was not firm. The 6 most powerful dukes in the valley even gathered a group of secondary nobles to form the Righteous Alliance to drive Pinky away and take back the custody of Robert Arryn. Pinky first bribed a noble in the Righteous Alliance, Sir Lyn Cobry, not one of the 6 dukes, and then invited the Righteous Alliance to negotiate in the Eyrie. Pinky was Lysa's husband, and in theory, the Eyrie was his home. Because of this, the terms of the guests' rights were reached in this negotiation, One party went to the other party's house as a guest. Lynn Cobry pretended to be the toughest enemy of Littlefinger. During the negotiation, he pretended to be enraged by Littlefinger. He pulled out his ancestral steel sword, Lady of Emptiness, and pretended to kill Littlefinger. This is a violation of the guest's rights. Guests receiving hospitality cannot threaten or harm the owner of the house. However, Lynn Cobry was one of the representatives of the Alliance of Justice. As such, the entire Alliance of Justice had become the party that violated the rights of the guests. How could they still have the face to call themselves righteous? In this way, Littlefinger easily resolved the crisis by taking advantage of the 6 feudal vassals' personalities of valuing honor. If the 6 great vassals had been replaced by Wade Fry, they would have long since taken the pretense for real. They would have swarmed forward and killed Littlefinger. As a side note, the price of bribing Sir Lynn was gold royals and a cute little boy. Lynn was the boss of the largest chain of brothels in the 7 kingdoms. Targaryen will not let Stark go. Sansa hugged Littlefinger's waist tightly, her tears wetting his belly. Don't worry, my dear. Littlefinger caressed her smooth back lovingly and smiled gently. I already have a great plan. From the beginning, I have been observing the Dragon Queen's every move, but I still can't see through her. Either she has a deep mind, like Tywin and Old Rose, or she is as righteous, noble, and fearless as she appears, like Barristan and your father. I don't like Tywin and Barristan. Your father is very righteous. I really want to help him. I have advised him many times, but he doesn't listen at all. A righteous person who is firm in his stance and doesn't know how to be flexible is very difficult to deal with. Littlefinger sighed. What are you going to do? Sansa said gloomily. Did you know that Rhaegar's son, Aegon, is still alive? Littlefinger smiled slyly. Sansa was shocked. She raised her head and said in disbelief, That's impossible. Tywin threw him to the wall. Everyone knows that. Littlefinger explained Aegon's situation and sighed. Varys hid it so well. How do you know such a secret? Sansa was surprised at first, but then she thought of the 3 brothers by Cersei's side. That's right, the 3 brothers were Uncle Littlefinger's spies. She said in realization, Oh gods, even Dany Rise has spies by her side. Littlefinger smiled faintly and said, It's impossible for me not to pay attention to her. Unfortunately, she is not Cersei. My men are only mid-level officers on Dragonstone Island. They can't find out anything too secret. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen doesn't seem to want to hide information about Aegon. Well, it can't be hidden. The Alliance has been watching Aegon all this time. Aegon must have recovered his true identity at Slaver's Bay. But what does Aegon have to do with us? Sansa asked again. Dany Rise doesn't want to be with him. She doesn't even want to break the oath for him. Yes, the oath that the one who ends the long night shall be king. Littlefinger's expression was a mixture of sarcasm and confusion. He said, I'm curious. What is she thinking? Why does she think there will be a long night? Jon said there are deviants outside the wall. Old Nan has been telling us stories about the long night since we were young. It's very scary, Sansa said. Yes, the wall also sent a letter to the Eyrie. To show respect to the 7 dukes, the commander-in-chief, Jon Snow, wrote it himself. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Sansa shed tears for her illegitimate brother for the first time. Haha, my good daughter, you should read the history books. The scholars have seen through the tricks of the ancients. Littlefinger smiled contemptuously and proudly. The most authoritative history book of the Westeros, The Truth of History, deduced the appearance of the deviants and the Long Night in detail. The deviants are just a group of savages from beyond the Great Wall who looked very special. Sansa, if you meet more foreigners, you will understand how reasonable the scholars' words are. Take me for example. I work in the customs office all year round. I've seen the hairy Ibans with short legs and long arms. I've seen the pointy-headed, skinny zebra people. I've seen the summer islanders with dark, shiny skin. I've also seen the tall, fair-skinned Laurasian people. Even the Valeglia people are different from ordinary people. They look very delicate. The deviants are the same. They may know magic, they may be cruel and bloodthirsty, But they are only human, savages from beyond the Great Wall. Thousands of years ago, they crossed the wall and, like man's red, tried to rob the North in winter. That time, the North must have suffered heavy losses. The Northerners experienced a cruel winter and many died. Thus, the long night appeared in the survivors' mouths. It was really too hard to endure that winter. Their descendants would only exaggerate the horror of the deviants and the long night in order to boast about their ancestors' achievements. In the end, the story became what it is now. But there are also legends of the long night in other countries. Asola High, Sangza said hesitantly. If you think about the legends from all over the world, it seems like every nation has a savior. In Herculone, it's called Herculone. In Barbarian Land, it's called Barbarian Tar. In Nigel, it's called Nefrian. Because they're not the same person. Just like Dany Rye's Dragon Queen. She's now world famous and has many nicknames: Mother of Dragons, Khaleesi, Dragon Witch, Queen of Slavers Bay, and so on. But no nation would call her by the wrong name. The scholars explained it very clearly. When there was a disaster, the people began to call for a hero. Every nation went through their own disaster, and then all kinds of heroes appeared. Then, the Red Priests organized all the stories and made a story about the child of prophecy that seemed to be true history. To put it bluntly, the Red Gods used the name of the child of prophecy to spread their faith. The Great Sparrow of King's Landing is doing the same now. Littlefinger's confident expression, as if he had seen through everything, made Sangza admire him. Littlefinger tapped Sangza's little head and taught her earnestly, "Remember, read more books. We don't have dragons, nor do we have unparalleled power. We can only rely on our wits. And reading books is the most effective way to increase one's experience and wisdom. Scholars. Perhaps they violate the rights of guests, but morals have nothing to do with wisdom. Just like me. I'm so bad, but I'm also the wisest." He smiled strangely and reached out his hand. "You're so annoying." Sangza blushed, but she didn't struggle. Littlefinger let out a satisfied sigh and continued, "The scholar's knowledge has been tested for thousands of years. They're trustworthy. The classics that the scholars left behind are even more worthy of our attention. I heard that Dany Rye has been wandering around since she was young. She never went to school or read books." Sangza smiled. "That's right. She's illiterate." Littlefinger understood. Then, he continued, "But Aegon isn't illiterate. He has Clinton, Ashara, and Haldon teaching him. If I were him, knowing that I couldn't get help from my aunt, I would immediately rush back to the Westeros after taming the Megalosaurus. If he couldn't be the husband of the queen, he would be the king himself." First, he attacked the unguarded Storm's End and gathered the old Targaryen officials. Dany Rye actually rejected their submission. "I really don't know what she's thinking." With a sigh, Littlefinger continued his deduction. With John Clinton's connections and abilities, Aegon should be able to control the Stormlands and make it his base. Then, he can ride a dragon to Dawn and win over his uncle's support. Then, he can ride a dragon to intimidate the Uri and force me to side with him. Littlefinger shrugged and said in a seemingly helpless but actually proud manner, "What can I do? Against the Megalosaurus, the Uri is just a target. I can only join the king's army and use my obedient daughter to marry him. The Northern Territory, the Valley, the Stormlands, Dawn, no matter what, I can defeat the Dying Lion and the Listless Rose, right?" Marriage. Sangza didn't react for a moment. When she heard the words Northern Territory, she understood that Littlefinger was talking about her. She was currently using the name Elaine Stone and was Littlefinger's illegitimate daughter. "You want me to marry Aegon?" she said in disbelief. "You don't want to?" Littlefinger asked. "You want to?" She squeezed her breasts against him. "Oh." Littlefinger moaned and raised his finger. "You don't know how much I want to marry you. But I've already married Lyssa. The power of Arryn Valley is related to our future. Even if she's dead now, I have to protect it," Littlefinger said affectionately. Littlefinger had indeed proposed to Tywin and asked him to marry Sangza to him. It didn't work. Now, he was confident that he could control Sangza, who married Aegon, just like he could control Lyssa, who married Duke Jon. He could make Lyssa poison her husband. Maybe he could also. Chapter 483. Sansa's blue crystal-like eyes darkened a little, and she said softly, "You planned to marry me to Sir Harold Hatton. You had me seduce him, and now, I've already bewitched him." She knew he wouldn't marry her. She always knew. Even if he took her body, he insisted that she marry the heir of Arryn Vale, Harold Hatton, the son of Robert Arryn's cousin. In order for her to succeed, he even taught her how to properly use her delicate appearance and growing body. She really did succeed. She seduced that man. The situation has changed. Littlefinger sighed and explained, "Robin, Robert's nickname, won't live to adulthood. If I want to continue controlling Arryn Vale, I must first control the next heir of Arryn Vale, which is Harold. But Targaryen is back. Targaryen doesn't care if the master of Arryn Vale has Jon Arryn's blood. He would even be happy to see Arryn Vale change its name. So, I no longer need Harold. Or rather, the best choice is no longer Harold. If you marry Aegon, he will give me the rightful position of King of the Vale. This is a boon for him. And you, if you marry the true dragon, the enmity between Stark and Targaryen will naturally be resolved. You have a common enemy, Lannister. When you become queen, Fryer and Bolton will no longer be a problem. You can even ride a dragon with Aegon and personally witness how the dragonfire burns River Vale and Dreadfort." Littlefinger never hid his thoughts when it came to Sansa. Sometimes, when she didn't understand, he would take the initiative to explain to her. In Littlefinger's heart, Sansa was his daughter, lover, and disciple. Watching her tactics improve step by step under his guidance, he enjoyed a strange pleasure of nurturing her. Well, Sansa had learned palace fighting from Cersei, and now she was playing power games with Littlefinger. With the guidance of two grandmasters, she could be called the most promising player in Game of Thrones. Riding a dragon to burn River Vale and Dreadfort? Just like Aegon riding Balerion to burn Helen Castle. Sansa's eyes lit up. Her chest began to rise and fall violently as she gasped for breath. She was excited about that future. For survival, for revenge, for taking back the Northern Territory, for Stark, she was even willing to marry Harold Hatton. Harold was the heir of Arryn Valley in name, but he wasn't born into a prominent family. He didn't know if it was retribution for starting a rebellion for no reason, but the fate of Jon Arryn, the #1 adoptive father in the game of swimming, wasn't good. His son was weak, his brain damaged, he couldn't live to adulthood, and his relatives died one after another. Harold Hatton, who was closest to Jon's bloodline, was actually his sister's grandson. The difference between their bloodlines was too great. Moreover, Harold wasn't a good person either. He had 2 illegitimate children before getting married. Although Aegon's identity was a little unclear, he was still the eldest nephew recognized by the Dragon Queen. He was young and promising, had a good upbringing, and did not gamble or whore. His purity was ruined by Tyrion. He also had a Dragon Queen, Dream On, and a powerful queen aunt who was the son of Lei Jazi, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. No matter what, he was stronger than Harold. 10 times stronger. That was why Sansa was happy to accept the new fiancé arranged by her father. "Aegon, will he accept?" she asked nervously. "Don't worry, I have 100% confidence that he will agree," Littlefinger said confidently. "But, Sansa hugged his waist tightly, as if she was worried. Littlefinger's eyes flashed. He stroked her hair and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I will arrange everything." That idiot Margaery, she asked Grand Scholar Pycelle to make her moon tea, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she was keeping a lover. "No one knows about the moon tea I gave you, because I made it myself. If I really go to the City of Knowledge, my necklace will be longer than that old Pycelle's." He smiled confidently and proudly. Just like what he taught Sansa before, without a family background or power, he could only study hard. But he wasn't like Sansa, who had a good teacher to teach her. He could only learn from books, and learn the wisdom of his predecessors from reading between the lines. Even as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he had to find money for Robert every day, but Littlefinger still took some time to study and improve himself. Reading had changed his fate. The eyes hidden under the red hair shone with a dark light. Sansa said timidly, "I don't want to leave you." "Hehe, you studied with Cersei for a long time, didn't you?" Littlefinger pressed his mouth against her fluffy hair and said softly, Cersei married Robert, still has a relationship with Jaime, and even gave birth to 3 children for him. My good daughter, how many are you willing to give birth to for me? Sansa only said shyly, annoying, and didn't answer the question directly. Littlefinger was on fire. He pressed her head against Littlefinger and said, I also studied the ancient books of Valeglia, and learned 9 kinds of spring cries, 2 more than the people of Cayuan. Come, I will teach you how to make a man unable to stop. I will teach you how to become the purest virgin in a man's heart again. If you can fool me and satisfy me, won't you be able to get an inexperienced little prince? Sansa was very obedient. Uncle Finger was the largest brothel chain in the Westeros. His experience and skills in training bed slaves was something that even 99% of the wise lords of Cayuan could not compare to. In King's Landing, one of the most important tasks was to personally guide beautiful girls and boys, and make them his trump cards. Now, Sansa was slowly becoming his new trump card. Old Town, City of Knowledge. It was still the same meeting room. However, the number of people had decreased by almost a quarter. It's confirmed. We have completely lost contact with Balin. After we caught him 2 nights ago, the mercenary knights immediately fled and took him away from Old Town, Scholar Galador said dejectedly. Serves him right. Who told him to go out in the middle of the night to pee? Professor Nolan said angrily. Sigh, this world, even going out in the middle of the night to pee is dangerous, a professor sighed. It's not dangerous to pee in the middle of the night. The danger lies in not wearing leather armor and not carrying a bow. 1,000 gold royals for 1 person. Those wild knights went crazy. From today onwards, do not spend the night outside the professor's dormitory. There are private bathrooms in the dormitory, the head professor said coldly. In the silence, a professor sighed and said, the Dragon Queen has gone to Dragonstone Island again. The silence continued. A deathly silence. After a while, the head professor sighed and said, let her do whatever she wants. We're already like this anyway. Asterisk clang. Asterisk suddenly, the door was pushed open. Sunlight shone into the dark meeting room along with a figure. Before the professors could curse, the person laughed and said, good news, Scholar Osley of Bravos has succeeded. That's great. The professors cheered. The sunlight that shone through the door seemed to have swept away the gloominess in their hearts and the darkness in the room. Dawn, flowing water garden. Red blood oranges hung among the green leaves. The pond shimmered under the sunlight. Barefoot children laughed and played. What is she thinking? She's been to the Westeros so many times, but she's never looked for me. Under the shade of a tree beside the pond, Prince Dowling of Dawn sat in his wheelchair and sighed. Father, you should take the initiative. It's not difficult to send a messenger crow to Dragonstone Island, said a short girl with olive skin. She was the heir of Dawn, Prince Dowling's eldest daughter, Arain Martell. After she failed to kidnap Messai and was arrested, Dowling told her his secret. The father and daughter came to an understanding and reconciled. Unfortunately, the beautiful lowly Messai was caught in the crossfire and had her face disfigured by the Dark Star. Look at the City of Knowledge now. The scholars are not trustworthy. How would I dare to tell them such a dangerous thing? Prince Dowling shook his head. The messenger crows were managed by the scholars. The job of delivering the letter could not be done without them. Even if Dowling trusted his scholars, he did not dare to trust Scholar Pylos who received the letter on Dragonstone Island. Then arrange for someone you trust. My sisters are all willing to be the messengers, said Arain. Those sand snakes. Dowling nodded with a strange expression and said, they are trustworthy, but many people know the identity of the sand snakes. If someone saw one of them on Dragonstone Island, what would the King's Landing think? Arain frowned and said, you want to contact Dany Rise, but you are also worried about being discovered by the King's Landing. Aren't you being too cautious? Blame Dany Rise for not coming to find you. Since the end of the War of the Usurpers, Dawn has not resisted the Iron Throne. If I were her, I would also think that you are jealous of Rhaegar's betrayal of Auntie. Or perhaps, you are not thinking of revenge for Auntie. I am being steady. Look at the 7 kingdoms now. Stark in the north is dead, Tully in Hadjen is dead, Theon in the Land of Storms is dead, Jon's bloodline is almost dead in Irene Valley, Old Rose of the Riverbend has offended the Dragon Queen and did not have a good ending, Lannister has also suffered heavy casualties. Only Dorne is intact. The people live in peace and have sufficient food reserves. If nightfall really comes, Dorne will not be afraid, said Dowling in a deep voice. Full beard and tail? Have you forgotten Uncle Aubryn so quickly? Araine complained in her heart, but comforted him. If that is the case, continue to be steady. What are you worried about? I am worried about your brother. Dragon Queen went to Dragonstone Island but did not come to see me, which means that she has not seen Quentyn. But Quentyn has been gone for almost a year. Dowling shook his head and sighed. If I knew that Dragon Queen would ride a dragon to the Westeros, I would not have let him go so early. Take Sorella for example. She disguised herself as a man and studied in the City of Knowledge, but somehow, she became the Dragon Queen's magic apprentice and went to Slave Bay before Quentyn, Yelaine said with a strange expression. Dowling smiled bitterly. Sorella is too far away, we can't count on her. Go ask the Sand Snakes, who is willing to go to the Stone Island. Sorella said that the Dragon Queen has mastered the ancient Valeglia's long-distance communication spell. I am guessing that she can communicate with Sir Beristan from a distance. The Stone Island is just next to Dorne. If it is discovered, they can use it as an excuse to worry about the safety of their own sea. Araine rolled her eyes and smiled. Why don't I go there myself? It will be more serious. After all, it is Beristan. Dowling looked at his daughter and nodded. That works too. Actually, Dowling did not need to worry about his son anymore. In the past half a month, Quentyn and his companions had recovered. For the first time, Dany had a direct understanding of Kueishi's genius. The number one of the younger generation was not an undeserved title. Although Kueishi did not like this title that Lisbon had played with, it was the general evaluation of Asia's extraordinary world. She was able to develop the antidote for the grayscale disease and the Grey Plague based on the Dragon Queen's nonsense and the incomplete information provided by Bu Tien. Was this not enough to prove her talent? However, when the Dragon Queen returned from Dragonstone Island, Kueishi and Bu Tien would have to leave. You really don't want to stay and help me? In the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid, Dany looked at the blue-robed and red-masked witch and asked. You can win without me. The sealing project of Thunder Island's underground palace is waiting for me. Kueishi said calmly. All right, take care. Dany nodded and looked at the necromancer. Master Bu Tien, thank you for this. The barbarian mage looked solemnly at the black dragon sleeping on the wall and said with a complicated expression, no need to thank me. You let His Majesty Big Black follow me to the barbarian land to treat the plague. I don't even know how to repay you. Dany, who was about to say a few more polite words with a smile, was suddenly stunned. She asked, you saw through it. You called him His Majesty? Yes, your black dragon is a demigod. I have poor eyesight and only understood after half a month. Bu Tien secretly glanced at Kueishi beside him. Seeing that she did not show any strange expression, he sighed in relief. The old man did not see through it at all. It was Kueishi who told him. I see. Dany thought of the big sparrow who did not do anything, and a thought jumped into her mind. She rubbed her smooth little chin and whispered, I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 484. What deal? Bu Tien asked curiously. Do you know that demigods can absorb the power of faith, Master? Dany asked. You want the faith of barbarian? Bu Tien's expression changed, and he said with a sour expression, we only believe in our own ancestral gods. Forget it. Dany waved her hand, and laughed with a hint of mockery. Kueishi and I are good friends, I know everything about barbarian. Countless evil god churches are operating openly in Barbarian's capital. Why can't there be one more good god? In theory, those evil cults are illegal, but... Bu Tien's beautiful white eyebrows furrowed into a bow shape. Well, we shouldn't wash our dirty linen in public, but for Dragon Queen, this old man doesn't care about shame. Our Blue Dynasty's national power is declining, and we can't control Barbarian's political power. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but Barbarian is about to change dynasties. Our Blue Dynasty wants to control the evil cults, but we can't, the old man said sadly. If that's the case, why don't we just let our Big Black become the barbarians' Blue Dynasty's advisor? Dragon Queen didn't have any sympathy, and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. This is going against the tide. I think the whole country will rebel. The feudal lords are just lacking an excuse. The Blue Dynasty of the Blue Dynasty, which originally had 50 years of national fortune, will be finished in 5 years, Kueishi interrupted. That probably isn't wrong. The old barbarian wizard was embarrassed and helpless. It's different this time. In less than half a month, December will be over, and there will be a generation-long winter. Wizard Bu Tian, the long night is coming, Danny said with an exaggerated expression. Kueishi hesitated, and turned to look at the old wizard, who was full of suspicion, and said, perhaps, this is an opportunity for your Blue Dynasty. Are you sure the long night is coming? Bu Tian asked in surprise. You know Asher's prophecy, it can't be wrong, Kueishi said with certainty. You're the child of prophecy? Bu Tian looked at Dragon Queen expectantly. If this can make you feel at ease, I don't mind having another title, Danny said honestly. The old man's face turned red from choking. I'll help your emperor make a plan. Danny paced back and forth by the pool 3 or 4 times. She stopped, raised her index finger, and smiled. First of all, while my Dahe is treating the victims of the flattened land, the imperial court is wantonly publicizing the achievements of the great mighty heavenly dragon of the West. Then, when the people knew why they were alive, they took the opportunity to announce that the long night was coming, and the sky dragon was the savior. They believed in the 7 gods and chased away the cold. In the end, the public opinion was more or less ready, and the 7 divine dragons sect was established as the national religion. During the period when the long night officially descended, there would definitely be a rebellion among the vassals. But it didn't matter. They were already disloyal and would rebel sooner or later. It was better to rebel now than later. You can spread the word that it was precisely because the feudal vassals disobeyed the rules that led to the long night. When I end the long night and become the savior, I reckon that no one will oppose the 7 divine dragons sect anymore. Your Bo clan will be able to extend your reign for at least 500 years. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, 7 divine dragons sect, what are those? The muscles in Bo Tian's cheeks twitched. He was embarrassed by these awkward titles. I'm a devout believer of the 7 gods. Dahe will always be the dragon god protector under the 7 gods, said the Dragon Queen seriously. Since they had decided to let Dahe usurp the position of the 7 gods, they should stick to it until the end. They should not create a second church that would split the faith and divine position. Also, the 7 divine dragons sect in the flattened land was just a chess piece. The Westeros of the Andals were the core of the church. Of course, if the customs of the flattened land are not suitable for the almighty heavenly dragon and the 7 divine dragons sect, you can change the name. As for changing the customs, I understand. Just do as I say in the doctrine. We can discuss the name later. Tell me about it first. Isn't my plan great? Said Danny. You make it sound great, but... The flattened wizard shook his head. But I'm not stupid. I'll believe whatever you say. Do you really think that the world operates according to your will? You said it yourself. You're not the child of prophecy, nor the savior. We can try. Otherwise, the Bo family will not survive the long night, Kueishi interrupted. Bo Tian still shook his head and sighed. Even if there is the long night, even if the Dragon Queen can end the long night, this plan will not be realized. Why? Asked Danny, puzzled. It's simple. No matter how good a plan is, there must be someone who can execute it, right? Asked Bo Tian. You don't believe in my ability? Danny raised an eyebrow. It has nothing to do with you. However, only the wisest and most decisive monarch can gamble the fate of an entire dynasty on the table. Unfortunately, the one in my family is a fatuous monarch. He is the most mediocre monarch in the history of the flattened land, said Bo Tian confidently. Ah! Danny's mouth twitched. Are you kidding? If that bastard Bo How is not a fatuous monarch, why would he corrupt the Azure court to this extent? Bo Tian said. What he said really made sense. It's all right. I am strong enough to bring your Emperor Bo to the skies, promised the Dragon Queen as she patted her chest. Kuei was annoyed by her miscalculation for a while. She sighed. You can't bring him along. Bo Hao is lustful, indecisive, cowardly. He has all the shortcomings of a fatuous monarch. He has none of the merits of a wise monarch. Can you ask Emperor Bo to give up his position? Why is your father unwilling to retire early and give his position to Lega? Kuei mocked. Danny said unhappily, is there no other way? My request is not high. I only hope that the Seven Gods Dragon sect will become a mainstream religious force like the Red Gods Church. Ah, just in time. You guys haven't left yet. As they were talking, they saw Tyrion holding a banner and climbing up the stairs. The little devil had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken, his stalk bones were protruding, and only a thin layer of skin was left on his cheeks. Under the sunlight, one could even see his moving tongue and teeth through this layer of skin. He looked exactly like a skeleton demon. Sorry, I was busy with work and came late. After recovering from the grayscale disease, he returned to the wildfire production workshop and continued his work as the wildfire general. He had not gotten off work yet, so he hurried back to the Great Pyramid to send off his savior. He had to thank Kuei. Although there were strong symptoms of diarrhea before the potion matured, Kuei said that except for Tyrion, the other patients did not have diarrhea. She had cured him before the disease spread to his legs. This saved his future happiness. Well, he was not sure if it was a psychological effect or a side effect of the petrification. Aegon was young, but he was as weak as a tired middle-aged man in his 40s. Dang, 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 dang. Tyrion jumped to Kuei's side and shook out the blue banner that was rolled into a circle. On it was written in the barbarian language, Best Wizard of the Young Generation in the East. Master Kuei, I learned these words from Master Bo Tien. After practicing hard for half a month, they are still neat. It's not worth much, but it's a token of my gratitude to you, he said sincerely. Kuei stared at Tyrion's skull-like head for a while before she said word by word, Very good, Tyrion. You are very considerate. She suppressed the idea of staying for a few more days to kill the dwarf and turned to Danny. When I finish the seal of the underground palace, I will come back to help you immediately. I will help you kill this little skeleton man. Okay. Danny nodded blankly. Master, take it. Tyrion stuffed the banner into Kuei's hands. Looking at the words on the banner, Kuei's heart was filled with hatred. Suddenly, she thought of the instigator, Bo Cheng. The Dragon Queen told her that it was Bo Cheng who first announced her and Lisbon's title of Best Wizard of the Young Generation in the East and the West in Volantis. Actually, it was Tam, Master Bo Tien. I have an idea, Kuei said. Oh, go ahead. In general, the Dragon Queen's plan is an opportunity for the Bo family. They can either take a gamble or be finished in a few years. I can imagine that when the long night comes, the vassals will definitely announce that the long night came because of the Bo family's rebellion, Kuei said. Bo Tien's expression changed. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Kuei was right. Under normal circumstances, the Azure dynasty could still hold on for a few more decades, but if the long night came, how strong was the Dawn Kingdom? It was a mortal kingdom built by the descendants of the gods. It was the first dynasty of the Barren Lands. It had lasted for tens of thousands of years, but it still could not survive the long night. The Azure dynasty was definitely not as strong as the Dawn Kingdom. Looking at the old master who was deep in thought, Kuei had an idea. She said, why don't we split the Bo family into two and prepare for both sides? The main family, with Bo Hao as the leader, will continue to maintain the current rule. Bo Cheng will establish the Seven Gods Church as the leader of the branch family. Bo Cheng will bear all the pressure from public opinion. When the long night comes, the Dragon Queen will end the long night. Bo Cheng will be the savior's right-hand man, and the Azure dynasty will continue. If the long night does not come, or if the pressure from the other vassals is too great for Bo Hao to bear, he can kill Bo Cheng to vent the anger of the people. Holy shit, so ruthless. Danny could barely maintain her blank expression. Bo Tien was deep in thought. Now that the Barren Lands were divided into three, Wasn't the restored Huang dynasty in Carcosa built by the Chai branch family? He asked curiously, why Bo Cheng? Bo Cheng is the number one of the younger generation of the Bo family. He's also an old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen. The Queen saved Bo Cheng's life. Bo Cheng went against the Dead Spirit Association's ban and secretly taught her the Encyclopedia of Fundamental Incantations, Kuei said. Danny was stunned. What is this witch trying to do? What? That unfilial son. Bo Tian was shocked and angry, but he immediately suppressed his anger. The Dragon Queen was right beside him. The old man raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. Fine, let Bo Cheng fill in the hole. When Blackie's figure disappeared into the eastern horizon, the little devil retracted her gaze and asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, you told me that Master Kuei she would like the banner and the praise on it, but I don't think she's happy. No, she likes it very much. She's just shy because of your praise, so she can't show it in front of everyone, Danny said seriously. She was the one who encouraged him to give the banner. General Wildfire had planned to buy a magic gem for the miracle doctor who saved his life, but he was fined half a year's salary and did not have that much money. So, he went to the Dragon Queen and asked for an advance of a year's salary. After the Dragon Queen knew his purpose, she told him, according to the customs of the East, when the patient is grateful to the doctor, they should give a banner. The next time you see him, you can give him a haori with the words best in the world printed on it. If you have any difficult diseases in the future, I guarantee that you'll be cured. Is that so? The little devil had some doubts. Kuei she was silent and mysterious. He could not see through her, but the Dragon Queen would definitely not be so nice to him. Woo in the direction of the West Pier, a long and low horn suddenly sounded. Danny curiously stepped forward and came to the side of the wall that reached her chest. She saw the green carpet-like sea surface and dozens of white sails and black hulls slowly sailing over. The Titan Giant's flag fluttered in the wind. Tyrion jumped at the side of the wall. Finally, he moved a stool and stepped on it. It's the Iron Treasury. Chapter 485. The Andals liked 7, and the guys liked 33. The Great Pyramid of Slave Bay, no matter how tall it was, had 33 floors, whether it was 100 meters or 200 meters. In addition to living people, most of the pyramid was used to store supplies. On the 9th floor of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, under the illumination of the fire, gold coins clattered as the shovels waved, reflecting an intoxicating brilliance. Hundreds of Unsullied, in groups of 2, wandered in the sea of gold, using shovels to send gold coins into the cart. When the cart was full, they pushed the cart to the outside of the vault. Beside the stone steps on the east side of the Great Pyramid, there was a funnel-like pool of 7 or 8 square meters. A pipe as thick as a bucket was connected to the bottom of the pyramid along the stone steps. The pipe was open and cast in copper. It was like a bamboo tube divided in the middle by a knife, 10 meters in one section connected to the other. The Unsullied pushed the wooden cart with gold coins to the side of the funnel-like pool and pulled open the tailgate. Crash! Like a golden waterfall, it poured into the pool and then flowed down the pipe below the pool, all the way down. Beside the pipe, there was a bald man wearing only a pair of briefs on each step. They held brooms in their hands and stared at the stream of gold coins in the pipe without blinking. If they encountered a different colored coin, they would immediately pick it out. If the gold coins stopped rolling and blocked the pipe, they would sweep it with a broom. At the bottom of the pyramid, there was also a pool of gold, a pool built with iron plates. There were 3 megalosaurus beside the pool, little white, little green, and little gold. Dragon flames spewed out, smoke rose, and the gold in the pool melted into gold liquid. The gold liquid passed through a screen and flowed into a pipe on one side, which was connected to dozens of molds. From time to time, the sound of cold water being poured on the molds could be heard. After the molds were filled with gold liquid, the Unsullied would pour water on them to solidify the gold. After that, someone from the iron vault put the giant gold nugget on the scale. 100 kilograms, acceptance platform A, 1,245 pieces. There was a senior manager of the iron vault guarding the scale. If the weight was acceptable, he would shout and record the word X on a piece of paper. Yes, the scholar from Slave Bay sat at another table and followed the record. Every 100 pieces, both sides checked the account. Then, someone came over to carry the gold nugget to a carriage on the side of the road. It had to be exactly 50 kilograms, no more, no less. Otherwise, it would mean that the gold was not pure, because the mold was made with 50 kilograms of standard gold. Once there were 20 giant gold bricks on the carriage, the coachman would immediately drive them away. They would go all the way to the dock and load the warm gold onto the ship. On the docks, there was also a manager counting the number of gold ingots entering the cabins. With such an assembly line, Astapau's gold quickly flowed to the Iron Treasury's fleet. At the pier, there was a restaurant named Green Olive. The Dragon Queen was currently holding a banquet. Yes, after the epidemic, business in Slave Bay's hotel industry declined. In order to resume production, Dragon Queen not only took the lead in patronizing the hotel at the harbor, she also frequently gave out coupons to the officials and citizens. Before the banquet began, the Queen pointed at the silver-haired youth on her left and said to the representative of the Iron Treasury opposite her, "This young talent is my eldest nephew, Aegon, son of Rhaegar and Ilya, House Targaryen's colt." The representative who led the fleet to Astapau's Iron Treasury was called Taichu Nestos. He was a tall and thin man with 2 long legs. He had a tall and thin body, a thin and narrow face, and a thin and long goatee that almost reached his waist. "Mr. Nestos, nice to meet you." Aegon was polite, calm, and elegant. "Prince Aegon, nice to meet you." Taichu bowed respectfully before he asked in confusion, "I remember Duke Tywin, it's all thanks to Count Varys." Dany smiled and told him about Varys' version of the orphan Zhao. "Your Majesty, congratulations on the reunion of aunt and nephew." A strange look flashed across Taichu's eyes. "Congratulations, Dragon Queen has a huge flaw. It is indeed worth celebrating. My nephew is young and promising, and has great ambitions. He will definitely become a great man in the future. If not for the epidemic, I would have sent him to Meereen to train." Dragon Queen's expression was as happy and proud as a mother whose son had been admitted to Tsinghua University. Aegon also raised his chin proudly. Taichu's eyes flashed again. He was certain that the Dragon Queen cherished her nephew very much. Tyrion glanced at the amiable family of aunt and nephew and asked the representative of the Iron Treasury, "Mr. Taichu, you look haggard. You seem to have traveled a long way to get here." "That's right. I came from Bravos and kept changing horses. I traveled thousands of miles in a day. I passed through the Norphos Mountains, walked on the plains of the Rhone River, passed through Koa, arrived at Mataris, and turned to Tolos. The people of New Guis had already received our messenger crows and immediately helped the Iron Treasury organize a fleet. When I arrived at Tolos, the Iron Treasury's fleet had already entered the Sea of Sorrow. In the end, we met at the estuary of Slave Bay and came to Astapau together." Taichu did not hide anything. He explained his itinerary and the arrangements of the Iron Treasury. "Did the people of New Guis tell you about the Allied army's plan to release the grayscale stone men into Slave Bay?" Tyrion laughed strangely. Taichu avoided the main point and said, "We have our own sources of information. We know that Her Majesty the Queen controlled the epidemic immediately. The epidemic did not break out at all. The Allied army's plan failed. The Iron Treasury is really powerful. The Allied army and the Queen are fighting a world war, but you can do business on both sides peacefully." The little devil gave a thumbs up and praised. "Our business covers the entire civilized world, and we serve all trustworthy people." Taichu did not care whether he was sincere or not. He accepted his praise as a matter of course. "Have you started preparing the food? It'll be winter in 10 days, Dany asked. "Hee." A proud smile appeared on Taichu's thin and dry face. "The wheat that belongs to you has been planted for more than a month." "More than a month? Are you telling me that you've started farming right after we finished talking about business? Isn't that a little too efficient?" Dany said doubtfully. "The faster the messenger crows fly, the higher our efficiency." Tyrion had a thought. He asked, "Don't tell me you've contracted out the project of growing food? The Iron Treasury is a bank. It's impossible for us to grow our own land. Of course, we have to contract out the business of purchasing food to the big grain merchants of the major cities." Taichu nodded and said, "Then The big grain merchants will subcontract to the small grain merchants, and the small merchants will look for the manor owner. It's too easy to earn money. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Taichu glared at him and said calmly, "You can try. I dare to guarantee that even if you have 10 fathers who can pull gold, it won't be enough to make you lose." "Sir, you seem to be hostile towards me." Tyrion was puzzled. "No, I'm just stating the facts." Dany pointed at the row of sailboats outside the window and said, "I see that most of your fleet are large ships, and not many longboats. Can you guarantee your safety?" "Let me tell you, I can guarantee your safety in Slave Bay. But once you enter the Bay of Sorrows and the Sea of Summer, the safety of your gold has nothing to do with me." After hesitating for a moment, Taichu paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said slowly, "Once we leave Slave Bay, there will be Githa's Iron Fleet escorting us." "Wow." Tyrion let out a strange cry. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked back and forth between Dragon Queen and Taichu. Dany nodded in satisfaction and said, "If that's the case, I'm relieved." "Relieved?" Tyrion had a strange expression. "Your Majesty, you're not planning to ambush New Gith while the Iron Fleet leaves the port, are you?" "Shut up." Dragon Queen growled. Taichu's expression changed again and again, becoming uncertain. Old Ymont saw this and quickly stood up. He raised his wine cup and said, "Come, let's drink, let's drink. Today's banquet has nothing to do with the war or the alliance. Sir Taichu is a guest from afar. Let's toast him." 50 million gold royals and 10 million gold royals worth of jewels sounded like a lot, but the total weight did not exceed 900 tons. In just one night and one morning, they were loaded onto 6 fast cargo ships equipped with 200 oars. Taichu seemed to be in a hurry to deposit the gold into the iron vault. After lunch, he led the fleet away from Astapor Pier. From start to finish, he didn't even spend a day in Slave Bay. Looking at the white sail fleet disappearing into the blue sky and blue sea, Tyrion retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, how was my performance?" "SOSO," Dany said with a calm expression. "SOSO?" Tyrion was very dissatisfied. "I've already tricked that goatee. The Alliance's fleet is gathering at New Gith. Illyria and Tolo's defense will be severely lacking." Yes, at the banquet where Taichu was received, Tyrion and Dragon Queen had cooperated to put on a show. They wanted Taichu to think that Dragon Queen was going to attack New Gith and cover up her true intentions. Dany had indeed planned to go south to New Gith. For this, the Crab's First Fleet and Garth's Second Fleet had been training for a month. In the process of taking down Slave Bay, Dany had captured a large number of ships. After that, hundreds of ships belonging to the slave owners were confiscated. Dany had never been short of ships. In fact, in the past 2 years, Blackbeard Grolit had incorporated and built hundreds of warships for Dragon Queen. However, Grolit did not have the ability to command naval operations, nor did he know how to train sailors. These were all military skills that were monopolized by the nobles. Beristan had the ability, but he had been helping Dany train qualified army officers. He did not have the time or experience. The arrival of the Crab and the second son of the Hyder family changed this situation. The Crab was being trained as the heir of the Count. His home was an island, Crab Island. How could he not know naval knowledge? Garth Hyder had more experience. When he was young, he was an attendant under the commander of the Qingting Island fleet, Count Redwine. When he grew up, he had been in charge of the old town's coastal defense. Dany frowned and said, "With my current strength, I don't need to scheme to take down Toros. There's only one thing I'm not sure about. I can only change the plan and hope to disrupt the enemies while disrupting my own rhythm." "You're thinking too much. There are 5 dragons and wildfire. We'll definitely win if we wait at ease," Tyrion said. "The wind-blowing group promised to be my spy. Now, there's no news at all," Dany said. Even the Iron Treasury knew that she had controlled the epidemic in Slave Bay. It was impossible that the Alliance did not know. If the Alliance knew, it meant that the wind-blowing group knew as well. What trump card did the Alliance have that was more powerful than the Stonemen? Why did the wind-blowing group insist that Dragon Queen could not win? Tyrion's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, Only the Megalosaurus can deal with the Megalosaurus. Dragon. Danny fell into deep thought. Aunt Danny. Aegon ran downstairs, panting. My cousin's grey disease has been cured. Can he be released? Chapter 486. What, you called me cousin, the son of Rhaegar and Elia? This. You're not a liar, are you? The honest-looking Quentyn looked suspiciously at the silver-haired man in front of him and said what was on his mind. The joy on Aegon's face of reuniting with his loved ones was like spring water under the cold wind of a long night. It quickly froze, cracked, and fell off layer by layer, leaving only shame and embarrassment. If it weren't for Aegon's reminder, the Dragon Queen would have almost forgotten about Quentyn's group in the quarantine area. There was a small boat delivering food there regularly. The Grey Plague virus was a mutation of the grayscale virus. According to modern medical analysis, since the two viruses were different, the special medicine should be different. But this was a fantasy world. The reason why the two epidemics were terrifying was mainly because the virus energy level was high and almost impossible to kill. The Grey Plague virus was a mutation of the grayscale virus. The two viruses were different, and the level might not have changed. Therefore, the medicine to treat the grayscale virus was also useful for the Grey Plague virus. After staying in the desolate rocky beach 50 kilometers west of Astapor for more than half a month, Quentyn was finally discharged from the hospital. Originally, he and his friends were wondering why the Queen hadn't come to pick them up when they were all cured. Then someone came to pick them up. When they arrived at the Queen's Great Pyramid, before they could salute the Queen, a young man rushed over and excitedly pulled their hands, calling them cousin affectionately. Aegon let go of the black-haired youth's right hand, took 2 steps back, and said dryly, I'm really Aegon. My father is Prince Rhaegar, and my mother is your aunt, Princess Elia. I'm not dead. Count Varys saved me. It's too fantastical. It's unbelievable. The iron pillar-like youth on the side rubbed his big bald head and shook it vigorously. The yellow-haired youth also muttered, who dares to believe Varys's words? Besides, he didn't even inform Prince Dowlang. Aegon's face turned green and red. He secretly swore in his heart that he must become a dragon knight. Only when he rode on the back of a dragon would his words be most convincing. When Darhay comes back from his business trip, I'll be more diligent and try to communicate with him every night to become his dragon knight. Well, since Darhay understands human nature and can speak human language, can I use my pitiful act to impress him? For example, talk more about my current miserable situation. Even my cousin doesn't recognize me. Isn't it miserable enough? Maybe Big Black would sympathize with me, and then, he pondered. After Aegon set Darhay as his target, he persevered. Every night when Darhay was sleeping on the wall, he would spend an hour or two with him. Knowing that Blackie could understand human speech, he kept saying things like, I am the true dragon, I am the son of Rhaegar and Elia, and I am one of the 3 foretold heads. Dany didn't stop him from doing this completely useless thing. In fact, she was happy to see it happen. However, Aegon was not stupid. Now that he realized that the 3-headed prophecy was useless, he decided to change his approach. Acting pitiful? Your Majesty, what's wrong with this person? Cousin Quentyn's words interrupted Aegon's reverie. He's pretending to be my aunt's child. Don't be fooled by him. Any rational person would know that if Varys saved my aunt's child, he would definitely inform my father, Quentyn advised in a serious tone. Dany wanted to nod in agreement. This Prince of Dawn looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid at all. However, Aegon was about to vomit blood. Aunt Dany, tell him, he said with a dark face. Dany was too lazy to say anything. She gave Tyrion a look. Well, after Clinton's right hand was healed, he officially became Dany's military advisor for the Western expedition. He also held the position of the commander of the cavalry, roughly fulfilling the duties that Beristan had when he was still around. As the former hand of the king, who once had a 40-60 ratio with Robert, and the former reserve leader of the Golden Mercenary Group, Clinton definitely had this ability. Now he was very busy. He was busy helping the Queen reorganize the military and training cavalry officers. Duck Duckfield also joined the cavalry and became the captain of Clinton's personal guards. After the Green Saintess was executed, Lemor became the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church of Meereen and went to Meereen long ago. Even scholar Sai Haldon became Clinton's clerk. Only Aegon was still idle at home, doing nothing. Prince Quentyn, Prince Aegon is probably your cousin, Tyrion said. Probably? Little devil, what do you mean by probably? Aegon's face changed as he questioned loudly. When it came to matters of principle, he couldn't help but be agitated. I said the wrong thing. The little devil slapped his own mouth. Who told you to speak the truth? Prince Aegon is your cousin, he repeated. Little devil, you are a kinslayer, patricide, and kingslayer. Your words can't be trusted. Quentyn said straightforwardly. Do you see this? Tyrion's right thumb poked the three-headed dragon emblem on his chest. You should recognize this, right? A second-rank official under the Queen, qualified to participate in the Imperial Council. No matter what I did in the past, I am now the Queen's most trusted official. That's enough. Dany waved her hand and interrupted their nonsense. Prince Quentyn, introduce your companions. If Quentyn's two companions were normal guards, there would be no need for introductions. But from their attitude towards Quentyn, it was obvious that they were nobles. Nobles had to treat each other with respect. It was a tradition of this world. My apologies for my lack of manners. Quentyn bowed to the Queen before pointing at the handsome and proud yellow-haired youth. Gareth Dinwat of the Dorndinwat family, my close friend. Your Majesty, you are more charming than the violets in the flowing water garden. The yellow-haired Gareth bowed and smiled. Hello, Sir Gareth. My foster father's nephew, Archibald Ironwood. Quentyn introduced the bald youth who looked like a pillar. Your Majesty, my hammer is at your service. Brother Taiju raised his spiked hammer and said. Hello, Sir Archibald. After the formal introduction, Dany led them from the solemn hall to the warm and comfortable living room. The guests took their seats and the maids served them tea. Aegon's identity is guaranteed by Sir Clinton and Lady Ashara. You should trust them. Dany did not directly endorse Aegon. She only explained how Aegon and the rest came to Astapor. During the War of the Usurpers, Dorne has always been on the side of the Targaryens. And my father is a cautious person. If Varys found him, Prince Aegon's identity would never be revealed. This is very unreasonable. Quentyn still shook her head. Aegon's face completely darkened. He always remembered Tyrion's words, don't always think of stealing from your aunt. Even if she recognizes your right to inherit, a vassal's vassal is not your vassal. Furthermore, she is not your vassal. Only Dorne is an ally that you can truly trust. That was why he had been paying attention to cousin Quentyn's condition. Once they recovered, he would immediately find his aunt. If he had known this would happen, he would have let them continue to suffer in the barren rock beach. Your Majesty, did you know about Prince Aegon before? Quentyn asked. No, Dany said. Of course, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Aegon argued with a red face. Quentyn stared into Aegon's eyes and said, Your Highness, I'm straightforward. Please don't mind me. Think about it, my father and Queen Dany are your closest relatives. Is it reasonable that even they do not know? Whether it is reasonable or not, you can find Varys in the future and ask him, Prince Quentyn, why don't you tell me why you came to Slavers Bay? Tyrion asked curiously. After a moment's hesitation, Quentyn took out a folded craft paper bag from his pocket. He carefully opened it and solemnly took out a piece of parchment. He stood up and walked to Dany's side. The honest-looking youth handed the paper over with a red face. What is this? The little devil's necklace neck stretched out, but still could not see anything. Dragon Queen frowned as she observed the parchment. Her beautiful face exuded an aura that prevented strangers from approaching. Quentyn pinched his sweaty palms and said in a low voice, This is 15 years ago. My uncle, Prince Oberyn Martell, secretly snuck into Bravos and signed a contract with Sir William d'Ari under the witness of the Sea King brother Felic. Which William d'Ari? Tyrion had just asked when he immediately reacted and exclaimed, William d'Ari of d'Ari City? 7 levels of hell. My father was right. Dany closed the contract and asked curiously, What did Duke Tywin say? Aunt, what's written on the contract? Aegon looked at the parchment and asked. See for yourself. Dany handed the parchment to him. On the matter of Princess Ilia, many people said that Oberyn Martell was weak and incompetent. Only my father believed that he was a scheming person and would not give up easily. That's why he did not value the alliance with Dorne, because the two sides would never truly form an alliance. Tyrion said with a complicated expression. He still remembered that night when he lost his nose and his position as the Hand of the King. He vented to his father, I've done meritorious deeds for Lannister and bled for Joffrey's Iron Throne. You can't do this to me. When he was recounting his deeds, the first thing he said was to use the marriage between Myrcella and Quaesiedans, Quentyn's brother, to rope in the Dornishmen to support the Iron Throne. Then Tywin sneered, a living lion will never be forgiven by the damned cripple, Dow Lord. Viserys is dead. Aegon frowned and raised the contract. According to this contract, Viserys Targaryen is to marry Oberyn Martell. In return, when he lands in the Westeros and reclaims the Iron Throne, Dorne will fully support him. Viserys is dead. This sacred contract is no longer valid. Quentyn, why are you showing this to us? At this moment, Aegon was no longer licking his face and calling him cousin. Could it be? Tyrion looked at the blushing Quentyn, then looked at the beautiful dragon queen and laughed strangely. Second brother can't marry eldest sister, so he let eldest sister's brother marry second brother's sister. That damned cripple Dowlord, what a good idea. Bastard, how dare you insult my father? Quentyn was furious. She stood up and was about to pull Tyrion's hair. I apologize. Kid, don't be rude in front of the queen. Tyrion shrunk his neck and shouted awkwardly. Quentyn glanced at the queen and sat back down angrily. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Dany chuckled. I apologize. Tyrion apologized again. Damned cripple is what my damned old man said. I was just reminiscing about my late father and accidentally said it. But, I didn't guess wrong, right? He smiled and asked the Dornishman. Yes, that's what my father meant. I will marry Her Majesty as the continuation of this contract. Dorne will still support you to ascend the Iron Throne. Your Majesty Dany Rise, what do you think? Quentyn clenched her fists and sweat dripped from her forehead. Although her voice was trembling, her tone was still sincere. I am right. Chapter 487. Before the Dragon Queen could say anything, Aegon stood up and said loudly, I object. Quentyn was mentally prepared to be rejected, but she did not expect the fake cousin to have the strongest reaction. Yellow Hair Gareth asked, why? Do you intend to follow the old Targaryen tradition and marry an aunt? I would like to, but my aunt is too Saint Belle. Aegon sighed regretfully and explained, everyone knows that after the Blood Dragon dance, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms held a meeting and decided that the direct male line of succession has higher rights than the female line of succession. I am Rhaegar's eldest son, so theoretically, my right to the Iron Throne is higher than my aunt's, and she has also agreed to this. Therefore, if this contract is to be continued, it should be me. I will replace Viserys and marry your sister, Princess Elaine. Sigh, so this nephew is not only good at attracting enemy damage, he is also good at resisting lightning and filling holes. I did not eat her rice for nothing, nor did I live in her house for nothing. I can continue to take care of this cheap relative. Dragon Queen thought in relief. Brother Iron Pillar looked at the Queen and asked in surprise, are you really willing to give the Iron Throne to this unknown person? What unknown person? I am Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar and Ilia. Aegon said unhappily. These Dornishmen are really stubborn, I have explained so many times, but they still refuse to admit that I am the true dragon. I am not giving it to him, I have sworn. Dany told them about the other ghosts again, leaving the three Dornishmen dumbfounded. Finally, she said, my nephew is willing to fight the other ghosts with me, pass the Night of Eradication, and ascend the Iron Throne openly. Perhaps, there is no need for marriage or Dornishman's support. Yes, I do. Prince Dowlang is my uncle, I need his support, Aegon said hurriedly. All right, he needs it, Dany said to Quentyn with a wooden face. Then, what should I do? I did not marry the Queen, and now even other ghosts have appeared. The honest-looking young man was at a loss. When they first set out, there were not 3 of them, but a noble heir to an earldom, a seasoned knight, and a learned scholar. Unfortunately, they encountered pirates in the land of strife, and the other 3 were all killed. Among them was the heir to the count, who was his adoptive father's eldest son. From Volantis to Slavers Bay, he was unlucky enough to catch the Grey Plague, and narrowly escaped death. In order to see the Dragon Queen, in order to fulfill the contract, in order to not disappoint her father, Quentin had sacrificed too much. If everything went according to his father's plan, he would be able to unite with the Queen, bring the dragons and the Unsullied back to the Westeros, and take back the Iron Throne. No matter how much he sacrificed, it would be worth it. But now, Prince Quentin, why don't I arrange for someone to send you back to Dawn? The divine contract has nothing to do with me, so I can't fulfill the contract. Why don't you go back and ask your father what we should do next? Dany suggested. I can't go back empty-handed. The confusion on Quentin's face disappeared and was replaced by a stubborn look that was as firm as a rock. Aegon's eyes were alert as he reminded him, "My aunt won't marry you." Quentin said in a low voice, "Before I met Her Majesty, I was loyal to my father and did my best to carry out his mission. I only saw the marriage as a responsibility. The journey from Dawn to Slavers Bay was a feat worth bragging about. But it's different now. The cruel but real experience of killing the boys in the past has made me mature quickly. Now, I understand what I need. Even if I can't marry Dany, Her Majesty rise, I can still build up my achievements." At this point, Quentin knelt on one knee in front of Dany and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I'm my father's eldest son, but not his first. According to Dawn's tradition, my sister Arianne will become the new princess. Now, you've rejected me, and I've lost the responsibility of the marriage. It can be said that I've fulfilled my responsibility to Dawn. You've saved me, and I respect your ideals of freeing the slaves and ending the long night. Whether it's out of gratitude or my admiration for you, I hope that you can keep me and let me serve you, a knight to a king." Admiration? Tyrion smiled playfully and said, "Kid, the Queen still has 2 vacancies for white knights. Do you want to come?" Without waiting for Quentin to answer, Dany immediately said, "Quentin, get up. I do lack people here. If you and your companions are willing, you can work at Slaves Bay for a while. Although this place is thousands of miles away from Westeros, there are many Westeros here. You should be able to blend in quickly. I promise that I'll give you glory and the treatment that vassals deserve." If Quentin was willing to be a white knight, Dany wouldn't mind giving him a spot. One of the white knights who died with Laega at Ruby Beach was from the Dornmartell family, but Prince Dowlang's hope for Quentin was to be the Queen's husband. If he knew that not only did she reject the marriage, but she also turned his son into a white knight who didn't marry and had no land, then, Dany didn't care what Dowlang thought of her, but that was under the premise that she didn't have anything to do with him. When Quentin really became her white knight, they wouldn't have anything to do with each other before, but now they would. As for taking Quentin as a vassal, that wasn't a big problem. Even in front of Prince Dowlang, she could confidently say, "I have the right to take your son as a follower," and Quentin also had the right to be her vassal. To be honest, she wanted as many youths like Quentin who had received elite knight education since young. The more, the better. She was never satisfied. Because Dany's most basic ambition was to conquer the continent of Essos. In the future, she would take revenge on the many cities that had declared war on her in the Jade Sea. She needed a follower to follow her everywhere and help her govern the place. Aegon glanced at Quentin and said expectantly, "Actually, I also need a white knight." Quentin gave him a sideways glance and didn't say anything. "Sigh, you should first." Dany sighed and face-palmed. "Let's get Uncle Dowlang to accept you as his nephew first. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am." The Dragon Queen wasn't easy to talk to. Regardless of whether Aegon's identity was real or fake, she wouldn't be completely devoted to him. She licked a pair of chopsticks on the table, tidied up a room in the pyramid, and sent him away. In fact, Clinton, Duck Knight, and Ashala were all Aegon's men. But they were all working for the Dragon Queen for free. Their wages were more than enough to offset Aegon's spending. No, she still had money to earn. But if he was really her nephew, Daolang would definitely be devoted to him. He would give him his daughter, soldiers, and money. He would work hard to ensure that he could ascend to the Iron Throne. The cost of their preparations was different. Naturally, the degree of caution in their investments was different. However, at this moment, Aegon definitely preferred the amiable Aunt Dany, who kept calling him nephew, instead of his stubborn old cousin Dwayne, who did not allow him to call him cousin. This was really. With the war coming, the sea trade in Slavers Bay stopped completely. The Dragon Queen officially announced that Slavers Bay had entered a state of war. The food and beverage industry, hotels, and other service industries were all closed. Other than the skilled workers in the manufacturing industry, the residents of the city, regardless of age or gender, had to follow the household registration system. Their entire family would join the final charge of the Great Leap Forward project. She didn't need these non-agricultural residents to plant wheat, rice, or other high-tech crops. They only needed to clear the weeds, plant sweet potato seedlings, and bury the sprouted potatoes. According to the scholars' calculations, there were only 10 days left until winter. Dany wasn't sure if the temperature would drop after winter. She could only plan for the worst. She gambled on crops with high yields and low growth periods. Other than the agricultural arrangements, Dany also officially sealed off Slavers Bay and completely shut down sea trade. Yes, there was a long and narrow island at the entrance of Slavers Bay. Dany named it Free Maiden Island. The island separated the sea from Slavers Bay into two straits. The eastern straits were narrow. Most ships heading to Meereen, Kayuan, and Astapor passed through the eastern straits. This straits was also called the Eastern Free Maiden Strait. The western straits were wider and closer to Taurus and Illyria. Previously, Dany only controlled the Eastern Free Maiden Strait because the western straits were on average 200 kilometers wide and couldn't be completely sealed off. Now it still couldn't be sealed off, but Dany began to repair the cities on both ends of Free Maiden Island. During the time of Valeglia, Meereen, Astapor, and Kayuan to the east of Slavers Bay belonged to Guys. Borish, Illyria, Tolos, and Free Maiden Island to the west of Slavers Bay belonged to Valeglia. There was a city on each end of Free Maiden Island, Guzai and Vinos. 400 years ago, Valeglia exploded, sank into the sea, and a terrifying tsunami spread thousands of kilometers. The entire Free Maiden Island was submerged, and almost all the residents on the island died. When the tide receded, Guzai and Vinos were also in ruins. The people of Guys were luxurious and depraved. They didn't even think about occupying a strategic location like Free Maiden Island. The north controlled Slavers Bay, and the south connected New Guys and the Summer Sea. When Dany became the Queen of Slavers Bay, she began to incorporate the small fishing villages on the island into the new Free Maiden Island. The Queen's authority was also officially manifested on the island. However, in recent years, the Queen's national policy was to greatly improve agricultural production. She didn't spend much energy developing Free Maiden Island. When she began to move the first and second fleets to the southern end of the island, she barely managed to rebuild a small town with less than 1,000 residents. Free Maiden Island was more than 300 kilometers long. The small towns on the northern and southern ends were named Southland and New York by the Queen. The Dragon Queen really planned to erect a statue of Free Maiden holding a torch at the entrance of Slavers Bay. In fact, she originally planned to establish a country with horse people, get a big green apple, and change Slavers Bay's Astapor to London, Meereen to Paris, Kayuan to Washington, London, Paris, Washington, Berlin, Moscow, Tokyo, Rome, Vienna, 8 major cities under the rule of the Big Green Apple. Seems very exciting. Alright, she later gave up on this idea. After all, she was the queen of this country. With the title of Queen of the Big Green Apple, while the Dragon Queen was disgusting to others, she was also disgusting to herself. However, New York was still retained. The statue of Free Maiden was more harmonious with New York. Southland was less than 300 kilometers away from Tolos. Therefore, it became the bridgehead for the Dragon Queen to attack the Alliance. Yep, she didn't plan to permanently occupy Tolos. The Dragon Queen wanted to learn from Peng Yu. In the past, Peng Yu scratched the Chu. Today, Dany scratched the alliance. She wanted to scratch the alliance until they couldn't care less about each other. In the end, she wanted to force them to reveal their trump card. She felt that the little devil was right. The alliance might have a dragon. Chapter 488. It was the third day after the Iron Treasury left Astapor with Tai Chu. New guys. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed by water, and 3 to 5 white clouds dotted it. Ah, white dragon, I saw the megalosaurus. It's the white dragon, he's hiding in the clouds. In an ordinary clock tower 1 kilometer east of the Great Pyramid, a guy's soldier was both surprised to find the target and afraid that his guess was true. He shouted excitedly to his companions beside him. After a while, General Guys with a black and red buzz cut received the news and rushed over. He was a tall and majestic man with a dignified square face, thick eyebrows, and big and spirited eyes. His left hand pressed on the dragon-slaying saber at his waist, and his steps were steady and powerful. He had the demeanor of a general who controlled the life and death of tens of thousands of people. General Grazadon, the commander of the Allied cavalry, has arrived. At the entrance of the tower, a guard of the Iron Army shouted. Well, he was the Kaiyuan war god, Grazadon, who never compromised despite repeated defeats. A window was opened on the tower tile, allowing the telescope to extend out. On the clock tower, a telescope the size of a treadmill was set up. 3 days ago, New Guys received a warning from Tai Chu. Dragon Queen was about to attack New Guys. After the Iron Army's fleet escorted the Iron Treasury's deposit ship out of the port, the Dragon Queen's fleet would take advantage of the situation and take down New Guys. The higher-ups of New Guys had no doubts about this. More than a month ago, not long after the Stone Man incident broke out in Astapor, the spy sent the news that Devil's Tail Hattar was promoted to General of the South. South? Which South? Who was the south of Slave Bay? New Guys. Obviously, in order to take revenge on the Allied army for throwing the Stone Men into Slave Bay, the Dragon Queen wanted to attack New Guys. Then New Guys began to evacuate the residents, moving the citizens of the narrow port city to the nearby Jean Island. New Guys was less than 5 square kilometers, while Jean was 100 kilometers. As for the Great Pyramid, there were no fools in this world. When the news of Wings of Death plucking the stars and throwing them into the Sea Palace came, the people of New Guys immediately broke out in a cold sweat. For a few days, Grazadon's hands were shaking as he held the dragon-slaying saber. So that's how the meteorite came about. However, although the people of New Gith had escaped from the Great Pyramid and began to move into inconspicuous buildings nearby to work and live, they had never publicized the fact that Dragon Queen had attacked New Gith long ago. The Dragon Salya was still the Dragon Salya, the good omen of the alliance. It really is a white dragon, the Kai Yuan battle god sighed. Under the guidance of the observer, Grazadon quickly saw the white dragon looming in the clouds. The clouds were white, and so was the megalosaurus. It was easy to confuse them. As expected, the demon Dragonmother wants to make a move on the New Guys. If you take something in advance, you must first explore it. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. It was a familiar style and a familiar smell. The Kai Abyss war god's eyes were glazed over. It was as if he had returned to the Kai Abyss battlefield. Soon, he left the tower and gathered the commanders of the alliance in New Gith. He told them that the Megalosaurus had begun to spy on New Gith. In your opinion, should we call back Toro's fleet? Navy Commander Zanetti asked. Zanetti was the captain of the Gith Alliance's fleet. His experience fighting against the Dragon Queen was as rich as Grazadon's. He had besieged Astapor, led troops to support Kai Yuan, transported Mirine's yellow silk cloak to Kai Yuan, delivered the golden dragon egg to Kai Yuan, and led Kai Yuan Sage to escape at the end of the Battle of Kai Yuan. He had been defeated repeatedly, and he never compromised. At this time, Zanetti was in charge of 1/3 of the Alliance's navy. He was the second fleet of the Alliance's 3 main fleets, and together with war god Grazadon, he was the twin stars of hope of New Gith. The two of them would lead the Gith people to a new hope and a new future, the hope of all the Gith people. No, don't. Grazadon shouted. Why? Another commander of the Alliance's navy, Kiz Zaro, was confused. Yes, Dragon Queen's first queen's wrath landed in the outskirts of New Gith and was forged into a sword and a blade. The dragon-slaying saber belonged to war god Grazadon, and the Daybreak Greatsword was controlled by Zaro. Fight the battle in a daze and form a strong stronghold is the core strategy to deal with Dragon Queen. No matter what she does, no matter how many tricks she uses, we just need to ignore her and bury our heads like pigs. The generals of Jade Sea were stunned. Commander, are you serious? The representative of Ko-Chang Island, who had provided 5,000 elephant soldiers for the alliance, doubted his ears. Of course, this is my experience. War God's square face was filled with determination and seriousness. No, we can't do nothing. Zaro O'Molan slammed the table and said angrily, anyone with a little military knowledge will understand the significance of New Gith in this war. It is the transportation center of the Alliance's resources. Zaro O'Molan was a handsome man in his 30s. He had silver hair and blue eyes. He was a typical Valeglia. After Dragon Queen burned Reese's sports activity center, a large number of trading princes were burned to death. Zaro O'Molan succeeded and became the commander of the Three Sisters Alliance fleet. Yes, Linus betrayed many noble Reese nobles in exchange for Dragon Queen to let her and her lover Zaro O'Molan go. Linus was in New Gith now. She had succeeded and became Zaro O'Molan's wife. Prince Zaro O'Molan, what do you think? Zaro asked. Zaro O'Molan's eyes flashed. Zaro O'Molan said excitedly, since we know she wants to attack New Gith, why don't we beat her at her own game? If Dragon Queen wants to attack New Gith, she will definitely bring out the fleet from Slave Bay. Otherwise, her Megalosaurus will have no place to replenish kerosene bombs. We can transfer Toro's first fleet back and hide in the open sea. We can find an opportunity to cut off the retreat of the Mother of Dragons fleet. Right now, New Gith has the second and third fleet. The three fleets add up to more than 300 armed warships. Even if we don't kill the dragons, we can at least set up an ambush and clean up the fleet from Slave Bay. We can seize absolute control of the sea in this war. We can better protect New Gith if we don't move. The god of war sighed. Zaro O'Molan's fighting spirit reminded him of himself in the past. He was also so passionate and intelligent. But reality is cruel. It teaches us to break away from our naivety and forces us to be mature. General Grazadon, listen to yourself. What are you talking about? If we don't do anything, why are we sitting here? The representative from Ko-Chang Island was dissatisfied. It's not that we don't do anything, but we don't want to change the grand strategy, the god of war said with a complicated tone. Let's vote. Since we have different opinions, let's let our colleagues in the military committee vote together, Zaro O'Molan suggested. The god of war sighed again. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. As expected, other than the Gith compatriots, no one believed in the god of war who had lost every battle. That afternoon, a few messenger crows carrying encrypted letters left New Gith Island and flew to Toros, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Danny did not attack Toros immediately. Blackie had gone to barren land and would be away for at least a week. Also, her strategic goal this time was not to take down a city. She wanted to know the ultimate trump card of the alliance. Therefore, she used the tactic of Peng Yu scratching Chu. But she was not Peng Yu, but Xiong Yu. Not only could she scratch Chu, she could also plunder Chu. During this period of waiting, the merchant ships of Mirene, Kaiyuan, and Astapor began to gather at Southam Town. They would follow the Dragon Queen to plunder the neighboring cities. New Gith was the main logistics base, and Toros was the most important granary at the front line. From Volantis to Mataris, 2,000 kilometers, the army's food was transported from Volantis. At Mataris, along the Valeglia road to Borish, 1,000 kilometers, and then to Mirene, another 1,000 kilometers, the food was transported by sea from Toros. Therefore, if the Dragon Queen really took down Toros, she would definitely be able to plunder a large amount of food and military equipment. Therefore, the Alliance would definitely not allow her to take down Toros. Therefore, whatever trump card she had would most likely be revealed in the battle with Toros. Danny was waiting for Blackie, waiting for the troops to gather. At this time, there were a total of 3 fleets in Slave Bay. The first fleet had 10 Galen warships and 20 paddling clippers, led by the Big Crab. The second fleet had 40 paddling clippers, and the flagship was Yulun's Red Shell, Serenity, led by White Knight Garthhider. The third fleet was led by Blackbeard Growlit, which had 100 clippers and 400 cargo ships. They were huge, but their mass was mixed. The smallest ship only had a load of 30 tons. The Big Crab probably led the heavy cavalry, Garth was the light cavalry, and Growlit was the militia. Every day after that, Danny would ride Little Green to Toros 200 kilometers away in the evening, after the sky darkened, to observe the enemy's situation. At night, even the best telescope would not be able to catch the Green Dragon 200 meters up in the sky. However, no matter how dark it was, the docks had to be lit up. Danny could at least see the enemy's deployment of troops and the situation of the fleet. Danny had already changed into her military uniform. She thought that there would not be any more accidents in the war. However, suddenly, on the 5th day after the Iron Treasury fleet left Astapor, she received an urgent message from Professor Marwyn from Dragonstone Island. The little ghost had been kidnapped by human traffickers. Professor Perestan thought that he knew the bottom line of his old friends, so after sending a letter to Rando Tully explaining in detail about the ghost and Sam bringing the ghost to the City of Knowledge, he was confident that Sam's journey would be smooth, and the professor would not dare to harm him again. That's right, the professor did not dare to use the method he used on the others to make Sam disappear before reaching the City of Knowledge. However, they could make the ghost that Sam brought along unable to reach the City of Knowledge. Therefore, after Perestan told the City of Knowledge about Sam's journey, the professors immediately made arrangements. Before Geralt Dane arrived at Eastwatch with 80 ships, Sam took the Night Watchman's ship and left the Great Wall for Bravos. 2 chests of other ghosts, Gilly and Mansred's son, Sam and Darion the Raven, and a sack of gold enough to hire a fast ship. John even arranged for the experienced Ulmer to accompany them. They would only return to the Great Wall after Sam had safely boarded the ship to the Old Town. According to the original plot, the old scholar Ymont would travel with them. However, due to his illness, he would be delayed in Bravos for a period of time. Now that Scholar Ymont was gone, and this mission was too important, the Night Watchman should immediately hire a fast ship for Sam. Then, Sam would leave quickly and would not even stay in Bravos for the night. However, the City of Knowledge was messing with them, and the Night Watchman's flag was too obvious. They were targeted the moment they entered the docks. Chapter 489. Who was the most famous and honorable woman in Westeros? Cersei, or Margaery? Now, the Dragon Queen might be included, even if she did not appear much. Which woman was the most famous and the most attractive in the world? The Dragon Queen. She brought the Megalosaurus to the world, conquered Slavers Bay, swept the Guy's army, and forced the slave owners of the trading city-states of the world to unite. These legends were just legends. For the city-states on both sides of the narrow sea, the Dragon Queen was still too far away. But after burning Volantis and Lies, especially after the Wings of Death punished Bravos, the name of the Dragon Queen shook the world. In addition to countless people cursing the Dragon Queen behind her back, there was another industry that was affected and then quietly developed. Prostitutes and social butterflies cosplaying the real Dragon Queen began to appear like an explosion. Just like in the original work, Jorah Mormorn was driven away by the Dragon Queen and went to Volantis to find a silver-haired, purple-eyed girl wearing the same toga robe as the queen in the brothel to find comfort. At this time, the brothels of Bravos were also full of silver-haired girls in grey plate armor or cheongsam. Their business was very good. These fakes were not a big deal, but there were real dragons in Bravos. The Black Pearl, Bel Osiris, had a lot of friends recently, and no one was an outsider. This dark-skinned high-level social butterfly was known as the niece of the Dragon Queen, and her career was at its peak. It was said that even the new Sea King Tormo Frygar secretly recruited the Black Pearl Bel Othello into the Sea Palace one night. Well, after Brother Frygar, the official Sea King was chosen by the doctors and guards. As for Copernicus, who had usurped the throne, launched a coup, betrayed the rights of the guests, and killed the old Sea King, the Dragon Queen certainly wanted him to continue to be the Sea King, but the people of Bravos were not stupid. If Copernicus continued to be the Sea King, how could they shirk the responsibility? But Copernicus was not dead. He was imprisoned in the dark prison deep in the sea palace. There were rumors in the aristocratic circle that Copernicus was actually doing well. After all, everyone in the industry knew that he was taking the blame for the big shot. Even if she had to bear the responsibility for her younger brother in the future, she still had to do her best to take good care of him. He had digressed. There was a reason why the Black Pearl Belle was so popular in Bravos. She really was a relative of the Dragon Queen. The mediocre king who stole St. Bailey's fiancée and announced that his illegitimate son had the right to inherit the throne, Aegon IV, had been lovers with Black Pearl Beylegia I for 10 years. Yep, the first-generation Black Pearl also came from an extraordinary background. Mediocre King Aegon's tastes were quite picky. The first-generation Black Pearl was the granddaughter of the Sea King. Her mother was the princess of the Midsummer Islands, but she herself was a pirate, smuggler, and adventurer. The Black Pearl gave birth to 3 little dark-skinned children for the mediocre king. Among them, the eldest daughter, who inherited the name of the Black Pearl, had unique interests and went to Bravos to become a social butterfly. The descendants of the eldest daughter all inherited the name of the Black Pearl. They made a name for themselves in the social circle of Bravos and developed into a century-old shop. And this generation's Black Pearl had the same name as her ancestor, Beylegia. In terms of seniority, she was Dany's niece. Thus, Beylegia, who was already a high-class social butterfly, went one step further and became the queen of social butterflies in Bravos. She was admired by countless officials, nobles, tycoons, and commoners. Among them, there was a slightly famous thief nicknamed Red Rogo. After seeing the Dragon Queen and her Megalosaurus, he was madly infatuated with Beylegia. This logic. In short, in order to realize his dream of becoming Beylegia's guest, Red Rogo needed money. A large amount of money. Thus, when a man in a grey robe and a hood found him and asked him to assassinate a necromancer's corpse monster, he was scared to death, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. For 20 gold radiance coins. With his handsome appearance and skills that he had trained for a long time, Beylegia would definitely be willing to accept the offer of 20 gold radiance coins when she was free. Red Rogo waited at the old clothes merchant's pier for 18 days. Finally, on a grey evening, he saw a simple sailboat sail into the harbour. On the mast hung the Night Watcher's Black Crow flag. On the deck, there were a few swordsmen dressed in old-fashioned black wool capes. The Night Watcher had arrived. He was still watching from the pier. His target was the 2 boxes in the cabin that contained the corpse monster. A fat man, a woman carrying a baby, and a handsome young man who looked like a singer were chatting and laughing as they walked onto the pier and entered the Magic Dragon restaurant. Ever since the Wings of Death descended on Bravos, many thousand-year-old shops had changed their names to something related to the Megalosaurus. The hotel that was named True Dragon Resort by the Queen was bought by a rich merchant for 100,000 gold royals from the Reserve White Knight. Not long after, another 3 men in black left the deck and went somewhere. They went to help Sam contact a ship to the old town. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the cabin. Red Rogo sneered. 2 small crossbows slid out of his sleeves. He quietly sneaked onto the deck and killed 2 night watchers who were chewing on sour grass at the entrance of the cargo hold in the most experienced way possible. But Red Rogo guessed wrong. There were not only 8 people on the ship. There were also 2 night watchers who had been in the depths of the cargo hold and had never been on the deck. Fortunately, the cabin was narrow enough, and Red Rogo was a water dancer who was slightly famous in Bravos. Otherwise, the grey-robed man would not have found him. The grey-robed man also had crossbows and arrows. He also pulled the rope and pulled the bell on the deck. Red Rogo used his left hand to block an arrow. Half of the arrow stuck out from the back of his hand. His thigh was also scratched by the grey-robed man, but he still won. The iron chain on the small box was easily opened by him. There was a swaddling blanket inside. Demon Mother of Dragons, Red Rogo exclaimed when he lifted the woolen blanket. So cruel. It's clearly a living baby, but it lied to me that it wanted to kill a corpse demon. Look at those big ice blue eyes. How bright and lively. How cute its pouty mouth is. Its snow-white skin. It must be a noble of Roraz. Only Roras have such white skin. Red Rogo hesitated. He would not hesitate to kill an adult, but this was a baby. He would never kill children or women. TCH. A cold light flashed in the dark cabin. Red Rogo turned his head and pierced the baby's chest with the dagger in his right hand. He still did not turn his head. He did not even pull out the dagger. He only used his slightly trembling right hand to pull the blanket and cover the baby's corpse. It didn't cry, it didn't howl in pain. It died peacefully. I'm sorry, I have to kill the Black Pearl once. Red Rogo sighed. Then, he ran into one last problem. When he used his intact right hand to touch the bronze lock on the big box, it was as if he had touched a red-hot iron. There was a sizzling sound where his palm came in contact with the bronze lock, and white smoke rose from it. The grey-robed man's request was to kill the 2 corpse demons, one big and one small, and bring their heads as proof. Hence, Red Rogo was only shocked for a moment before he made a prompt decision to burn it. What corpse demons? They're all lies. No matter who burns in the box, he's dead for sure. Thinking of this, Red Rogo picked up the swaddling clothes from the small box and smashed 4 to 5 oil lamps on the big box. Boom! The fire burned fiercely, and thick smoke filled the cabin. Red Rogo staggered out of the cabin and quickly jumped over the side of the ship. He dived into the darkness, leaving the smoking sailboat burning alone at the dock. In less than 3 minutes, the fire spread from the cabin to the deck. The sailors at the dock were alarmed. Fatty and the other 2 who were eating and drinking in the Magic Dragon restaurant, and the 3 night watchers who were searching for a ship at the dock, quickly rushed back after noticing the abnormality. Unfortunately, the night watcher's ship was small, old, and broken. It was on the verge of breaking apart and could not be salvaged. Boom! As Fatty wailed, the small sailboat broke in 2 and became a pile of floating torches on the surface of the sea. What no one knew was that a corpse at the bottom of the sea that had lost its limbs suddenly opened its eyes. An icy blue light flashed in the dark and cold seawater. The light grew brighter and brighter, like 2 small flashlights. Unfortunately, the sea was covered in flames, and no one noticed the blue light at the bottom of the sea. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Pale blue light appeared on the corpse's empty limbs. The lines were like lines of muscles, and they attracted the surrounding seawater. Splash! The transparent water solidified into tiny ice crystals along with the light. Gradually, a pair of translucent arms and legs appeared on the corpse. At this moment, the strong blue light in its eyes was almost extinguished. Gurgle, gurgle. After spitting out a series of bubbles, the corpse seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It closed its eyes, spread its limbs, and lay motionless at the bottom of the sea. Sob, 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 my deviant ghost, I've lost it. Sob, sob, I've let down the Queen, I've let down John, I've let down the Night Watchers, I've let down the people of the 7 nations. I'm guilty, sob, sob. On the pier, Sam knelt on the ground and cried. This has nothing to do with you. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before we even finished our meal? Darien the Lancrow sighed. It's my fault for being greedy, Fatty howled as he pounded the ground. How is this being greedy? Find a boat to the old town, and we'll set off tonight. What's wrong with resting and eating a full meal? Darien said impatiently. If Fatty was at fault, then wouldn't he, the one who suggested the meal, be even more guilty? Stop howling, it's useless. Let's go find the Sea King. We have 4 brothers on the boat, and it's impossible for it to catch fire for no reason. It's obvious that someone sneaked onto the boat and killed Jean and the others, the old night watcher Ulma said with a cold gaze. What's the use of looking for the Sea King? Darien asked, puzzled. Ulma said coldly, the deviant ghost matter is very important. Other than you and Sam, the 7 of us are all elite rangers handpicked by the commander-in-chief. Jean even participated in a suicide mission to hunt deviant ghosts with the Queen, so he's very vigilant. Normal people can't get close to him quietly. However, this is Bravo's, and there are the best water dancers. The Sea King must know how many powerful water dancers he has under his rule. Sam raised his chubby face full of snot and tears, and said hesitantly, this isn't the Westeros. Would the Sea King be willing to meet a few small night watchers like us? He definitely wouldn't before, but it's different now. As long as we mention Her Majesty Danny Rye's name, no one in Bravos will dare to reject us, including the Sea King. Old Ulmer's tone was complicated. There was pride, but most of it was disbelief. He couldn't believe the news he had heard in Bravos. The Dragon Queen was so powerful that she could single-handedly subdue Bravos, the leader of the 9 great city-states. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed to the Violet Harbor Sea Palace and reported that they were night watchers. Get lost. The guards didn't even look at them, and started to chase them away from 3 meters away. Our men were killed by water dancer assassins at the harbor, Ulmer said again. Get lost, go find the sheriff. The guards finally lowered their nostrils and looked at him. Sigh, we are Dragon Queen's men, and we are on a mission for Her Majesty. Ulmer raised his head and sighed with his hands clasped behind his back. Sir, are you sure? The guards at the door came over together. We messed up the mission, and the Queen is very angry. The consequences will be severe, Ulmer said calmly. Woo-woo, the commander of the guards blew the horn that represented an emergency situation. After a while, the palace gates opened layer by layer, and the chief of the palace came to welcome them personally. Sigh, if we had known that we would be treated like this, we wouldn't have left the sailboat and looked for a boat to go to the old town ourselves, the night watcher said with a bitter smile. Chapter 490. The cat by the canal was still called Kitty, but she was no longer a servant for Brusco the fishmonger. The daughter of the noblest duke had been reduced to the lowliest fishmonger's maid. Going from noblest to lowliest was the best way to erase her past as Arya. When Kitty could do the lowliest things with a peaceful mind, Kitty's training by the canal came to an end. Half a month ago, she had begun the next phase of her training, to observe with her eyes, to learn the movements and characteristics of every person, every type of person, and to integrate herself into that identity, to adapt herself to any situation that suited her current identity. She was the cat by the canal, the cat who sold oysters along the canal. Scallops, mussels, clams. That night, as usual, Kitty pushed a wooden cart along the canal that led to the old clothman's wharf, and whenever someone passed by, she would shout, "Oysters, prawns, fat green mussels." She would smile at them. A smile was the best way to convey friendliness and lower one's guard. The kind man had taught her that. Kitty believed him. Many times, when faced with her now dry, long, black, ugly face, people would stop and buy a few oysters because of her smile. The kind man had also taught her that words could deceive a person's heart, but the slightest of expressions and subconscious movements could deceive a person's soul. A smile was also an expression that could deceive a person, far more so than words. At first, only people with a heart of compassion would be affected by Kitty's ugly smile. Gradually, Kitty's smile became more and more varied. She was learning, she was imitating, she was summarizing, she was innovating. Her smile was natural and sincere. Now the cat can discern the likes and dislikes of people by their appearance and habitual little gestures, and can accordingly give sweet, pitiful, flattering, humble smiles that make the other feel noble enough to bestow upon the cat a few pennies, according to their liking. When she could see people's hearts and minds, when she could adjust herself to suit them, Kitty began to succeed. For example, there was an actress named Sloane on the opera ship, shrewd, stingy, and vain. She knew that most actresses would be miserable in their later years, so she put her salary in the bank for old age. However, she hooked up with Alarco and Quince, who were from the same theatre, so that the 2 male companions could take turns paying for her luxurious city life. But even Sloy would often spend a silver coin to buy oysters from the cat. Another example was the Madam of the Happy Wharf, known as Merry Mary. Every time she saw a cat pushing a cart past the brothel, she would buy a dozen oysters and give them to the girls in the brothel. When the lanterns were lit, my Rueline was standing at the door, shaking the biggest breasts in Bravos. Suddenly, she saw the ugly girl smiling shyly at her. She waved her hand out of habit and shouted, "Kitty, give me a dozen oysters. Send them to the backyard and share them with my babies." Mao readily agreed. After leaving the happy pier, the cat did not have many oysters left. He could go home now. She began to walk in the direction of the Divine Islands. However, she would not go directly to the Divine Islands. It was still early, and the kind people did not let her sell oysters. Instead, they let her see more people by selling oysters and teach her to become more people. She walked in a circle and continued to push the cart. Scallops, mussels, clams. Marrow called again. She met an acquaintance. She often met him at the Happy Pier. He liked the 14-year-old blonde girl named Lana the most. Myrualine priced Lana at 3 times the price of an ordinary girl, and he never tired of it, because he was a very clever thief and assassin. He made money quickly. However, she rarely saw him recently. When she was delivering the oysters, little Lana asked the cat, "Have you seen Rogo? I haven't seen him for a long time." Marrow was also very curious. Did Rogo have a new lover? So, she leaned over and showed the innocent charm of Lolita. Her face was thin and dark, but her eyes were big and bright. She knew that he liked this type. In the past, she had even used this smile to make him teach her his unique skill, the hidden sword in his sleeve. Go away. But this time, Marrow miscalculated. Red Rogo only glanced at her coldly and strode away. No, it was not a miscalculation. She knew that there would be such an ending. Through his steps that had lost the rhythm of the water dancer, and the faint murderous aura buried deep in his expression, she knew that he must have killed someone and was injured himself. She had seen similar situations several times. After all, he was a thief and an assassin. Of course, an assassin had to kill. If he did not kill, how could he find the money to find Lana? Marrow looked at Red Rogo's figure and whispered, "The smell of blood is very fresh. The battle happened 2 hours ago. Left palm, right leg, an inch below the base of the leg. The injuries were treated by a doctor. His face was pale and he lost a lot of blood. There was a bag behind the cloak. Inside it was an object that weighed 10 pounds. He did not pay much attention to it. His mission should have been successful, but he is in a bad mood tonight." Her eyes flashed. Marrow pushed the cart near the river. She looked left and right and lifted the cart. Crash. Lobsters, scallops, clams, and more than 10 oysters were all poured into the canal. Then she pushed the shabby cart into a side alley and tilted it beside a pile of messy wood. Pa pa pa. Marrow patted her thin face a few times. Her clothes did not change, her face did not change, but the cowardly peddler was gone. Now, anyone who saw her would think that Marrow was a little hoodlum on the streets. Before Red Rogo reached the next intersection, little hoodlum caught up with him and easily followed behind him. Marrow's goal was never to sell oysters. As for kind people, if she could bring him a piece of information that even he did not know, he would not blame her for throwing 10 carts of oysters. Red Rogo was a powerful water dancer. But the person who followed him out of curiosity was a faceless. So, he did not know that a pair of bright grey eyes in the darkness watched him stop. He stopped at a stone bridge where there were few people. He untied the bag and hid it in the rubble under the bridge. Winter was coming, and the canal had entered a dry season. Slippery rocks were exposed on both sides of the river. Marrow did not follow Red Rogo anymore, because her curiosity about the bag surpassed the assassin's next move. When he left, she immediately walked over, looked at the rocks, untied the bag, "Demon Mother of Dragons." She shouted a slogan that was currently popular in Bravos and used to express shock. Red Rogo, that bastard, even killed a baby. He often bragged in front of Lana that he was the most gentlemanly assassin, that even kings and generals would not tremble from his sword. But when faced with women and children, he always turned and left. Looking at the corpse of the baby whose skin had turned grey, and then at the featureless dagger in the baby's heart, Marrow's expression changed. Marrow returned to the dark alley, threw the bag on the cart, and pushed it to the island of gods. The Black and White House received a large number of corpses every day, and was also responsible for dealing with the corpses that no one took care of. The wooden boat quietly approached and quietly sent Marrow to the dock of the Black and White House. During this time, they did not say a word, and did not even give each other an expression. I was very curious, so I followed and finally found this. Every night when she returned, Marrow would report her findings to the kind man, as well as the news she heard on the streets, on the dock, and in the brothel. Yes. The kind man smiled kindly. He was very satisfied with her performance today. He would not feel any heartache even if 100 carts of oysters fell into the river. Red Rogo killed a baby, he deserved to die, Marrower said. The kind man was no longer kind, and the smile on his face turned into a stern expression. We kill people, but we have no right to judge, and we have no right to go over the God of thousand faces and decide the life and death of a person. Marrower lowered her head and humbly listened to the lecture. But she was still punished. Marrower stood on one leg, using the thumb of her left foot to support the weight of her whole body. Her left and right hands were holding a tray, and the vagrant kept adding and adding weights on the tray. Marrower's body tilted, and the vagrant pinched the soft flesh on her buttocks. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Marrower tired and fell asleep. Actually, Marrower should have continued to follow him, because not long after, Red Rogo saw the grey-robed man who hired him in a narrow alley. Marrower had guessed that he might have gone to meet the person who hired him, but she was not interested. "You're late," Red Rogo said coldly. In the darkness, his expression could not be seen clearly, but the grey-robed man could clearly feel his mood, very irritated, suppressed anger. "I'm not late, I rushed over as soon as I received your message," the grey-robed man said lightly. "Let the wings of death eat you, bastard. That's not a corpse demon at all. I've been to Koa and seen the stitched monsters of the necromancers," Red Rogo cursed softly. "Then, what do they look like?" the grey-robed man asked curiously. "You don't know?" Red Rogo raised his voice, his tone full of disbelief. "Let me see the head," the grey-robed man said. "Ha, you've been at the dock all this time, right? Didn't you see the fire?" Red Rogo sneered. The grey-robed man did not deny it. He patted the money pouch at his waist and smiled faintly. "I'll pay, and you do the work. When you see the head, I'll pay. That's the agreement." Red Rogo's uninjured right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. He said softly, "Sir's head is too big to carry, but I brought back the baby's body. Give me the money, and tomorrow I'll leave a letter telling you where I hid the body. With my reputation, I won't lie to you over such a small matter." The grey-robed man took 2 steps forward, and his eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, "I see, you're heavily injured." Red Rogo's right hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. He said in a low voice, "I killed 4 night watchers before, and now I can kill 2 more. No. The grey-robed man shook his head. "I'm just stating the facts, nothing else. You're heavily injured and can't carry too many heavy things, I can understand. But you're too cautious. I only want them dead, and I only want to see the bodies to confirm this. You don't have to hide the bodies to threaten me. I won't be greedy for your reward, and I won't kill you to silence you. Is that so? That's good." Red Rogo's right hand moved away from the hilt of his sword. The grey-robed man took off the money pouch at his waist and tossed it over. He said, 15 gold radiance coins. Pay me the balance, and we're even." Red Rogo shook the money pouch and nodded with a smile. "The amount is correct. We're even. Goodbye." As he spoke, he cautiously took a few steps back and turned to leave. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the darkness, and blood splattered. "You